ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome everybody to ESL Pro League tonight, the last evening of the week for these matches. We're going to be looking at the bottom of the standings today. We're going to see who's starting to get eliminated from any possibility of being in playoffs, who's going to be the player or the teams fighting for relegation to not get knocked down to Mountain Dew League. And to bring us through it, I've got the All-Star lineup. I've got Sponge. I've got Henry.
It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad.
We wore matching shirts as well to go with it.
Yeah, we need the Blues Brothers. They're in.
That's our new name.
That's pretty cool.
It's good tonight.
In the house today.
Nice. It almost looks like a no, not quite. Not denim day. You kind of passed with a light denim.
I think it's been done.
It has been done.
It's been done.
That was a good day, though. Yeah, all this excitement has just got me in the mood to check out the standings. We'll start with North America. We'll see where exactly all these teams are after last night's matches. We talked a little bit yesterday about the fact that the Brazilian teams are currently invading that region. Luminosity in 6th, Immortals and SK at the top in 2nd and 1st, respectively. Cloud9 and Liquid sandwiched in there, and a surprise NRG. The ones you kind of maybe think would be Optic and CLG, and I mean Renegades, we've already discussed their misfortune. Yeah,
for sure, especially CLG from what we saw of them from Starladder, right? You think they're actually can take down some big names in Europe and actually struggling here in Pro League.
And obviously, the Foundation living up to their name as well, being the foundation of these standings, way at the bottom.
Oh, there you go.
That was pretty good.
That was okay.
You didn't catch on to it till the very end, did you?
Not really. Not my kind of humor, you know.
Yeah.
Henry doesn't really worry about the teams who are at the very bottom of the ladder, so.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Well, here's you, Navi Astralis at the top. We're going to be seeing Navi tonight, the best team in the European side of things. Mouse Sports still clinging on. I mean, all those teams, you can't feel comfortable if you're any of them. I mean, dropping out of playoffs is a separation of, what, 2 to 3 wins, depending on where you are. But this is a very tight race.
Absolutely. Navi up there with Astralis as well. And I guess LDLC and Kinguin going to be fighting for relegation spots at the moment. That's kind of interesting. We've got Kinguin coming up tonight as well. I guess they have to take a map off Navi tonight to really stand a chance.
I think it's something where if LDLC drops both maps against Navi, which is entirely possible, and Kinguin wins 1, then they kind of swap positions. So, I mean, they're just kind of struggling to not get the automatic relegation. They want to be able to at least fight for their spot. This is the schedule we have. We mentioned LDLC and Kinguin. LDLC going up against Navi in the first 2 games. Kinguin going to take on North in the second 2 games. I mean, neither of these underdog teams really have got to feel too confident about this matchup.
Especially LDLC, I don't really see them making that much damage towards Navi at all. Kinguin have always been a bit of an upset team, I think. They have some skill. They have the skill, for sure, to maybe give North a decent game, I think.
Yeah, upset potential is definitely there. We know that North have been struggling with their well, they've said they've been struggling with their CT sides, so they don't feel confident in it. So that could be an issue for them going to this match, but there's 2 clear favorites tonight.
Yeah, speaking of, well, I mean, I think my big thing with Kinguin is that we just don't see him very often, so it's hard to get excited about what they're going to put out.
In this league, really, isn't it? We don't see him at many events or kind of competing online any other place.
Exactly. Speaking of people we don't get to see too often, it's going to be Mitch over at the stand-up spot.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. Once again, you guys should be heading over towards our social media platforms and check them out. Facebook.com/ESLCS and at Twitter @ESLCS. As Moses has already explained, tonight is a little bit more about the bottom of the bunch in terms of our standings. LDLC and Kinguin are both fighting right now to climb out of the potential relegation zone. First, we'll have a look at LDLC, who currently sit in 13th position. They come off a recent high note, winning against Virtus Pro 2-0 last week. However, the Wolves will be facing Navi, our current top standing team, which will be an uphill battle for sure. Kinguin, on the other hand, has already slowly started to come back from a string of losses mid-March. Starting in April, the team was able to finally claim victory, winning the Hellcase Cup. And since then, they've had a reasonable performance, including a big win against Envious last week. Should Kinguin overcome North and LDLC lose both of their matches, these boys could very well save themselves from potential elimination from the ESL Pro League. And don't discount their chances. While North does claim more wins in the grand scheme of things, they have noted some failing in their CT-sided performances as of late, albeit that loss was to FaZe Clan, so read into that what you will. Our first map tonight is Overpass, and for it, Rush has put together another pro tip that perhaps even LDLC could put to some good use.
Hey Future Pros, I'm passing on a smoke for overpass for y'all today. This is a fairly open smoke, so I'd suggest only using it when a CT smoke is blocking your movements. When the smoke is used, bank will be completely covered. Now for the how-to. Step 1, find this line and get close. Step 2, aim at the top of this radio tower. Step 3, mouse 1. Easy as that.
Those pieces are really starting to loosen up. I don't think I can ever handle hearing that little southern y'all again.
What was
Rush, like with his accent as well.
Where do you think Rush is from?
Isn't he from the UK?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like
Thank
it
you.
otherwise.
I thought that was a trick question. I thought it was a trick question.
No, but he doesn't sound British, really, does he?
Well, it doesn't sound southern either, so, I mean, it's just confusing all over the place.
Maybe he's both.
Maybe he is both. That would be an interesting twist. M. Night Shyamalan. Let's check out the maps. I mean, we thought it would be interesting to take a look at the maps that have been played this season and how frequently each one is played.
Nuke.
Yeah, Nuke is up there. We've seen a lot of Nuke. Obviously, Dust 2 and Red is the map that was taken out. Inferno's right in the middle. That's the new map that came in, so maybe that gets a little bit more playtime if it's in for the whole season.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we've mentioned a couple times, Cash just feels like it's very underplayed. Anything surprising stick out to you guys?
A lot of teams kind of, I guess they don't like Cash as a whole. There's a few teams that come out and said they don't really like playing it. It's certainly a difficult map to grasp, especially on the CT side, and that doesn't operate well with some playstyles, I guess. Nuke, I'm surprised that is the #1, but it does feel like we're casting it a lot in this league so far. I couldn't really tell you a reason behind that. Chad, do you have any insights to why Nuke is so popular these days?
It just shows the way the meta moves, right? When you're playing best of ones like we have here, they're getting vetoed down to more middle ground maps. But when you're at LAN, you're in best of 3 situations, you usually have a perma ban that's usually taken out, and you're seeing more diverse maps. And I think potentially the Pro League could be a good proving ground or a good chance for a lot of teams to work on their Nuke, maybe to bring other maps into their pool, bring it up to scratch for future tournaments. But to see Keish and Mirage have such a huge, like it's not really that big, you know, it's only like 5 less games from Mirage there, but they usually some of the most played maps, right? So it's just weird to see them down that end of the scale.
Yeah, not going to see either of those maps in this first series. It's going to be Overpass Cobble for LDLC and Na'Vi. But I mean, let's start getting into these teams. I mean, what about your boy? I mean, here's a question for you. Where's Alex from?
He's was born in England.
But he is like a French citizen. Like, how does that work?
He's got a British passport, but he's lived in France most of his life.
Do you know, we call LDLC a French team.
I don't think they have only like
one French player.
Yeah, they're just some weird mix of people.
Yeah, it's accurate. Well done.
What makes it weird?
I don't know. The nationalities involved.
Naturally. Yeah, but they are going to be taking on Na'Vi, and this is the team that's at the top of the league. We talked about we constantly talk about how much skill is on this squad. What chances do LDLC actually have?
Well, they have been proving themselves to be a decent team. I think this league's been really good for them to kind of find themselves after getting Maniac in. He's actually been performing very well. I think we've said that every time they've been playing. Alex has also looked very good, as you mentioned him as well. I think it's just been good for them to kind of get some things together, the strategies there. It's more like a boot camp for them overall, right? To kind of get themselves ready for events and get experience against top teams in actual competitive environments. So I don't think they'll actually make much of it in on Na'Vi. They might be able to sneak in a close game. I don't see them taking a map here. Cobble would be their only chance, I think. They have to be very strategic, and Na'Vi have always struggled on their CT side of Cobble, so maybe they've got a chance there to actually cause a bit of an upset. Who knows?
Yeah, I can agree with that. That would be the one chance I'd see them having in this. But if Simple turns up and plays like he did last night, they're not going to have any chance at all, because he was on fire in the 2 games we saw last night out of him. The story tonight is, I guess it's, you know, we have teams who are looking pretty for the finals, and we have teams who are really fighting right now for not staying away from that last spot, and then probably still having to play in relegation if they can avoid that last spot. So these teams, this seems weird, right? For these lower end teams, it actually is much more important for them to stay in Pro League than it may be for some of the higher end teams in Pro League, because for these guys to get better, they need to make sure they're constantly playing against top tier opponents in a competitive format, which they're not getting invited to the ESL 1 Colognes. They're not going to be at all those big events like that. They have to grind out and grind through tournaments like this one. And that's the only way that they're going to get a springboard or a chance to improve themselves, or maybe impress as individuals or as a team, get an invite to maybe a DreamHack Open down the line and things like that. So for them to perform well in this league and make sure they stay in it for next season is actually very important, and maybe even more important for some of these lower teams, like I said, than the higher teams.
Part of this resurgence from LDLC, I mean, we talked at the beginning of the season that not really, I mean, surprising wasn't the right word, but just kind of playing above where we thought they would be. I mean, that hasn't held true throughout the entirety of the season, but part of that has been Maniac. Maniac coming back into this team has been great.
One of the players I didn't think had any chance coming back into the professional scene at all. After Titan finished,
And we were with him on the analyst desk in San Jose. I remember we were just like, stick to the analysis. It's fun times.
I said, look how easy this life is. Well, we don't have to practice. There's no stress. We just turn up and talk about Counter-Strike. Chad knows it's a much easier life, isn't it?
Yeah, you get a burrito.
You get burritos, play some games, and just come and talk about CS. No, in all seriousness, the thing is, like, after Titan finished, I didn't rate him much as a player back then. And after he finished his playing career, I thought, okay, analyst stuff. He's a very smart guy, very eloquent as well. He'd do a great and install a role, and I thought he was going to stick with it. Then he went to the coaches envious, and I thought, okay, his playing days are definitely over. But you could tell he wasn't happy there, and he actually wanted to be back playing. I said to him, please, Matthew, don't do it. It's not worth it. And I was wrong, because he's come back and he's looking great, better than ever. So that's actually fantastic for him.
Yep. Playing can be easier than being an analyst or a coach, I would say, because the amount of Counter-Strike you have to... Force is a weird way to put it, but you have to take in so much Counter-Strike when you're an analyst or a coach, I'd say, because that's all you do. You watch, right? You don't. Maybe you can come in the server and invent some smokes and stuff, but you just have to have a massive library and a massive knowledge base. So maybe he didn't like that side of things.
Well, he also came into envious just after they won Cluj. He came in like a few months after that when they hit that kind of slump. Yeah. Probably the worst time to be an analyst or a coach for a team after they're like in disarray and everything's going wrong for them. And obviously you join and everyone's going to look at you saying, aren't you supposed to be helping this team? It actually got worse since you joined. It's going to be very stressful for him. Yeah, it's great money and it's probably not that stressful. I think he wasn't given that much freedom to actually work with Happy. I think they just said, oh, look, you do the analyst stuff, you're not actually being involved within the team itself. You're not calling for us or anything like that. It's before the Valve coaching rules came in, obviously. So I just don't think he was happy there and he was hungry to come back in. And yeah, it's actually... They're not setting the world on fire, but they're getting some decent results and getting better and better. They beat Virtus Pro, 2-0? It's not really saying much, you know, after what we've seen in Pro League so far.
Yeah, what we saw last night, that's not too impressive,
yeah, shocking. I'm not really sure what's going on there. I don't think anyone does, but still, that's a big result for them to pick up.
Can I run with that thread, or are we...
You absolutely can. No, we're actually ahead of schedule for once.
Lovely.
That's which is kind of cool, but obviously the players aren't ready for it.
Hank, if someone came to you tomorrow from China and said, hey, I want you to come play in my Chinese league that's going to start up when Perfect World drops the game. Yeah. And they want you to be a player, and they're going to offer you $100,000 a year. Okay. US.
Is that all?
Well, you can do other things. You're going to be a superstar in China. You're going to be a superstar in China because you're Caucasian.
Okay.
And you get to play again.
Yeah.
Would you do it? Jason, you can also be
this is the route of a lot of retired Premier League footballers do. You think players like I think Frank Lampard gave it a go, and Steven Gerrard went to America and stuff like that. The idea was that you can go there, make a load of money, and you kind of you're not a big name anymore, but you're making so much cash out there. I don't think I would do it. I don't think I'd want to live in Asia playing low-level CS for no recognition really. Yeah, the money sounds quite good and it's quite fun, but I don't know. That wouldn't be for me. Was that something you've been offered, Chad?
No, it hasn't. I do it.
I don't know why we're settling for 100,000 in this.
That's what I'm thinking.
If
it was like 300K,
and as well, Beijing, the pollution, the smog, I wouldn't want to,
All right, let's say 300,000.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, now we're getting there. Now we can have a decent conversation about this.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the team. Yeah, do they speak English with me? Is that going to work?
Don't need to. You just play.
I'm just there.
You just
to play. Just a name coming in.
Yeah,
to
play. You're on the adverts and stuff. You're selling different peripherals.
Yeah, you're doing some of those crazy Asian commercials.
Yeah, you're selling it to me.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I think that'd be fun.
Cool. So if any Asian organizations are out there, or Chinese per se, and they want,
you can get all three of us for the low cost of $900,000.
The only export we've had going towards China so far is Rambo, I think. He went to Korea, right?
What's his name? DSN, right?
DSN, that's right.
Is it with Boot or one of those?
I'm not sure which one it is. Yeah. But they're both former 1.6 legends, as we say, coaching those Asian teams. And actually, Rambo's team MVP project we just saw in the Star Series, and they looked pretty good, all things considered.
It's an Australian. It's called Zen League.
Yeah,
it's a Southeast Asian and Australian event.
They've qualified for Sydney as well, I think I saw.
No,
something. That's what it was. Okay,
the final will be in Australia.
Oh, there we go. That's what I saw.
That's where the confusion came in.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go.
We got that straightened out pretty nicely.
That's nice. Where to next, Jason?
Yeah, where to next?
I can see
my driving this car ahead. Oh my God, they're winding down. Better go with something quick. We do have I think it's another minute and a half.
Okay,
2 minutes or so. Yeah, we'll get away from the $300,000 and living in China.
Okay.
Do you want me to do a little bit of map-specific analysis, maybe?
Yeah, we can do some maps. You have some map-specific analysis?
LDLC are going to need to contain the CT side aggression from Na'Vi if they want to have any chance. I can see the disrespect coming out.
There'll be a lot of disrespect.
Yeah, it's going to be quite aggressive players. I could see the way that Simple played last night. I assume that will be more amplified this evening because when you play a team that you don't consider as good as you make a few more risks, and that's how you get the multi-frags and the cool clips.
Yeah, T side for LDLC, I think, just purely focus on the strategy side of it. Wait for the initial regression to come in, go for the set pieces after a while. I think that's going to be the best way. I think solid defaults, like a lot of teams present on Overpass, is trying to go towards bathrooms and long. I don't think it's going to work out too well for them. Just hold up, wait for the pushes, and kind of get together.
We've seen since Navi started getting over some of their problems with their CT sides, it has been based on aggression. It's almost like, instead of just sitting back and waiting, getting picked apart and out-rotated, just push up, especially on overpass. We know they like to be aggressive towards bathrooms.
It's easier said than done, for sure, saying, just wait for them to push and then kill them. Like that's going to happen. And against Guardian, he's hitting absolutely everything right now.
It sounds good. See, that's the kind of coaching that they could use.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just say, guys, don't die. I'm just going to say, just don't die.
That's what you did with NIP at StarLadder.
And look how well that went.
Yeah. Still about 30 seconds to a minute, so feel free to chime in with something, Chad.
Oh.
Wow.
You like that? There was a bus coming, and I jumped out of the way.
Yeah, maybe give us a quick summary of how you've enjoyed your hosting gig, Jason.
Well, here's something that is going to be enjoyable. We can actually put up, ESL Australia tweeted something out about that you translated some Australian saying. So I want to see you
tried to flip this one, didn't I?
I would like to see you use all of these in a sentence.
Henry was saying Guardians are hitting all the shots. I would say, well, fair dinkum, mate.
I'm going to say it's 4:20 today, so let's go for a smoko.
And I'll say, yeah, we'll...
That's not bad.
The server's not on there. The server's another one, but we could head down the server and grab a pack of ciggies.
All right. Matt's not on the desk. Perhaps he chucked a sickie?
A sickie, yeah. A sickie is a good one. When you have them allowed, you have to take them. It's your right as an Australian to take sick days. If you don't take them, there's something wrong with you.
That is a brilliant right. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, no, everyone can take a sick day. If you're sick, you take a sick day.
No, but we don't take it when you're sick.
Oh, right. You didn't state that.
Well, it said it on the graphic.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking. So what? The graphic specifically said, take a sick day when you're not sick?
No, Henry's written down notes for the solitaire devs.
It said call in sick because profanity work.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else that you didn't put on the list that you wanted
to Jason, do you have any idea about what time is? 30 seconds was over.
Listen,
about
I'm just passing on what I've been told. I cannot control these things.
So
I'm not a wizard.
Have we been told what the delay is?
No.
Okay, well, let's just assume
it's players. Let's just assume it's players.
As long as we can put the blame on someone else, the American
way. We were actually ready to go. We were on point today.
Yeah, and it's all fallen apart.
Speaking of points.
This is what you get. This is why we can't have nice things.
Speaking of points.
Oh, are we gonna go to the fantasy league? I've actually been jumped up. If we can get production to throw the.
No, I'm not there yet.
Not there yet. Okay, definitely don't do it yet.
Yeah, don't whatever. Oh, close that tab as well. Close that tab.
Wow. All right.
Gone wild.
All right,
that's pretty good. All right, now
I'm at F11.
Now we're ready. If you can put his screen up, that's a fantasy standings.
Jesus.
I've actually been jumped by Cartman.
Am I lost?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You are still lost. Yeah, you are.
As long as I don't finish last, I'll be okay.
My strategy of online North American players has not gone well.
No.
I thought they had some good games. I was looking at the stats
you've
last
plummeted.
night. Yeah, I have dropped a little bit. I feel like I haven't updated properly.
Wait, didn't you pick onliners and they haven't performed?
No, actually, they performed pretty admirably. Peter had a very good game last night. Shazam had a couple good games. I was very proud of that. Kusta had a good game in there.
Cool.
Yeah, but the points aren't coming my way, I guess.
Have a look at London Mint. They've got some real interesting strategy coming out this week. So, who have we got going on here?
Well, Guardian, he played all right.
Yeah, does it say the points I got? So, six.
Yeah,
so basically, I was going with Shazam, Sean, and Sick because they're playing against Winterfox. I thought they're going to have like 400 ping.
Well, they all went positive.
Might get some points there.
That's the same strategy I went for. I didn't pick Sean, though. I picked Sick and Shazam.
Okay.
Robs, that's a nice little pick up there.
He only got 2 points, though, from what I can see.
Yeah, they didn't have a fantastic...
no, it wasn't great.
I wouldn't say he lit up the scoreboard or anything.
There.
Well, you win some, you lose some, Jason. You know that. Try your best.
Yeah, you do.
I feel like Lauren and I, it's a two-horse race right now.
It really is. You guys have really pulled away down the stretch. That's not bad. I'm actually pretty impressed. I don't know how Lauren got to this point where she's had such a solid lead throughout the majority of the season.
Because she's great.
Is what she said.
Wow. Modest,
I don't know
as
if
well.
I believe that.
Very modest.
Yeah.
Simple
definitely
30
humble.
points. Oh my god.
Yeah, but we all had Simple.
I didn't. I had Shazam.
Well, this is why you're at the bottom of the scoreboard, isn't it? We're starting to find some problems.
This is where tonight Magic's Boy comes into his own. He drops 40 frags per map, and I skyrocket into first place and take the trophy.
Yeah, that's a dream and a half. Really selling us a dream on that Magic's Boy.
What if we do a plug for Bay Area Burrito here in Cologne? If you want to head down.
Bay Area Burrito. What's the burrito of the month, boys?
Chipotle Crunch.
What does that involve?
It involves chicken, chipotle mayo,
The chips.
Crushed up inside it.
So it's got a bit of a crunch to it.
Bit of a crunch. What's called the crunch.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's
I haven't had one of those yet, actually.
We should show them this when we go in tomorrow and get a free burrito.
We'll try our best.
Yeah, I like that idea. That's really cool.
You're not here, Jason. What are you doing for the weekend?
I'm flying out to San Francisco.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's out there?
You know, a lot of things. Twitch office.
Oh, friends, what's he up to there?
Yeah, nothing. Don't worry about it.
We're on YouTube right now, Jason, so if you can refrain from mentioning that company ever again.
I'll do my best. I mean, this is why you don't ask me these kinds of questions, you know, on a desk segment.
Okay.
It's a little, there is a bust there. But yeah, so still waiting on some players. Let's move into something about, let's talk about CS Summit.
Oh, okay. We can talk about them. Yeah, that event is a more casual style event. Like our desk is very professional. Theirs is much more laid back.
Yeah. Everything we've done today has been professional.
They don't make any jokes. Sorry, we don't make any jokes. They make all of the jokes.
Yeah.
But
I've actually seen some of their jokes that they made today. I watched a little bit of the desk segment.
What kind of jokes are they throwing out there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was Yanko jokes mostly, so it gets a bit edgy. Yeah.
We can bring up my screen again if you want to look at the teams who are at this event.
Why don't we don't do predictions on the desk. It's been established that we don't do predictions for Pro League matches.
But we're clutching at straws.
But let's everybody just pick one team you think is going to win this event.
The Scroke
the entire event?
The entire event.
What format are they using?
It's double elimination best of 3 bracket.
Okay.
Which is a pretty nice format.
I think I'm going to go with...
Take your time.
Come on, Hank, it's not that hard.
Yeah, good lord.
It's quite difficult.
You think it's just like a middle of the pack kind of?
I think this is the event where SK kind of get back into form and they show us that they're still a top team and they can compete. And
I
win
already
an event
predicted
like this.
them, so you have to pick someone else.
Oh, did you say SK?
Yeah, I said the Scroke Commandos.
Oh, well, I think. Well, no, I'm still allowed to pick the same one.
They haven't called that like in like 10 years, but I like it. Good throwback.
I'll take Liquid then.
God bless.
Wow,
he's done that.
What about Cloud9?
He's trying to show me up. I think he's trying to pick an NA team.
Bit of swag in there.
That's true. Swag is playing.
Swag is playing. That'll be interesting to watch.
What about that? What do you think about that, Jason?
What can you say about that? I like it.
Who couldn't attend? I haven't.
Skadoodle.
So, is this the kind of medical thing still going on?
I am assuming it's for the medical.
Right. So Swag's back.
Swag's back in town for a weekend. He's apparently been grinding pretty hard in the rank S.
You got any intel?
I can tell you from when I was competing, when I was playing against Swag, when he was in, you know, before the incident, and even in some of the rank S afterwards. He's one of those players that like. You always knew was just he had like such weird movement in the way he moved in gunfights that like it was just very uncomfortable to go against that. And he was always a player that just made you feel like you just weren't going to win no matter what happened.
That was a nice little history. I meant more in the sense as has been practicing with the team. Has there any chance?
Oh no, I think it's just been grinding FPL.
Yeah,
okay. That was nice though. Yeah. I like your little segments you have.
Did you enjoy that?
Rolling back the years with Jason, Moses, O'Toole, and you go back in time.
It's one of the benefits of being an analyst and a host. Is you know, it's like we have 3 analysts up here.
Yeah, and 3 hosts.
And 3 hosts. Yeah, you guys do a phenomenal job of really driving the ship home.
Wow, what was that?
Yellow card, I reckon. Yellow card.
Commissioner over there. Yeah. We also have Austin coming up next week.
Yes, we do.
Let's do a prediction for that one. That one's going to be easy, though.
I haven't seen anything on that.
I have a sense that we're all going to pick the same team to win that.
You said G2.
Yeah, I said G2.
Yeah.
Who else is going to be there apart from them?
Exactly.
No, it's Cloud9, Liquid is going to be there, Immortals, Luminosity. Okay. So the group is Immortals, G2, Cloud9, and Liquid.
That's a G2
and then
logo.
Gambit, Heroic, Hellraisers, and Immortals.
Yeah, that's just a G2 stomping, isn't it?
G2 all over, you think?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be a stomping.
They won't drop a map though.
The whole event.
No. Do you want to make it interesting?
Pie bet?
Yeah.
No, pie bets are done.
Pie bets are done.
I'm fed up with these stupid pie bets that Anders never follows through on.
Empty pie bets.
Empty pie bets. That was all Anders. That I do need to say that.
He did bring a pie to the event.
I do need to say that. He did actually bring a pie to the event. I was supposed to get pied for a bet we made in like October.
He came over to me, he goes on the first day, he goes, Henry, come over here. Got something to show you. He opens up a cupboard. There's massive cream pies in there.
And your eyes lit up.
I was like, yes. And this is happening. We're doing it again. My favorite thing in the world is coming back one more time. And he just didn't do it. What was that?
What do you imagine being so lazy that you don't even hit your colleague with a pie? What do you think about that?
And you owe him a pie, and you know you can make a fantastic splash on the internet.
It's done with that now.
It's done with
now.
Yeah.
It's officially over.
Are you the commissioner of pies?
No, but he is right.
I think my experience has put me in the best position to be the commissioner of pies.
It's definitely the creamiest. So
yeah, exactly.
So I think you're right there.
But no, I mean, we've had enough. I can't go to every single event this year with a pie hanging over my head.
Well, we have got a show match, I believe, coming up in Sydney potentially. So maybe get more
yeah, but
pies
we've
out.
already decided to put a laptop on that, as you so eloquently
Dallas.
put.
Is it?
It's in Dallas.
Dallas.
So
Okay, we're doing
Dallas,
that.
yeah.
All right,
Hopefully,
cool.
potentially. I have gotten word, this was actually 2 minutes ago, but we were having such a good convo. There is a player restarting his computer.
Okay.
Well, that's fine.
Obviously,
I
don't think he has an SSD.
Why don't we go like kind of podcast mode? You choose as a topic.
I've got the topic.
Go on.
Jason, build me your dream North American team right now.
Go.
Oh God, off the top of my
You've
head.
got 30 seconds.
I like Stu. I like Automatic.
Yes.
I'll take a Liege. I'll put a Liege in there.
Nice.
Need an Opera. Don't have one of those. Stanislaw, just because I think he's the most impressive in-game leader so far, and just as an Opera. Kusta. My boy Kusta. How could I forget about him? We're gonna send it over to Uber and Pansy.
Gotta say, big shout out to the boys. That was a solid 25-minute segment on there as well. I mean, you can't even get them really in the same room for that amount of time as it is. So,
well, that's why you're the commissioner.
I am the commissioner.
You have to kind of keep them apart mostly, keep them tamed down.
Yeah, I've given out so many red cards today, I think I've run out of them, so I probably need to get them back and then redistribute them. But we're going to be on to Overpass. Okay, Na'Vi, Overpass. Most seasoned fans probably don't need to hear much more than that, but Lauren, if they're not, what do they need to hear about this matchup outside of what we heard from the desk already?
Just don't play them on there. Just
don't do it.
Don't do it. Really bad idea, isn't it?
Let's talk about this CT aggression though. What do we often see? What are the patterns for Na'Vi that we often sort of see them go for on that CT side?
It's just, you know, simple Unchained, right? And then you get Guardian as well. They've got a lot. That's the problem. It's not just like you get your one player. It's something that I guess you could look at North when they play a little bit. Magic Sport is one of those like hyper-aggressive players. He'll be the one kind of pushing all the way up, you know, beyond Fountain, almost right in towards the playground on the CT side, especially on this map. He has the support from KGB there, etc., but it's predominantly him. Whereas on Na'Vi, it seems that a lot of players can find those aggressive routes on this, and they are, you know, it's like a stranglehold on the other team. Now, credit to LDLC. This is something that, as much as, yeah, the storyline here is that it's a very one-sided matchup, you know, from top to bottom. LDLC fighting for their life to stay in this. But I've got to give credit where it's due. You look at last season, the Pro League, and I think it was season 4, you know, the bottom two teams, this felt like, you know, they were the easy farm teams, whereas LDLC
like
and
Penta
Kinguin...
flip side, or...
Correct. And it's like LDLC and, you know, obviously Kinguin have been putting up so much more of an interesting matchup. But anyway, we can focus it on that at another point. This is very unique from LDLC. Going for that big stack towards underpass. 3 players put themselves here, and it's a perfect play towards where Na'Vi are currently. They're also in underpass, so this could be a bit brutal.
And they're starting on the CT side, LDLC, that is. We won't see a Na'Vi's patented CT stuff yet, but Flamey hoping to open with some patented aggression, and 20 didn't stand a chance. The surround is here, but Na'Vi doesn't really seem to care. There was one player hiding in the corner, Alex getting himself 2, still alive somehow, and the bombs dropped at his feet. Flamey is going to be forced to challenge this one out. It was all going so well for Na'Vi until Alex got involved.
No. What was that, Flamey? No. That was horrific.
Well, he shit the bed, didn't he, Lauren?
Yes, absolutely. That's the phrasing I wish I could have gone for, but opted out of. Guardian, not sure how he did. What just happened that round? Can we just...
Alex got 3 kills.
Yeah,
and
Alex,
then Misty was, I think, playing from above as well. So
I'm just very impressed that worked out, because it looked like once Simple had kind of cleaned up the first bit of the combination of the crossfire, it was like, okay, this is, you know, steamrolled, it's over, it's done, they're pushing through, they won't be pinched in by this. Alex finding more there, that was the kind of surprise factor, I guess, that there were 3 players in toward underpass, so it kind of caught them off, but still very impressive. And a clean round here from Na'Vi, no buy-up at all. They didn't get the bomb plant in the first, so this is quite an interesting little look for them.
One thing I kind of find very interesting about Na'Vi is that the CT side is more aggressive in many cases early than their T side is. They'll play this one fairly slow. They really like to try and bait out of a little bit of aggression from CT-sided teams and force them into situations where they're giving up free kills. But it's going to be much harder endeavour in this round, as Na'Vi have opted not to force in round 2. You know, not often you see this at the moment. Normally it's, you know, we force some pistols and even like a UMP if you can find it, but this is it.
And the thing is, it's exceedingly good. You know, you see the amount of times that whether it be complaint or not, 4 spies work out. So it's not like it's completely, you know, unviable. So this is quite an interesting one. Flamey's going to find Alex. That's always good. But you don't expect much out of these rounds. If you're going to get anything, it might be a bomb plant. It might be a kill. And so far they found a kill. Bomb's nowhere to be seen. So, you know, it was all but a ruse to try and get that player maybe working into Monster, fake it out a bit. Just see what you can do. But it's building into this round. We're going to see what Na'Vi can afford. So 3.3, this could be Galil's UMPs. they got the rifles. They did do a lot of damage on the first one, but basically what this entails is they have limited amounts of utility. Now, Cease is going to bear the burden of everything. He's got the molly, he's got the smoke, flash, and a nade. Got another nade and one other flash. Beyond that, that's it. So this is a very well and very heavily invested round. I'm going to keep eyes on Cease, see what he does with this one. So he's going to be mollying down towards short. That's where that molly's gone already. He's only got the UMP, but I just want to see what they're going to do with this, because there's already aggression from LDLC, straight pushing towards Monta. I really like that, not allowing the T-side to just keep things under covers at all. Twanu's now split them out at A long as well, so they're all going to kind of adjust accordingly, and this so far is a perfect read from LDLC.
I love that. They know that they, Na'Vi want to go short while they've got a Molotov op and set up there, but LDLC push aggressively out and catch them as they try and transition into that part of the map. So now Na'Vi pretty much going to be set up here over towards the toilet block. There's some smoke here. Simple's going to pass just by Twanu very briefly. Neither he nor Alex know.
No, it's mostly focused down towards long, but Twanu can play this off quite nicely. Alex adjusting better than Simple, something I didn't expect to be saying here, but now both these players should be able to keep control of this just because the bomb's on long, but a bit of a wide step out there. Guardian stays alive, but it's a 1v3, and sure, he can be a bit of a wizard sometimes, but he doesn't have that patented AWP in his hand, nor does he have any utility to deny any of the angles he's going to have to face. He
is, however, one of the few AWPers that is very proficient with a rifle. I mean, they're all professional players, but Guardian specifically has some very nice stats when he's using an AK or an M4. However, the odds are stacked against him. That's to be sure of. Going to go hunting for Mistu here as well. He knows if he can deal with someone who's embedded here close by the bank. If he can get rid of that player, he doesn't have to worry about his back so much.
It's a really deep angle for Guardian to check. He did have a little look towards that side, but just didn't expect Mistu to be standing there. And a nice little after not after plan, but in those clutch situations where you're in that 1v3, very disciplined positioning. No one going hunting, just kind of holding the angles that kind of deny any sort of accessibility towards that bomb or going on the longer flank. So really nice stuff from LDLC, keeping control of that round. That was the big kind of threat. That was the bit of a worry. And I guess if you're Na'Vi, you're testing the waters, right? In theory, they are pretty safe within this Pro League. LDLC, however, are fighting, tooth and nail for pretty much every round they're going to get, because this could be the chance to get off from that bottom position and getting to, away from auto-relegation.
And this is just a symptom, actually, of Na'Vi opting to save the second round and then sort of force quite heavily in the third, is that now they're down 3 rounds, still haven't got one up, and they're forced to go for pistols and armor only on 2 of their players. So there's a case to be made for forcing round 2 and then sort of taking the third out and then buying on the fourth, but that's just a matter of discussion at this point. But Na'Vi, you can see this slow play, looking for an opening. Even on a gun round, they will play like this.
See, this is the thing, though. It does get a little bit scary for LDLC just because they are on those full, everyone's got a rifle, so you don't want to lose anyone here. And we know what Na'Vi are like when they do get deagles. We know especially what Guardian and Simple can do on those. Not discrediting anyone else specifically, but those two do seem to shine a little brighter than the others. But Simple this time only with a PT-50, but you want to keep every rifle up. Everything else gets a little bit costly. Only one to be found so far. Almost recoverable, but not too easily so. You can see Alex being very attentive towards it to ensure that no one can grab it. And now it's just Edward left in the 1v4. And after that dink, not to be standing much longer. 4 alive, not too bad. Twanu there to be the one to contain most. And he can now drop out that M4 towards existence and get an AWP towards himself. So might be seeing that one coming through. And we'll see the challenger on the other side, which is Guardian. No armor towards him, but truly a god tier player on that weapon on this map.
And no surprise to see the glass cannon come out from Guardian here. As Na'Vi otherwise probably wouldn't have enough money to do it until perhaps even around 7 or 8. So the sooner the better if you're Na'Vi, especially with how much they want to play around Guardian. Now, will we see anything aggressive early from LDLC? Typically so far in this game, they've actually sort of kept to themselves and turtled up a little bit. They know what Na'Vi's like. They know they like to feed off of that kind of play. The impetus of CT-sided teams to try and get an early advantage.
Here's that little battle we want. I wanted to see. Guardian playing up towards long. Twanu's there. I think Guardian's waiting on the flash in. There it is. Twanu needs to back off the angle now. Needs to be careful to not step too wide to the left.
Could hug a wall.
If Guardian had gone for that wide peek, he may have seen something. But it has forced back Twanu and giving over some sort of control of this map, some sort of real estate, some sort of play to begin now for the T side, which they were looking for. And you can see Guardian still aware there could be someone around, maybe now reading, okay, the flash probably pushed him off. Let's see how far down we're going to get here. Don't know if he saw him then running over by the APC. It might have just shown on the radar because he's gone back for a peek, spots him out, spots him again. Going to hold the angle down, just going to commit to this. And now you can see short aggression coming out from LDLC as well. Let's look towards Mistu and Maniac very swiftly. So as soon as they're feeling pressure towards A, they want to find something to be able to either quick rotate or just ensure that, okay, yeah, it's the A push, we can now get bodies here. Twanu's so aggressive though.
Yeah, it's about confirmation, and now LDLC know that Na'Vi are essentially committed to this part of the map. It's interesting to see them go aggressive on it, but Twanu finds C's, he peeks out above the incandescence. And now it's going to be Evan and Simple trying to bring things back, but no, it's comfortable. It's LDLC easing into this round, and Alex finds himself Matchday to play from behind.
Yeah, the quick rotate coming out then from the 2B players who pushed up short was so good at cutting them off so swiftly as well, just causing favorable trades towards LDLC in the end. So fine to reinvest in this round. They'll be perfectly well set for LDLC, and this is upset potential. This is kind of worrying times. If you're Na'Vi, sure, you got you know, absolute vastness of depth here to go to, so they shouldn't be worried, but this is a very good start for LDLC confidence-wise, and I'm looking at something that looks like a change up here. It could be a fast play up short, just because the flash is being set by Guardian. He's putting them down, it could just be work off that. Edward's already up there. Flamey and Simple did get flashed up, though, so they're a little bit delayed, but good kills coming in for Na'Vi, and they're making their impact on the side.
Yeah, it's a low economy buy for Na'Vi, but they're making it work pretty well for themselves so far. The Deagle of Guardian already finding 2 kills in this round. It's going to be on Matchday and Twanu now to hold. Seized has the bomb sitting right in that back corner, very low on HP. A wayward grenade would take his life, but LDLC have no HEs at the moment. Have to do it the old-fashioned way.
If Twanu had hit that shot, there was a chance he could have caught Seized then, and that would just cause more and more issues, but doesn't. Now he needs to consider, okay, they can now utilize the other side. This could be a bit of a fake, just kind of like ease out and then come back in so you get 2v1. At the moment, Matchday is the one still standing towards his site. You have seen that Twanu's gone, and actually at the moment, you're seeing Seized being like the lamb to the slaughter. He's all but a bait. That kill being picked up is to try and force the rotate out, and it's done it. Really nicely done from Na'Vi. Very cerebral play to that round, and completely throwing LDLC through a loop. They have no idea what's going on now.
Yeah, Na'Vi made the best of a bad situation, but Simple needs to still complete the round. You can get boosted up on towards that platform, but Simple's just going to try and sit here, play a bit of an odd off angle, force a correction from LDLC. Even Matchday going for the wallbang there. Twanu steps out, Matchday as well. There are situations that we do see Simple win out. In many cases, but not this time. Matchday to salvage the round. Going to go for that defuse and not bothering to take the AWP actually into the next round. They've got enough money.
He should be able to run back and grab it, I think, as well. Yeah, it'll be fine if he doesn't mess up somehow.
Oh, yeah.
There we go, no worries.
A little bit fine.
So, all in all, I love the way Na'Vi played that round, to be fair. Simple put himself in a position where, unless LDLC made a mistake playing back into that site, you know, maybe grouping up too easily or, you know, giving him a chance to get those 2 kills for free, they were going to play that retake off well, and it was always going to go in their favor. But still, I like the way they set it up, putting Seized out there, just, you know, lamb to the slaughter, walking himself up towards A, knowing that if he sets off that alarm, there's no getting around it. But anyway, again, I think we're seeing that Edward smoke. We're going to see the Edward smoke on the CT side. I'm wondering if that was actually utilized by LDLC.
Yeah, it's like the easier throw to get a monster smoke, isn't it?
This is nice, though. Look at this. Completely almost left open B site, and everyone else playing for the aggression, the control through underpass, through short. So this is very different from LDLC. Another new look. You know, Existence may be certainly at work here.
Yeah, Maniac could be caught out of this one, though. If he, yeah, don't know what that was about. Don't know what that was about. Either way, Simple comes through from Connector, so this is retake for LDLC. They're sort of more than happy to give a plant to enable them to establish some pretty dominant positions, but no one's worked into Monster yet. LDLC actually pretty much stacking from short at this stage.
And if you posture towards this, you've got to imagine this is a possibility. So I'm wondering what this retake's about. They've got a lot of utility and a lot of room to work. But Guardian, we know what he can do from that spot. We remember Alex screaming about it. But so far, it's Maniac. 2 kills back-to-back. Now the next challenge, Seized over an ABC. Now getting a challenge out by Existence. Nicely done. But Flamey's still a problem. His position yet goes unchecked. But Twanu will push in towards it. 5-7 in hand's all you need, and 4 players stand for this. Great retake from LDLC. I was a little worried. You know, it felt like I'd given a lot of time for Na'Vi. He had set up these really good positions to hold off the retake, but no. I'm loving this approach, this I don't know, posturing from LDLC. I like the variation. I like the aggression. I like the good reads. They are in such a good spot here, and sure, you can say 2 teams in very different positions mentally. You've got Na'Vi, who are pretty secure now in the Pro League, you know, sitting top 2. You know, this is time to maybe experiment, try new things. You know, you're not too worried about your overpass overall. You're pretty comfy. Maybe this isn't their biggest, highest focus game. Whereas LDLC, it's everything. It's us staying in the Pro League. It's us getting a chance to not get relegated and have a, you know, fight for our survival rather than being automatically put out of this. So 2 very different teams in 2 very different positions.
And I'm enjoying watching LDLC actually identify a few distinct tells from Na'Vi. For example, the early short Molotov that we see from that T side. Now, when LDLC see that, they go, okay, well, we know they're going to try and take control. Connector, we know they want to work through short. So they put a player aggressively in towards the CT side of Monster on their B side and actually be able to, you know, pick up a kill from there. And in that round we just saw as Maniac pushed past it, he saw that there wasn't actually a Molotov there to short at all. So he was able to push through there and establish a little bit of a flanking route, lets him set up on short when Simple tries to burst through from connector, he gets caught out. And then LDLC kind of get to play like a T-side would against a turtling CT when they just play for a bit of a retake scenario. They can work the way in from the bomb site and know that they have superior positioning because they've already spent half the round erecting that.
It's mad, isn't it, though, to look at this? First it was VP having one of those games, and now we're seeing Na'Vi? Surely not, right? Surely not on overpass.
Well, the problem is a loss here is not as devastating for Na'Vi as it was for Virtus Pro yesterday.
Absolutely not.
They're atop of the tables. They might slide slightly, but they're looking like qualifying.
So let's see if there's anything unique here from LDLC that at least I can spot. Way different positioning. A lot more eyes towards, Monster. You've got Miz2 playing from the side of Monster, watching short. This is Na'Vi. This could be the Astralis piece almost, you know what I mean? This is very molly heavy, very set piece heavy. It kind of forces people like Maniac to want to go aggressive. Nice flash in though. Maniac's back his turn. Gets completely caught by it now. Miz2's all alone, but isolates the bomb. This is big from him. He's going to deny at least one side of the approach, but you can see how well set that whole piece was from Na'Vi. That B site is theirs, and the retake is almost, I don't want to say impossible, but it's quite tough here considering how well positioned these guys are. You've already got Simple playing over by Short. He's going to have a little look around. That could already catch out Existence. See if not Twanu can find anything. Yeah,
Existence gets caught out by Simple there. He was waiting towards the short part of the map, and it will be Na'Vi sitting on this. A little bit more of a spring to the step for Na'Vi in this round, and even a little bit more, outside of the nice flash execution, but a little bit more of a standard push contact play on towards B works out.
I like it. I like it a lot. Now, I don't know if that's like a one-for-one Astralis hit. And we say the Astralis hit, a lot of teams have that B hit, but it was just, I think Chad did one of his episodes where, one of those moments on the desk where he broke down every piece of it, and it looked somewhat similar, but it could be the Na'Vi's take on it, how they like to do it. It didn't seem as molly heavy, it seemed a lot more smoke focus. You could see there was almost two smokes towards that CT side, one ABC, one CT, and then smoke towards upper, molly towards barrels. It was a really nice piece overall, but it seems that Na'Vi have had to go to this. It was like, at the start it felt like, all right, we're Na'Vi, it's fine, we're good, we can depend on just running them down, but they have forced Na'Vi to play quote-unquote respectful, right? They've force them down into it. It's
funny, by respectful, it's almost as if it means that Na'Vi actually have to go with a bit more aggression or to be a little bit more proactive in taking map control and pushing sites, playing for contact, but this round they slow it down again. So the pace now is reduced. No AWP for Na'Vi in the mix here, so not necessarily playing for a pick into a site. What can Miz2 hear from this position?
I'm wondering if anyone saw him cross.
Oh, he's got a crossfire here as well from short, so this could be quite nice. However, Miz2 doesn't have protection from the play in Monster.
It's a horrible angle to play. They're going to see your feet as well. Timing is going to be huge. He's going to be able to find one there. And you saw the crossfire that you highlighted coming to play from Maniac. He's going to fall back from that. And even finding those 2 kills actually could cost Na'Vi a lot. They can't do that same piece they did before. They can try and find bits of it to pull together, but there's always going to be missing some sort of aspect. So one smoke goes in. One molly to follow. Let's see what Na'Vi can salvage from this round. 3 players to make the hit towards the site. And while they've got players, that's one thing they do have is firepower. Flamey and Guardian going to come up with it, and Twanu now in a bit of an unfavorable position, but maybe he can fight his way out of this.
Playing up close with an AWP, definitely not really where you want to be in these situations. And Existence has very quickly tried to make his way over to the side, but he runs headfirst into Guardian. He tries to make his way through from connector, but Twanu puts a bit of damage down. However, it's not going to be that simple. It's Flamey to clean him up, and Na'Vi take 2 clean Angels to wrest control of the round back in their favor and just walk onto the bomb site the old-fashioned way.
Well, they've finally broken down LDLC's money. Now, this is the one thing you'd always say, is that Na'Vi have a lot to go to on this map in comparison to what you'd imagine LDLC have. You'd imagine that Na'Vi have several looks they can always find if required, but right now, they found enough to keep LDLC's money away from them. So for LDLC, all right, how do we approach? It seems that those B hits are looking pretty spicy for them. Might have to consider that when we go into the next buy, but for now, it's Na'Vi taking long control, working through towards filtering their way through, and Twanu's going to probably spot this out and call for support pretty soon.
LDLC have stacked the B side here, so it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Na'Vi mixing it up, knowing that LDLC's economy probably isn't burgeoning at this stage. Go for something a little bit different. And, well, they're not sparing any expense in terms of utility expunged over towards this site. You can see they'll lay it down now. 3 smokes are there. Molotov even. open and just a HE thrown in towards the bank, and now Edward and Flamey are going to step forward here. They're going to face a lot of opposition. That's a little bit of a dangerous position to play up against Pistols, and Edward forced to go for the spray down, but Existence has managed to get himself an AK. In the process, 3 kills for LDLC, and Simple and Guardian have to give this one a respectful distance, but the bomb at least is down.
Yeah, they've just been put on notice. Simple's still up for the challenge. I don't like that, Simple. He finds one, but he's going to leave Guardian the 1v2, and there's a Molly and Twanu that can deny an angle, and Twanu's going to have to defend this as best he can, but Guardian finds the shot, but he doesn't expect that Mistu's doing this, and that is unbelievable. Guardian's just been outdone by sheer timing alone, and the full defuse comes out. Sure, why not, Mistu? Just run into it, but it doesn't matter. LDLC pull off the round, and Na'Vi over-aggressive, going for fights that you didn't necessarily need to do, and this full-on 10-second defuse. Jesus.
Yeah, and that smoke was very, very important that LDLC actually had brought a little bit into the round. They probably salvaged some utility from the fallen Na'Vi players as they picked them up through bank. But it's quite possible as well that the firefight also may have obscured the sound of that defuse even coming through, or even the pluming of said smoke. So there's a few reasons why Guardian probably didn't think that that was real, but it messed up.
This is the fast cat piece that we saw before. Now, he's flashed in from Guardian, so he can play solo through Monster, and you see the 3 players working up quickly through short. Now, this time it's not worked out too well. Last time they did manage to catch out, I think it was whoever was on Monster joining Mistu before. They have managed to salvage it back with quick trades coming out, but now Existence just walks in a little bit ahead of where he thought maybe he could get to. I'm not too sure.
Alex got caught out as well, to be honest. Ran headlong into 2 Na'Vi players, I think one after another. Twanu got a struggle there. That was a very interesting round. Na'Vi, again, still, out of their 3 rounds they won, 2 of them have been fast cat plays that have worked out, but have always been messy. You saw Guardian actually playing in front of Flamey or Seized, if I'm not mistaken, through Monster, and forced into a position where he'd have to no-scope his opponent. He had the backup. There was a refrag there, but it's an interesting way of putting the AWP to use.
All right.
Or not to use, for that matter.
It seems that Na'Vi can't win around unless they go B. That's it so far. Right? That's the...
Can't even win against Pistols on A.
Yeah. They should be fine this round, but they should have been fine the round, well,
considering that LDLC initially stacked B in that round as well.
Yep, here we go again. Twanu's going to probably get the same information as before, unless Na'Vi adjust something here. Guardian, Flamey, and Edward over towards Long. And Twanu...
He needs the information. He can't just be satisfied with seeing one flash.
He's going to at least get... He's going to see either radar or he saw enough, because there was 3 players out by the rock. He's going to back off. And now if you're LDLC, you said, all right, they did this last time, but will they actually commit to it again? Or are they going to do something different? Will they then go through underpass and head back towards B? Maybe why they're not rotating instantly towards this until Twanu says, all right, no, they are literally at my door. Please send over some help. But
still not.
he's holding his nerve, and I think that's because Na'Vi are waiting to hear rotates as well. But that's the big go signal. Na'Vi now going to just plow on through, get the bodies up on Long, the 2 players as well who are on towards short, which was Simple and Seized, go in there as well. LDLC are locked out this time. They don't get the easy play back in. Edward holds a bit of more angle than before them charging into bank like he did last time.
It's interesting how adamant LDLC were that something was still going to be afoot at B. I can understand that your Guardian's presence alone is not enough to single a full hit on that A site. But again, like you mentioned, even if you don't see the players yourself, the radar will show up and there's multiple of them. Maniac gets a kill in that round, but LDLC will still maintain a 4-round lead. This time Na'Vi has some success against Pistols over on the A site, but they took far less risks. They hadn't pushed nearly as far as bank. In fact, Edward sat back and held an angle, I believe, from Long, or at least the exit from the toilets. Was able to gun down the players from LDLC as they pushed in through smoke.
And now I'm curious as to what LDLC come up with to... well, as their answer to those B hits. This has got to be their timeout. No disputing that. I doubt that Na'Vi would need it.
And look, I think this is all well and good to see them with a strong CT side, but I'm definitely much more concerned about their T side. I think their T side, even on maps...
They need the buffer hit.
Even on maps like Inferno, where we actually see some really strong T sides, of course, given the difficulty in rotating that map. LDLC actually really crumbled on their T side against Fnatic as well. I think it might just be a little bit of a weaker part of their play. We'll see if that Existence-esque strategy is able to play them to any favour on that T side, but we know what Na'Vi plays like on the CT. It's very different.
Now, the things that worked for LDLC to hinder that Na'Vi approach towards B was aggression elsewhere on the map. But then you always kind of had that worrying moment in your head going, what if Na'Vi switch up, though? What if they play passive by Fountain this round? What if they, have a focus towards underpass and they just pinch us out if, we get caught? It is quite difficult. But then again, you can't always just sit there and, imagine that the opponent's going to have the perfect read on what you're going to do as well. So I just, this round coming in for me is all eyes on LDLC. You've got a great mind for CS in Existence here who should be able to fashion some sort of answer towards this. But then again, most teams do have that B hit in their pockets for a reason. It's incredibly hard to deal with. You know, this is what happens to maps as well when you have incredibly open skyboxes. It allows you these kind of very, very ingenious and very creative plays that can completely clear out sites. You know, a lot of maps don't necessarily have that as accessible as that one is.
Inferno, for example.
Inferno will allow you, you know, that sort of hit on, let's say, B. You can put the mollies down to that sort of position. You can do the same sort of smoke approach. Not many of the others allow a T-side so much access with Molotovs, smokes, and everything else. You can always argue there's a lot with smokes coming in, but even on maps like, okay, so for example, Mirage T-side, going A, you still aren't able to hit that many mollies to clear out every angle of the site. You can put one towards dark once you've already exited ramp.
You can still do nice things like smoke and connector from the A side.
Smokes are fine. It's the combination of a smoke and a molly piece that works together well. There's very few moments you get as incredible coverage as you can towards the B site on this map. So you can see why so many teams have that in their back pockets, because it's so hard to handle. As a CT, you have no safety anymore. You get smoked out completely, or you try and stay in to take the fight, and by that point, you're going to be completely mollied out, flashed out, and then the fight begins. You're like, well, we are already on the back foot by default. Now, they're going to have a slight buy in this one, LDLC, not too much to work with.
Still double pistol they've been forced onto.
They've got a bit of armor and a couple of flashes and smoke, so it's more about just reading into what they can maybe get away. That'd be cool.
And what's Navi's read on this?
Well, sit back and wait, see if there's something quirky coming out, if there's some sort of, you know, idea. And this is why Edward's boosted up, is just keeping eyes on, are they going aggressive somewhere? Are they trying to get guns away? Are they stacking? Can we get an early inclination as to what LDLC are up to?
So far, very little information has been gained. There was a flash to long there from Edward earlier on, and that didn't really seem to have a huge purpose, except perhaps just misdirection. That was a smoke in towards the toilet block. So the main area's been smoked out there. Na'Vi going down in towards Connect. You can see some pre-fire here, just because if they think they're going up against pistols, they really don't want to get pinned in a part like that first pistol round. We saw Alex get 3 kills just purely because he sat in the corner. This dude can't see Simple. There's no aperture on that particular side of the doorway. And Simple's trying to get a little bit of information about the presence at short via the vent in that top right. Na'Vi with 3 players on long here. So Edward's definitely blazing a trail now through the map, just trying to get a little bit of information. There's actually a smoke at the edge of long, and, well,
Simple.
It's not gone as well as he would have liked.
No, but this is a quick read from LDLC. They're actually reading this nicely. There are 2 players going through underpass now, but 20 should be able to spread it out. They're going to at least stack the right side. That's the main thing. I don't know if it's going to change anything, just purely because, you know, better weapons, better everything.
And a good crossfire between Flamey and Edward there. Very, very hard for LDLC to try and play 2v1 against single riflers for Na'Vi on the side, and Mistu only with 8 points of HP, so it was unlikely he was going to be able to stand up to Flamey in that case, and he's Maniac on his own, often the lurker for LDLC. It's kind of the style he's described as the one he likes to play, and it's worked out against C so far. He's even got armor to boot, but Guardian receives him with the AWP. The information was there, and the kill was there for the taking as well. Na'Vi have clinched back 5 rounds. It was a very slow start for the CIS team, but LDLC already have 8.5. They're going to come out at halftime in the lead regardless. But again, that second half is going to be more interesting, but we still have a few rounds here to play. 2 more in the half. AWPs for Guardian and 20.
All right, this is the round that I'm curious about, is how do they find a way to deal with that B hit? But Na'Vi aren't doing it, and it's a triple stack underpass for Na'Vi, a double stack for LDLC. They're going to do the boost, I can imagine. Or are they? No,
they just stand shoulder to shoulder here.
Oh, this is really
It's because of the way that the angle develops as you move around.
So the calls could be coming out from Mistu and Maniac. They'll be saying, all right, they're not doing the same, you know, fast hit. That's not coming through.
This could hurt.
Get yourself ready. Simple Splash is actually not very good. Existence, perfectly fine. Now he sees Flamey. Existence backs away. That would outplay in Alex. They weren't expecting from the same angle, but they are pinched. There's players going through by party, and Mistu and Maniac just can't rotate. They're still stuck in by seized. So they're going to try and get there as quick as they can, but right now this is very difficult. Na'Vi are heading towards A, and they've got a free bomb site for now.
Great flash from Existence. That was really nicely played. Just through the vent in the upper side of the wall, the same one we saw Simple gazing through the last round. Lets him turn that situation into a high percentage one for him. Bombs down. There's 2 players in the vicinity for LDLC, and Existence is on the long walk around. So just a little bit of time needs to be made. There's kits on 2 players for LDLC, so they can play a little bit with this, but that's 1 dropped. Edward finds Maniac early. Misty wants to challenge. Guardian comes in over the top, though, from the green bin with the AWP. Now a lot of pressure on Existence, and Guardian turns around to receive. Now Na'Vi is starting to wake up. A little bit of a spring to their step.
Yeah, that early round felt like that could have been LDLC's, but no, Na'Vi just... That's Guardian for you, though, wasn't it? It's just like he just kind of swings favor no matter where it should be sitting. So, good stuff from Na'Vi in the end. You felt that kind of connector brawl that went down could have been a little bit better for them, but a couple of the flashes not working out. But then Cease positioning then kind of denied quick rotates from the B players, which really, really slowed down the process of being able to control the A hit. But anyway, into this one, again, LDLC just kind of hitting the brick wall, whereas Na'Vi have really brought themselves back into this. And you raised the point earlier, it's all about LDLC and their T side. Do they have anything that can really handle what Na'Vi have on their CTs, which I think we're going to find out probably is a no, but still a 1-for-1 trade out to begin with. Not ideal, but Maniac's still going.
What?
All right.
That challenge is bizarre. I mean, maybe he's hoping there's not a player sat there. He maybe wanted to upgrade his weapon as well. Super risky from him and maybe even unnecessary given the situation now. That's kind of what Na'Vi want you to do. This is what they set up for early in the round of the T side, that you will run at them like that and try and take matters into your own hands. Na'Vi love that kind of, I don't know, cocky play perhaps. Whatever Maniac was looking for, he sure as hell didn't find it.
And look how worried they are about random aggression. Guardians watching spawn, like, where are they? They haven't pushed out that far.
They're on full watch for this, yeah, no doubt about it. Don't want those microaggressions, Lauren.
No.
Just little bits of play forward from LDLC. In fact, they've been very restrained so far in this particular half. It's just that one there from Maniac may have cost him. That autonomous brain of CS players sometimes, where they do want to go off and see what they can create or make a play. Na'Vi wanted to try and make a play and then make one of their own, but Alex tried. He got 2 kills. But Guardian shuts him down, and that sets the tone for the next half, Lauren. There's 1 round in it. LDLC started off very well, but Na'Vi woke up, they found their feet. This is their map. This is their match to lose, ultimately, when you look at the statistics. So let's see what the second half has as Na'Vi moves on to their patented CT side. It's first place on the ESL Pro League ladder versus 13th. LDLC trying to avoid relegation, or at least automatic relegation at this stage, and so far put up a good showing against Na'Vi in the first half. It's 8 rounds for the Wolves, but Na'Vi managed to come back and get themselves to 7 to make it a pretty tight affair at the half.
They seem to have woken up the beast, though, didn't they? They pushed hard enough, and then you got Na'Vi to actually push back. And they did it in some style. It was a little aggressive, to say the least. And
that one play was probably the most questionable we've seen from an otherwise pretty solid half from LDLC.
Yeah, no, they certainly had answers in the first couple of rounds. They had a great idea of how to approach it. But Na'Vi, this map for them, it's not just about their T side. It's not just about that individual firepower that they can bring, or their set pieces, or their approach. It's their CT side, and this has always been a good map for them to show it on. I'm not sure how they're going to come into this mentally. Probably, you know, a mix between being annoyed this game so close as it was, because LDLC got off to that blinding start and they had to turn it up a bit. So I want to see what happens when Na'Vi have to bring out a little bit more of a competitive game than maybe they expected. LDLC, though, I don't know. T-sides, it's not synonymous with their name. Obviously, they do have existence as one of those players who can provide a good bit of insight, but you can't force a team to play like that.
We've already seen a lot of his strengths, I think, on this CT side, or at least what he's sort of been able to put together. I kind of like how the interaction occurs when LDLC are reading the opening 5 to 15 seconds from Na'Vi. Where are the Molotovs going? What have they smoked? What can we expect from them, presence-wise? Are they going to put multiple players into Monster? Do they work in aggressively towards Connector? All those questions and more are sort of the ones that, Existence has already practiced against and sort of has a response for. But we're into the pistol round now. Na'Vi only 1 round behind, so obviously a pistol round win here will probably put them in the lead and set them on a good home stretch to close this one out. I'll just see if LDLC really have the bite to match their bark when it comes to their T side.
Yeah, and it looks like a very much all-encompassing hit towards A so far. Dinked up Guardian. Seemed like he wanted to back away, but will stand his ground for now and not for long. That's be Alex to find it and look for a follow-up. But Simple is there, and we know it's the Guardian Simple combination quite often towards this map. But Existence, lovely timing, and what a lovely desktop.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, I love it. Give it to me. It's the last day of the week, so why not mess it up a bit? Okay, so far, it's a pretty even situation here in this pistol round.
You still got it on your screen, so you can just cast the rest of it.
Okay, it's not in time with what we're seeing here, though. That's the thing. I think what we've got is the feed that's a little bit below, but we're back anyway. It's fine. We've had a couple of those today. So it's a 3v2 situation. That's the main point. LDLC looking pretty good to close this one out now. Edward's trying to find them, essentially. This has been a really weird around-the-world Glock train. I'm pretty sure they just bulldozed through the A site, the rest of LDLC, and then made their way towards the lower part of the map. And now Existence will be able to take down Edward and clean things up. I'm going to go down.
So while that happened, just a quick reminder. This is what I was discussing at the start, and I'm sure we can actually get maybe production to make a graphic about this, how different the Pro League is from last season to this one, and the new contenders we have. So round difference last season, let's say for the bottom 2 teams, was minus 111 rounds, 152 between Flipside and Penta. Those were like...
They got wrecked, basically.
Yeah, they got absolutely smashed. And at this point so far, with still games to play, the difference from the bottom 2 teams is minus 31 rounds and minus 41 rounds. You can see how differently this whole season is competitively. So it's like, in some
cases, it's, 5 times less of a round difference for our lower teams. That says a lot. It speaks volumes about how close the season's been, Lauren.
Yeah, so looking at it this way, this round, we haven't got game sound, just so you guys know in the production room. If we can get that one fixed up when you can, that'd be lovely. Just to make sure they know it. They do, so that'll be fixed up as soon as it's ready.
But we're still in game.
But we are still in game. We can have a look at what's gone down. So already we saw Edward be able to land the deagle shot towards Alex. He's going to remember that one. But Simple is waiting out, hoping someone would dare to walk down long and just gift him that opportunity and not look the right way. But LDLC yet to be committed anywhere. They're very much, taking their time, and why wouldn't you? You don't want to get caught out by those cheeky little angles. You don't want to get caught out by someone being quick on a flank. And you can see them building together now slowly. The biggest threat for me, at least in my eyes, is if Existence doesn't expect the corner. Hopefully he checks it. Otherwise, there could be trouble afoot.
We've seen some situations where this positioning has caused chaos for T-sided teams. Existence checks it immediately, though. That's nice, and it's, we expect that from him. That guy has definitely got something going on upstairs. There's no doubt about it. He actually takes down Flamey as he pressures that side, and it sees on his own. P250 desperately spraying over towards LDLC, but it's just going to come, well short of what he was hoping for there. LDLC take another round after winning that pistol here, set themselves up fairly comfortably, and do note that Na'Vi actually did buy some pistols in their second round force buy there, so they went for something. Might be able to do it again here. But again, a slow start to the second half from Na'Vi. We really won't get to see what they're made of until that first gun round comes up.
Rush wants to put on some sound here.
I don't blame him. He can't though.
No,
what do you do?
Not allowed. Just.
It's like changing your outfit when there's nowhere to hide.
Rush just gets changed in public. There it is.
Oh my good lord.
I love it. What's that in the bottom left there, Rush?
I'd love to know what that is. It looks like a
flower?
Water lily, Lauren.
I think it's a water lily.
Yeah, it's fine.
Huh. But anyway, Na'Vi this round did go for a bit of that nuke-esque thing, right? Where you just get as many nades as you can and chuck it down in one area, try and do as much damage, and maybe be able to follow it up with something else. But it didn't work out. They had a good go at it. Twanu took some damage, Existence took some damage, and I just want to see that water lily again. Rush, can we have a little...
I've been waiting for him to get 5 for so long. It's going to happen. I feel it coming. We're back to cinematic mode here. The score currently stands 11-7 for LDLC. They won the pistol round. They get to extend their lead a little further, but now we have a bye for Na'Vi. This is the much more important round. We might even have sound back as well just to join us, so couldn't have been a better time for it. Let's be honest. And now LDLC, Mainac's going to keep the MAC-10. That's super interesting decision here. And Na'Vi are a little bit low on utility.
was going to say, I don't know, where is he going to go with that? Like, he's just going to run in?
He's going to ram it up their nostril, I think.
That's one way to do it. And C's going to go for the quick little underhand flash, try and get something done, but now a swift push from LDLC through short, and that's going to catch him off. Twanu just going to do what they've been done back to them in that first half, and now C's still left out, very isolated,
Beautiful.
But he steps up to the challenge. 2 big kills back to back, completely denies what LDLC were trying to do this round. Sure, Alex is left alive, but you don't fancy him in this 1v3.
Absolutely not. Maniac couldn't do anything in that position. He obviously only had the Mac 10 to work with there. Didn't want to upgrade, and that's going to give the round to Na'Vi here. They only lose 2 players, so this is quite big for them now. It's actually going to let them bolster their, to do with a little bit more utility, but Flamey might have to go for a slightly weaker weapon here. They weren't fully built up, but still, it's their first proper look in now. And yeah, they're fine. Got smokes and mollies are plenty.
And if you're LDLC though, you know that they're fragile. Even though they, there's always a chance they win that round, you can reset them in this. So should be interesting to see how well this goes for them. Guardian, there it is. This is the aggression you want to see. He's there with Simple. Flash comes out. No one's quickly trying to chase this one down though. So he did get the tag towards Alex, but Alex still stands, limping along, but still up.
And when we talk about an aggressive CT side from Na'Vi, it's often not even more than that. That's kind of all Na'Vi really like to do. Oh, geez, Guardian, that's an interesting peek. Maybe didn't expect there to be 2 players at long, but he tagged one heading in that direction. So one has to wonder. Flash to get himself away. Molotov was thrown at him, I think.
Molly, yeah.
Nasty.
And now Simple's been waiting for a moment to strike here, and he might just have one. Alex is completely unawares. Yeah, it will ring the alarm. I guess if anyone's going to go down, you'd want it to be Alex out of the rest, just purely because he was so low already. But LDLC are kind of left a little confused as to how that went down. How do you find room to work? Maniac, you're going to be having to play back into this one. Na'Vi now have, again, the upper hand. They have a lot of players on this site, but no real step towards B just yet. Unless possibly Mistu finds something, but I can imagine they're going to ignore that and try and go for this. But Simple going to find another before going down. Massive impact this round again from that man. Just
guerrilla warfare from Na'Vi. That's the best way to describe how they like to play this CT side. First, Guardian goes forward and gets some damage to make things easy for Simple on the pickup, and then he comes forward himself. Gets in the face of LDLC. I mean, what better player to do it than Simple, should I say, really? The kind of player who's always going to look for opportunities like that and has the mechanics to back it up. Bomb loose. C's knows there's got to be another player there with him, but Existence that's actually quicker on the trigger finger. That makes it a 2v2, and LDLC have the space to get a bomb plant here. Now there's a smoke to heaven. Guardian's got to back away and try something different.
This is getting a bit worrying. Mistu's going to have the angle first. I don't know if Edward's going to see it. I don't think he did. Maybe a teammate called him out, but still finds the frag. That's big. It's down to a 1v1. Existence up against Guardian. Guardian gonna be outflanked. Nice movement around from Existence, just playing that so smartly, and he will get the AWP as well. Just pick that up for Twanu. So incredibly well handled in the end, considering how that one started out. The leg towards Alex and the aggression from Simple, then Simple finding another even while falling back to a more passive position, and there's the reset coming in. Yep. This puts Na'Vi's money in a state of flux.
That's pretty bad for Na'Vi. I think that should be pretty clear to you guys. 1850 on C's tier, so you can't buy anything at this stage. You buy below that, you lose another round, then you're just absolutely busted. Guardian, though, early aggression. We've often called the Deagle a mini AWP in some cases. Definitely has the stopping power. But he wasn't fancying hanging along without any armor to speak of. Maniac and Twanu were sitting quite far back here. You can actually see them on the X-ray. Just in case Na'Vi do try and look for early advantages. This is LDLC playing a little bit like Na'Vi, I guess you could say, hoping for a bit of early aggression. Something for nothing is definitely a great way to begin a round, especially as a T-sided team, where you want to be trading, getting more than just 1-for-1s across the map to really give yourself confidence late in the round. Alex, he's got into position from long there. He catches Guardian as he backs up, and now he can embed himself towards the bank stairs. Maniac, look at this. This is a problem for Na'Vi. They need to get through him if they want to help out and try and make a rotation. It's going to be hard. Grenade comes in, lands.
Oh, no.
Decent damage.
This could be more an analysis than I'm a pro player, but he's keeping it together. Finds Flamey, that's good. Doesn't get overwhelmed, doesn't completely fluff the lines. Eddie going to pick up a little P2 Swifty, and he can go back down to try and find it, but there is support, I think, not far off now as well. I think someone else joined him down in underpass. Yeah, Mistu's down there as well, so they're trying to eradicate all of those pesky Na'Vi players, but you know, for Na'Vi, this is, again, putting them on notice. Maniac does find him through smoke in the end, and it's just Simple praying for a life.
And he is put to bed pretty quickly there as well. And this is Na'Vi not making life any easier for themselves. They can buy here, but it's still not going to be that pretty. Evidenced by the UMP for C's, because he knows he needs to buy a little bit of utility to back the rest of his team up. Flamey sure as hell can't afford it after investing in armor and an M4. Simple really no better off being told to behave himself, get a kit, because he'd be the only one on his team with one so far. So this is Na'Vi trying to make those dollars go as far as possible. Hopefully we still get to see some of that characteristic aggression, see if they can make that work for them here and put LDLC off kilter at the start of the round.
Gets tagged, seized.
Yeah.
A little worse for wear now.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
No, LDLC, they were all lining up for that. Look at them. They were all waiting till the end of Monster. If they didn't get flashed out then as a complete team, they'd actually pretty gone off that. Now, Na'Vi need to be aware that they don't have much to play with. They've got, what, a couple of bits to put into play, but limited guns as well, a couple of UMPs on deck. This is not perfect. This is not ideal. Maybe the stack will work out, but we're going to find out right about now. LDLC make the hit, and Edward sure he finds one, but the adjustment is too much to ask for. 4 players hitting that site was just far too many.
This is Na'Vi sort of forcing up to a degree here. They had to buy UMPs in to get enough utility, and it's not worked out for them at all. Simple and Guardian at this stage of the game have no choice but to back away and hold on to their weapons, because God knows when they'll be able to buy them again if they even have enough rounds left in this match. LDLC are going to set themselves 2 rounds from winning, 1 round, of course, from that match point that'll force Na'Vi forcing for the rest of the game anyway. And this is incredible, really incredible. 13th on the ladder versus 1st on Na'Vi's arguably best map. And they're making him look like, well, not themselves.
That's a nice way to put it.
I've used up my my swear jar allowance for today. My producer has just informed me that that is in fact correct.
Well, no, I hope that this doesn't get put into a complete category of, oh, Na'Vi just aren't playing seriously, or, oh, no, you know, excuses for Na'Vi.
We need Sadikis for his cutting analysis on this one, exactly why this is happening.
Look, if, I don't know, maybe there's some skins on the line. No, I'm not even going to bother doing that sort of clickbait stuff to go on the front page of Reddit. It's just, you know, it is what it is. But I just want to ensure that...
How do you know he doesn't have a gambling website?
Stop it!
How do we know? It would be very troubling if he did.
But what I do want to say is that I don't want to discredit anything that LDLC have done. I didn't know if they had the longevity to bring it this far, if I'm honest, on their T side, but they put Na'Vi in a very, very tough predicament to work out of. Now, Na'Vi this time, they have a fair few more players that were dedicated towards the site, but Simple seem to have backed away then for a second. 4 players here for now, though. LDLC are going to make the hit. The underhand flash comes in. It's turned, but C still stood for a little bit longer than maybe he expected to. Twanu does find him with the AWP in the end, but Flamey going to put down the smoke, the molly, and isolate the T side. You can see what he's used to dealing with, but this time he does get outdone.
Missed you, though. Nice shots coming from the back of the canal here, and LDLC really turning this on. Early on in the round, it looks like they were struggling to make ground, but now Na'Vi even falling like dominoes, and this is it. Guardian goes down. No chance to save any weapons in this round. LDLC don't need a plant, and they find themselves in the ideal position to take this match away, 16-8. Na'Vi had to go for hell for leather in that last round and force into weapons. We'll have to do it again, but this is a shambolic assembly of weapons and utility.
Wow, this is weird for the old fantasy team going on right now. It doesn't matter, me and Chad have both the same players in our fantasy line, so it doesn't like upset me too much.
I tell you who's boned? Me. I had Taz in my team, and we saw what happened last night.
This is your own... Oh, that's a little bit keen. I didn't know you could actually spot that angle there. Oh, that's nice. But the other thing as well is this actually bodes well for Astralis, considering they're in that kind of battle for that 1st and 2nd position.
Is that seeding?
Yeah, it's purely for seeding. I'm pretty much almost certain no one can actually knock them out or be able to qualify. That's not the case. It's more seeding, so this could play very well into their hands now. But let's get back into the game, because it is 15-8. Again, a very shoddy buy almost from Na'Vi here, down to UMPs. No full rifle up on deck. C's even having to work with less. And LDLC, so far those B hits have been good, but this time it looks a little different from them.
Playing it slow in the early part of the round here. Perhaps the gravitas of this particular situation is not lost on LDLC. But Twanu wins out against Simple early in the round. Simple, I think, at that point had no choice but to stand and deliver. He was caught out with the AWP in front. But C's has been able to just to push a little bit more over towards the middle of the map now. We see the doors open and connected. That's an opportunity potentially later for a flank, but the cat's out in the bag in terms of his positioning. LDLC will know that there is a possibility he could wrap around, but yeah, Misty's going to catch him out there. He worked his way on towards short. Still fairly back and forth, but Na'Vi has sort of forced the turtle now towards their sites, and they're going to be pushed in here over on the B side. LDLC have made it a 3 versus 1, and Edward has to try and bail Na'Vi out of this shocking situation. Heaven is smoked up. It's Edward versus 3.
And this might be heaven, but it's feeling more like hell for Na'Vi right now. They're in that horrible position at 8-15. They've got 1 man to take on 3 remaining players in good after-plant positions here. And here we go into the breach. Edward knows he's got a challenge on his hands. He finds one. He gets contact from Mistu. He's going to take that fight, but Mistu wins it out with the Tech 9 swiftly to the head. And this is not a scoreline I expected to see.
And what a coming of age for LDLC. They talked about how they've really, refined their approach to the game, and even Existence has sort of let off a little bit on his, I guess, micromanagement of his players this season, saying it doesn't work anymore in CS. And now they've managed to take down one of the more cerebral teams in Counter-Strike. One thing I love to do after a match like this is to head over to the desk and just see what an upset like this is made up of. Moses, take it away.
Would love to know what else you enjoy doing after matches, Mitch. But that is a surprising turn of events. Did not expect that one on the desk whatsoever. Existence, early player we talk about for his tactical prowess back in the old days, back in the day, and he dropped 23 frags.
Back in the day, he used to be known for his prowess with the AWP and Source, Mr.
I felt
Jason.
I was on the wrong end of it a lot.
Yeah, I never copped it in Source.
I did. Every final of every event got a good 30 bomb against me every single time.
You've seen a fair few French baguettes in your time.
I have.
Did you actually make it to a lot of finals in Source?
Yeah,
wow.
Pretty much every event I went to,
Jason.
actually. Thank you very much for asking.
That's a yellow card.
I think it might be, actually. I was famous making top 3 every event I went to, so why don't you back off?
It was just a question.
Attacking.
I don't know why you're taking it so personally.
You know who might not be making top 3 now after that disappointing...
Who's that?
Na'Vi, they're a team right now. They're at the top of the ladder or towards the top end, but it's not secure by any means. Like, let's look at this.
Top 6 has got to be secure.
For them, no, Hank.
No?
No, there's so much moving and shaking that can go on.
Well, please elaborate.
I can't, because we need to wait till the last week where all the action happens.
So you can't possibly add anything onto that?
What he's saying is there's only like 2 wins separating first
There we
seed
go.
from 16.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So the middle ground of this pack, I would even say from NIP upwards, there's a high probability that there's a lot of movements that could happen in the next 2 weeks.
I think it's safe to say Na'Vi will be in the top 6, though, from what I can see there.
Okay, Hank.
Should put a pie on it.
Okay, would you not agree?
I would like to think so, but after what we just saw there, you have to be thinking that.
I think this is one of those games, right? They lost both pistols. They went 7-0 down in the first half. Like they couldn't really get anything together. They looked very shaky on the T side. Guardian was missing a lot of shots to kick things off. He's been in amazing form recently, but then he was kind of that game not so much. He got it together towards the end of the half. But
is this potential of where Na'Vi just did not really look at this game and say this is going to be a problem?
I was thinking that as well. In my head, when I was watching the game, I was like, okay, do you know what? They're top of the league. They didn't really have the hunger to win this one. They kind of woke up a little bit too late towards the end of the first half. They were 7-0 down. They actually brought it back to 8-7 against them. But second half was even worse for them. They only got 1 round there on the CT half. Got fully reset after losing the pistol as well. It just was a horrible showing from them overall.
I'm curious if we'd see like the same approach from Na'Vi if they were playing a higher... or a team that they would consider of higher skill or a harder opponent, right? Because they went for that second round bye with the AK. So they were well equipped for it.
That was a problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, but then they had, I think it was like either the 5th or the 6th round where they had like Galil's, AK, Deagle. They got the bomb site and then they lost the afterplan as well. But those rounds, like we did say they lost 7 rounds, but they didn't gear themselves up completely to be able to take rounds. They probably figured, we're more skilled players. We can just grab a couple of mismatched weapons and trade out and get some rounds. Then they had to turn it around and eventually just start doing those B executes, which worked well for them. Yeah. Once they got those rounds on the board, there was that mishap with Mistu sitting the defuse, guarding the 2v1.
That was nice.
That should never have happened like that.
Well, I guess the thing is, you just don't expect after your teammate goes down as a 1v1, you just assume he's getting off the bomb. Yeah. He's taking a bit of a gamble there, right? He's got the AWP. If he goes in, he's got the advantage of the angle. He can't see the bomb. He's just hoping he hasn't got a kit. He's not got a full diffuser. Yeah. He's expecting me to come in. So he definitely is a blunder in terms of the way they lost the round against the pistols, but still, the situation is quite forgiving for Guardian, I guess, in that respect.
Well, the map wasn't forgiving overall. Na'Vi perhaps biting off a little bit more than they could chew. We'll see if they can bounce back. If they can take Kabul, which this test predicted would be the more difficult map for Na'Vi to take, they'll have to try and do it when we return.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back again to the ESL Pro League. One more map between Na'Vi and LDLC. Surprisingly, the pseudo-French team that we consider French, but not really French, they take map 1 and overpass 16-8.
Who would have thought that coming? That was kind of a shocker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Moving on the Cobble as well. We said that was the map they could potentially upset on as well.
Yeah, well, overpass looked good, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah, it was a team effort on that map. Everyone contributed when they needed to. It's not like anybody just stood up and carried, really, did they?
They're a little more assertive than I thought. I kind of speculated they'd be kind of resorting to set pieces and strategies. They weren't really doing that at all. They're actually just going out and actually brawling and taking gun duels and actually winning them.
Handling business, I believe, how they phrase it.
Yeah, I think that's what you call it, yeah. It's good.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, you could.
I follow a lot of these players on Twitter, and, you know, they've been tweeting in most recent times that they didn't do too well at Copenhagen Games. I don't even think they got out of, like, the...
Well, they weren't in the final, were they?
No, they didn't get very deep in that tournament at all. They had some very disappointing
There
losses.
seems to be a trend of this team, because I remember at the MDL finals last season, Existence tweeting out, you know, this team has so much potential, we just never reach it. And we're very up and down. So that's kind of the sentiment of the tweets after Copenhagen.
Sure.
I think it's like the brand of Counter-Strike that they try and play, whereas today they were more like assertive, and you could argue that's looser, you know, because people are making more, I guess, instinctual plays.
I think that's the way CSGO has evolved as a game. Like, if you're looking back to a Source when it was very set-piece orientated, is getting smokes down, going as a team, and everything's very rigid in terms of the strategies you're approaching with, right? And that's the school of Counter-Strike Existence comes from, and he's tried to develop that in CSGO, and it's worked to some extent. Like, Tides was a very up-and-down team as well. And going into this one, I think he's tried to kind of have a hybrid of that style, but ultimately now I think you have to be running looser Counter-Strike to be a top team these days. You have to be quite dynamic and be able to play on the fly. And I think that's something they need to kind of bring to their game, which looked like they were tonight. So that's promising, at least.
Yeah, something to build on, though, is how much homework these guys must do. Or it's not really, I guess, a lot of homework. Everybody knows that Na'Vi plays Seized as the default player outside of the backyard B area, outside of the Monster Tunnel and the Pipe. And I know Mitch and Lauren were quite harsh on Maniac when he got that UMP kill on Seized and then continued to push out like no one else could possibly be there. How deep that was in the half, and the way that Na'Vi were playing it in a relatively packed manner, the frag that he made on Seized instantly in his brain, or even from Existence or the coach, would have been he's 95% of the time there on his own. Alone. So the decision for him to push like that was one of those instinctual, either instinctual or the homework that's been done. So these guys, you know, they have the prep work down. They know what they're doing. It's just about getting them to consistently play a brand of Counter-Strike that's going to work. And the issue that I have is some teams can just be very aggressive. Sorry, Mr. Producer Man, there's no tip for this one. Well, it's for the Kinguin game.
Oh yeah, there are 2 cobbles tonight. You have a cobble clip, and it's not for this one. That's the issue, viewers, that Chad has going on in this internal dialogue that you cannot take part in.
Where my brain just looked like it exploded. It did, because I was trying to work out if I had a clip for this one.
No, I mean, let's talk about this, because I know you guys mentioned that Cobble was going to be a map that was more likely. Was that confidence in how LDLC plays it, or was that a lack of confidence in Na'Vi?
I've never been impressed with Na'Vi's Cobble. Even before Simple joined, they were rough on it. They would get wins out of it, but they weren't clean ones. It'd always be that historic thing of them getting 5 rounds on the CT half. That was their golden number they'd always aim for. And on the T side, Zeus was actually one of the players that carried them on the T side, actually got them into advantageous positions and actually winning them rounds. Guardian was always very good on this map as a whole. But ever since I've seen Simpler join, I think it's actually got worse somehow.
Yeah, we saw the double AWP strike, and they had Simple over on the B side while Guardian was over on the A side. I think now they've switched that over. Guardian is more of the stationary B AWPer, and Simple is the more roam around AWPer, which I think is the way it should be.
Sure. Yeah, and they're not forcing the double AWPs every single time now. So they'll try and aim for it eventually. If they can pick up a second one, they'll do it. But it doesn't seem like if Simple's got $4,750, he's not going to buy in the AWP straight up, which is better. That was the main problem for me, watching that over and over again. And a team which you know does that, if you're someone like Existence, right, I'm just doing set pieces towards B, I'm doing the wall of smokes every single time, isolating that solo AWPer and then denying the rotations from the other one on the other side. So that's very easy to shut down.
Yep. I'm with him.
Nice. I like it. I mean, it's kind of interesting that you brought up Zeus because actually Cobble's a map that now Gambit is very, very good on. That
Sure.
Gambit
One of
has
the
been
best in
shown
the
strong,
world,
yeah.
yeah.
And actually teams just don't play them on it. So
Well, the thing is, the old Na'Vi, that the drop-down room was an absolute nightmare for them. They tried almost every single player trying to play that position. They could never really hold it. I think it was Edward for most of the time that was giving it a go. Then Siege would have a crack at it. It just didn't work
Edward
out
does
for them.
pretty good in some of those solo positions seen on other maps as well. Either way, we're gonna get right into it. Cobble, we'll see what Na'Vi's got because LDLC's already taken map 1. Take it away, Lauren Mitch.
Thank you very much, Moses. So far tonight, amongst other things, we've learned that LDLC sure as hell ain't no water lilies. It was a great opening from them on that first map. And now Cobblestone, which is the one that they were supposed to actually have upset potential on in the first place.
No, I just want to go back to that Maniac thing as well. It's just because he randomly threw his gun and he was fighting with a USPS in that situation. So, Chad, shut up. And also,
But you know what? No, he doesn't
I took over your Battlegrounds game, Chad. Got more kills than you. I'd be upset as well.
I think me and
Say no.
Chad I'm sure Chad has many reasons to disagree with things that I've said before, but that wasn't what he was doing, Lauren. I think it's interesting to get the insight, though.
Fight me at LAN. I love you.
Do you expect Na'Vi to stack 2 players that late in the round? Probably not. I feel you on that one, 100%. It's good to hear that. Good to know as well. Sort yourself out, Lauren.
What?
Sort yourself out. We're about to get in the game.
Sassy when I play Battlegrounds.
You do get well sassy, don't you?
Oof.
Real Kino with your
I got
comms.
that 4 times on the AK. Felt pretty good. I was playing with the red dot first.
Well, we
Got
might
2
see another
players.
Krieg in this game tonight. That'll be fun.
Treat me right.
We
If you
would
haven't
love
played
our some
Battlegrounds, get on it.
dot scopes. Anyway, let's get in. Let's not mess around anymore. Na'Vi on the CT side to start with. LDLC on that T side, and Guardian's already spotted a cohort of wolves headed his way.
Yeah, Maniac at the front of this chase pretty much here, and he's going to divert off towards danger. And, well, they forced back any sort of early sort of stance towards a presence. But no, they're actually committing to this as well. That's a more imperative part, is they've got a dink towards Edward. This is quite spicy, but they still need to get to the site, and Guardian's still there. So it's not over yet, and it's not a free site, because Edward was putting up a bit of a fight there, but it's sloppy from Na'Vi. They're just not landing the shots, and LDLC get up close with the Glock somehow, and of course they're going to take the challenges that they want to. And now Simple, beautiful shot towards Alex. That's a surprise, and now it's a 1v2. He's isolated Maniac, but get him an all alone doesn't mean you're going to get the kill. So, first round on the board for LDLC.
It's funny, such a tactically inclined team as LDLC sometimes finds their greatest successes purely Glock training towards Na'Vi. In this round, it works out quite nicely. They started off getting that control, and then they just pushed it a little bit further from a long. So now it's going to be a mix of UMPs and AKs, and Na'Vi again, whew, not much in this round. They really don't like to force in the second, I guess. Oh, God. I guess it's a little bit hard if you're on that CT side.
Is this Pat or Rush? Pat? Nod? It's Pat.
Okay.
Yeah, there was too much
Pat's drawing water
artistic
lilies.
skill going on there. That's why I theorize it might be Pat. Rush got, I think it was a U in GCSE level art, which means just didn't submit any of it. Just didn't bother to turn up. Not very artistic in any way, shape or form, but somewhat of a beautiful start here for LDLC. Going to easily find Seized just out on his own for Alex. And Na'Vi stacking out B, hoping for the best.
Well, LDLC aren't committed yet. I found that first kill on towards Seized, and still respect for Na'Vi in this round. Again, Guardian's forced to step out there as well. The Molotov was dropped in behind him, but he decides to peek the left side of the box anyway, and is felled by a quick shot from Alex in the UMP. Oh, he doesn't quite see Flamey playing up close here, and it's an opportunity. There's 2 Na'Vi players stacked up in this position, but Mistu and Twanu make short work of them indeed, and Edward doesn't survive much longer. First 2 rounds pass by with minimal event here as LDLC get out in front.
Good start for LDLC and a bit of a worrying beginning for Na'Vi. Because you're sat there with your Na'Vi like, don't worry, guys, it was 1 map. It's fine.
Just 1 map, boys. I mean, you know, especially when you get statements. It was from Starix when he was still coaching, but a couple of months ago, it's like, yeah, we feel like we're friends again. Yeah, okay, look, that might be taken slightly out of context, but it definitely was alluding to the fact that there were internal, issues on this team.
Yeah.
And maybe that, could be a precursor there to some issues when things don't go the way that they wanted to. We've definitely seen on their faces before at events. So it's online CS though. They could be be drinking mojitos by the pool and playing on their laptops for all we know. But again, worth bearing in mind.
We like to start rumors, don't we? Na'Vi drinking while playing, disgraceful. No. If someone can badly Photoshop any of that happening, I'd always appreciate it.
Look, I would not take anything we say seriously, not even the casting without context stuff.
Oh, that's a keen little molly. That's a very sweaty little molly. Going down to the deeper corner now that you can sit in. behind the steps there. That was a little bit spicy. Now into the 4v4, and so far LDLC are just finding routes across this entire map. Maniac's been opening up plenty of opportunities, but Edward's still got control on long, so he's going to be able to deny at least the full A experience from LDLC. But they've still got 3 players here, and it looks a bit disjointed, but it seems to be working so far.
Maniac completely unperturbed by the flash thrown skyward by Edward. And yet another one as well. This time slows things down perhaps a little bit. Existence just dropping down Danger, thinking he might even join Maniac, but he doesn't. He's going to come back over towards A long. So Maniac's got himself quite embedded on this side there. This is quite nice. You can do a lot of work from here. It's important to point out that Maniac doesn't actually have a smoke. No one in LDLC has any utility left in the round. So now it's contact. Now they need to find these Na'Vi players and take them out while taking a minimum of casualties. And that didn't go the way for Mistu, not at all. Existence now forced to try and save his team, but Edward was there. There was a player up on top of cannons as well. I mean, Na'Vi had that one really nicely crossfired out there, sitting well back on the site, but holding their ground nonetheless.
I'm wondering what LDLC can get here. Alex is pretty low, so he might just be gifted something, or I don't know. Tuanu's got the AWP, which I guess is the interesting one. Maniac's the one who's going to suffer. Still sat on 700. Almost able to get a negative if it was actually in play. Sadly, it's not. Would have loved seeing that.
I might just play Maniac for information here.
Yeah, Alex though going pretty quick here. Nice little molly to deny any step towards the stairs, and Simple is right on the very verge of that. Got to be careful. Oh, lovely shot. That's crisp from Alex, and Simple somehow snuck his way around the back, and Existence unawares. Caught and punished.
So sick.
Beautiful work from Simple. Outstanding positioning, but being shot through smoke is just how he's handled.
That's that aggression, though, as well. I mean, quite often CT-sided players don't have a reason to find themselves up in that position, especially in between 2 players in LDLC, but it's completely unraveled them, at least in their B presence. But Maniac, I said before, he might just be playing for information, and he was sort of playing on his own for the most part, but he gets a frag. P250, not too bad at all, and now he's managed to get himself an AK and get deeper on the side here. This is going to make it a little bit harder for Guardian to challenge. It's a quick peek. You should see Maniac there as well. Finds him. No armor for him. Maniac had very little to work with in that round, but Mistu finds C's. Okay, so Guardian now sees himself still up on, well, just out of the connector. Bomb is down. What are you going to do here, Ladislav? Not a lot. Mistu's going to be able to catch him out there from a long. Another one comes up for LDLC here. Na'Vi again, a little bit of a teensy tiny reset.
From
back
Alex,
to pistols.
Simple somehow snuck it. Hello, mate.
Oh, hello, you.
I hate hearing my own voice. Thanks for that production. It's bad enough having to, you know, deal with it in this
You know why
headset.
that is, by the way?
It's something to do with you hear it differently.
Yeah, you do, because when you speak, it's conducted through your jawbone. And when you talk, it's conducted through the air, and that changes it. There you go. Makes it sound slightly different.
Sorry I put you all through that. It's not my fault. Anyway, LDLC right in towards drop. Not going to hold back on this one. A bit dangerous when you're against pistols. Kind of aborted that hit, it seems. Double nades go out. Simple. Managing to avoid the vast majority of damage somehow. They went deeper. They went to the little cubby. But he does get good info here. Even if they put up smokes and what have you, he'll be able to tell that actually there's no one here. Don't worry about it, guys. Get ready to fall back towards A. And last round when Na'Vi got the early read on this hit, they actually handled it well, but I don't think they'll be able to get that many players across to the site. Edwards made it, but the rest still kind of stuck over by Romeo Juliet, the door, you know, the cubby. Flamey with the CZ, finding Maniacs big, and now we're down to a 3v3. There's still damage to be done here, but it's Simple and Guardian to try and pull it all together for them, and Existence is having none of what they're trying to sell.
Yeah, not bad from Na'Vi in this round, working with pistols and the UMP for Guardian. They find themselves in this 1v1, and Existence, he's got to deliver here. But will Guardian expect this? Yeah, he's definitely entertaining the possibility that Existence has snuck past. And now he voluntarily gives up further information by taking what he feels will be a stronger position to flank through Danger. Now, Existence is, again, he's got to suspect this, but he can't really have any idea. Now, if he leaves this bomb, this would be really spicy, because then Guardian is really going to have questions about where he's gone.
Where is Existence? Did he?
That's a great question. Where is he going? Connector. Bomb's still out there. Guardian has to go, Has he circled around the back of the site? He doesn't know. He has no idea where he is. 15 seconds remain, though. Oh, he gets it. Existence actually wins the spray war, just with 8 points of health. Guardian was there, but didn't have the ideal weapon for the job, I guess. AK still trump UMPs, if only just.
By 8 HP. That's your margin.
Well, Existence had like 40-odd HP, I think, in that fight anyway. Yeah. So even worse than that.
Don't carry on. Don't make it worse than it is. Alex and Maniac, though, Mac 10s galore, trying to build back some of that bank, and Seized just taking his time.
Mac 10, there's an extra Mac 10 purchased in that round, I think. and then dropped out for the AK, so... Well, at least I saw Maniac with one. I don't know if that was a glitch or not, so... slight waste of money. Still, you can make that back here if Alex has a big round.
And Na'Vi have only one upgraded pistol, so stackish towards B. 4-1 is actually pretty almost normal now on Cobble. Guardian just feeds himself to the Mac 10, and Alex is going to try and keep doing this, be the front of the charge.
No one else is playing back of sight for Na'Vi here. It's a good way to get in. If you're LDLC, Alex will probably still have to check his bottom left and across the statue. But it's nothing but a PT-50 and 3 UMPs to work, USPs to work with here, so. Plenty of respect from LDLC, though.
Yeah, you can see Maniac and Twani working towards A. They aren't like overly going for things, and that's really awkward, but C's does find Alex. Existence walks in, just spraying away. This is good so far, keeping it pretty clean. Doesn't matter too much that Alex goes down, but that's a bit of an annoyance. It's a bit of a nuisance to lose out on one of the rifles. So. Yeah. Beyond that, though, fine. Again, it's round-by-round stuff here for LDLC. Sure, this map isn't exactly one that sits too favourably towards Na'Vi's pocket, but still,
no,
you'd expect more against LDLC.
It used to be said that Na'Vi was sort of across the whole slew of customs as we knew them at the time. You know, your overpass, your train, your cobble, that they were exceptionally good at them, but I would say that their cobble has been the weakest of those three, especially when we really, you know, like to talk them up a lot when it comes to train and overpass. But this map has been a little bit more rocky for them so far. Excuse the pun. Smoke up, and Alex again goes first.
Now, Na'Vi don't have much utility, and I'm pretty sure LDLC should know that. Now, the swing factor for me is Guardian. How much can he do here? He is over by A still, so he's actually not going to have any impact in this initial hit. It's onto the others, and they're just sat in the smoke waiting. They haven't fallen back too much. Flamey now eventually pulls himself away from it, but in the meantime, Twanu's found C's, and now Existence goes hunting. Great bit of play from him, finding that gap in the smoke to punish Flamey for sticking around, and Twanu can deny anyone working in through drop. They've got control, and it might be save time for Na'Vi unless they get a quick kill. Yeah,
dangerous for them here. Guardian's going to play the closest of all of them. Oh, no, Existence, that's your teammate. Yeah, he had the AWP, but needs to back away. A 3-gun save for Na'Vi is necessitated by the fact they are going to be 5 rounds behind. Might be able to get a gun off Alex here. Poor man doesn't know what he's walked into, and Guardian will be more than happy to take that one away. I do like Existence, the double flash he threw out, you know, over sort of to the left of the statue as he made his way onto the bomb site. That was quite nicely done. Should be the round again. Now, Chan talked about the previous map, Lauren, as being very much a team effort for LDLC, and I think we're seeing much the same thing here. Whether this is a one-off or not, there's no question about whether this team is developed or not. And I've said this before, and Maniac wasn't even supposed to be on this team. It was supposed to be RPK initially. Existence actually didn't want to bring Maniac on this team, partially because of the behavioural issues that existed with Maniac on Titan, which he obviously admits quite openly, actually, that he didn't really think he deserved to be on that team. And when he left, he sort of eventually understood the fact that, you know, he really had to work on his mental fortitude. But, you know, even Henry counted the man out and said wouldn't see it again. But he's back. He's playing well.
Against all odds. Maybe not all odds. Just, you know, a couple. Henry G didn't rate him. It's a pretty tough challenge.
Well, I mean, you know, sometimes Henry says things that make sense. Rarely, when it comes to Worms. No.
No. That's why you're the commissioner. You got to keep tabs on that sort of stuff.
Like I said, I'm running out of yellow cards for him. He knows it too. He likes to flaunt the line. Makes it more fun when he's being a bad boy. Don't want to know why.
Oh God. There's so much to say and nothing I will. Now, it looks like LDLC are going to do somewhat of the similar hit to we saw in the last round, but Guardian this time is in the right place at possibly the right time, or depending on this one, wrong time. But there you go. Alex feels the brunt of what Guardian can bring, but he's going to try and back away. Quick flash out, tries to adjust, finds somewhere to play from. Existence unawares as to what's going on here. Guardian finds another. Big scalp to claim. Maniac going down, but now it's time for LDLC to strike back. And it's Existence right there in amongst it, doing everything he can.
It's really nice from Existence to potentially bring this round back for LDLC, but Flamey actually managed to trade up, gets himself the kill on towards Misty here, and these pistols are turning into rifles. Flamey has one. The bomb is still not planted. Twanu has to try and safely get across towards the site. He does that. Na'Vi will allow for a retake here. But has a flash. It's going to come in now. That's going to be important. Twanu can't see a lot in Existence. Needs to check it. The AWP comes out. We knew this man could wield this weapon well in previous iterations of the game. And that's a good way to relieve some pressure. He finds a second shot as well. And now it's all up to Simple to try and challenge, but it's not enough. Twanu finally finds his feet and finds the frag. Is this a repeat of our first map, Lauren? I don't know.
It's 7-1, Mitch. It's kind of looking like it is.
What is with the games that we have actually cast over the last 2 days? I mean, we had VP Heroic last night, which was, well, go look at the score. And now LDLC again with a big lead. Now, in all fairness, I believe though LDLC were 8-2 up on the CT side of the previous map. And that lead crumbled fairly quickly, made it 8-7 in the half. But they're on the T side now, and they're playing it really nicely. Great job from Existence there as well. He knew that his team were getting shut down a little bit, working on towards the big platform. Guardian made that first peek in. There was a gap between the two smokes there, and he gets the shot in. Existence comes over broken wall, challenges out Guardian by very, very quickly moving behind the statue. He knows there's still smoke where the rock is at connector, and then he uses the gap of the smoke to find a second player. Huge pressure relief for LDLC in that round. It lets them set up.
And it's weird though, isn't it? It was already kind of touched on at the desk that Copenhagen Games for them wasn't good. They lost out to North's Academy team, which is
all about Ave,
Loam and Glace and people like that. And yeah, of course, Ave being the coach for it at the moment. But they have strange results. It feels like if they play against teams...
That was a weird tournament in general. I think that was where Singularity ended up beating the mixed team of like Fnatic Godsent players.
Yeah, it was very, very strange. But it feels like if LDLC put time in towards opponents and they can actually look at what they do and it makes sense to them, they can find out ways to play it and it seems to play off better. If they don't know that, if it's not exactly someone they can research as easily, maybe they don't succeed as much. But still, it could all change here. It's still 7-1. It's not over yet. Might be soon. Edward. Got a couple of players to handle on long. 3 if Existence joins them. And the one is Twanu and Maniac about to breach the corner. Flash goes up. He's going to hear the step. He knows what's coming. Smoke goes in. And Guardian's found Twanu. Good work between the two of them there. But look at the instant response from Existence and Alex. Quickly making their way up towards Connector.
Oh, they've got so much ground here. That flash was brilliant on Guardian. Alex actually gets in the Connector purely off the back of that one. And Guardian is none the wiser. Does find Existence though. So not without their own, I guess their own wounds does LDLC get in position. And now Na'Vi still have the player advantage and they've kind of caught LDLC out.
It's more where the bomb's left. It's in Connector, which is a big issue. It means they have to either play through the tiny little window and drop or kind of just forgo it and fight your way through a site. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to claim it. And Flamey's going to add insult to injury by claiming Mistu's body. And there it is. Edward shut it down and Na'Vi get around back. And that was just good play from Guardian. If they got away with more, going through Connector then, you know, I like the quick play through the door there, and they rushed up middle. Actually wasn't a bad plan at all, but it obviously crumbled pretty quickly.
Definitely different to what we've seen from LDLC. And in these last few rounds, I do like the idea of actually making use of the fact that they know there's a presence on long A and trying to circumvent that with a quick push on towards the site. But again, that round's always a little bit risky. You're flying by the seat of your pants and having to be responsive for most of it, and sometimes that just straight up doesn't work out. Sometimes your mental bandwidth can't accommodate for the multitude of situations that could occur. LDLC try for a little bit there through the A-site connector. It was Maniac coming forward. Often you'll see him and Twanu play this, and then sometimes Twanu sort of just supports Maniac as he makes his way through. Saw him get that P250 kill a few rounds ago that really opened things up in that part of the map. But now drop room is controlled by Twanu. At least there's a Molotov there, but he manages to get over the top of it. Seas goes for the pop flash, but the smoke goes down there from Twanu. Nicely done. Got to facilitate him backing away.
Yeah, and it pretty much just now, in my eyes, depends on what those two players at A do. Do they get any information? Do they get any plays happening? Could they maybe split A? There's still so much ground to be gained on this map, and they've got 50 seconds, and Seas wants it all for himself. Mistu's going to find him. And now look for more. It's Existence winning out over by Platform 2. This might encourage the B hit to come through, and now maybe a late lurk from the players towards A. But Flamey is still on the site, and that's a problem.
Indeed it is. Existence, though, manages to deal with the aforementioned player, and Na'Vi are down to 2. The bomb is not in the hands of anyone on LDLC yet, but it'll be scooped up briefly, and now they've got good control. One issue is that they can't smoke out this connector spot, so Na'Vi are going to be allowed to push forward. A Molotov sometimes is just as good, if not better. In that case, it forced Guardian out of position. The Existence is playing a beautiful game. 4 kills for him in this round. We've just seen so many excellent moments from him in the previous rounds, whether he's picked up an AWP, whether it's some smart positioning. This guy is really looking like the whole package again. 16-5.
That's kind of insane, isn't it? I don't know. Existence is a weird one. You used to see him actually finding relative impact. We saw it when he was playing with the previous French sides. Towards the end of the tenure of that, he actually started to become a bit more of a fragger. It was kind of confusing people, like, is he meant to be doing this? But hey, if he finds form, I'm certainly not going to be upset about it.
I think, who was it saying? It was Henry. I think the whole trope of the in-game call that can't frag is a bit outdated, apparently. No,
it is, you know, it can't be a pure excuse anymore, but it certainly, you don't expect them then to be top fraggers, you know? It's like, it's the difference there. You've got to be up to scratch, but I don't expect you to be the one doing everything. But so far, Existence is finding a lot of work. Edward going to back away towards cannons, but he is 11 HP and only has a USPS. So things aren't looking too likely for the young lad. And now, Maniac going to find him, trying to push up, make the most of Alex there. Good covering, just good systematic difference. And that's a great shot there, Guardian. I like that. I like it. Just
the one player you don't want a team kill.
Nah, piss off, Simple. I want to be here.
This is my room. Okay. Slight redemption. Gets a gun. Give it to Simple. Be a bro.
I'm sorry. Take the... Oh. Guardian got a nice assist, too. That's nice. I always feel so guilty when it actually do so much damage. It shows up in the kill feed, just like...
Okay, but you can see distress there for Guardian. Now, Simple came from Connector. Now, you don't really expect LDLC to be there in that position when there was actually more of just that pure hit towards A. Yeah, I no doubt about it, but again, maybe shows some signs of stress there. It's uncharacteristic from a player like him.
If you're Na'Vi and you're 2-9, I'd be a bit stressed. I'd be a little bit annoyed about it all.
And this man is orchestrating most of that stress for Na'Vi right now. Existence continuing to frag it out. Beautiful from him. A 7-round lead for LDLC now again, and they are just continuing to dominate Na'Vi. It had to happen once this season, Lauren. It had to be an upset like this at one point.
And this is looking like the A pinch. If only encouraged by Mistu now making his way down to Connector. No challenge coming through by the window. So he's going to pull people back, but Alex still winning on platform. This is a very weird round. They're being sold like it's a B, but Guardian works it out once he hears these shots and certainly sees Maniac. Now, Existence up close. He's going to try and work on that smoke, get up as much as he can, get a bit of a play building, maybe sneak through, possibly try and get around the back of maybe Romeo Juliet. They wouldn't expect it. And they're certainly not. That's great play again from Existence. Oh, it's so follow-up. That's sublime play. Edward going to hinder the bombs approach, but by now it's a 2v1. They know where he is. He's surrounded on either front. But it's all Existence. This man is magic.
And this is not eco bashing. This is not bunny bashing against a low team. This is Na'Vi, for God's sake. Top team in the Pro League. Well, they're definitely not looking like it right now. 20 kills for Existence. It's been 12 rounds. 12 rounds, Lauren.
I don't know.
It's astonishing. And I mean, and this is ridiculous. Na'Vi now down a pistol, so LDLC looking down the barrel of having at least 11 rounds in the first half on the T side.
Best part being Season Simple just got announced for that 2v2 tournament. Hopefully they
well, Seas hasn't shot Simple yet this game, so that's
true. That's probably
sign.
why Guardian's not there, you know? Just,
that's going to be great, actually. The HTC 2v2 is coming up real soon.
Kenny, Zaz, and Giuliano, Simple, and Seized. But the only reason I talk about it is because this is a bit of an eco bash, and Alex has been doing this anyway, whether it be a gun round or not. He can just walk in, it seems, and do what he wants.
He almost, yeah, I mean, this approach for him almost reminds me of when Rubino was on Song for Dignitas and they played Cobblestone, which is a map I really enjoyed watching them on. He would just hurtle, not even on towards the platform, he'd just hurtle over the broken wall, actually, and start fragging everyone on the site. Alex is making almost as much inroads so far, though, to be honest with you, Existence has been getting most of the kill credit. That's a bit of an aggressive push from Na'Vi, hoping to try and find something. Won't get it now, just this one forward. Oh, pad my stats, he says. Give me those frags. He finds yet another one in this round. It's 2 for him already, and sees he's trying to push deep here over okay, then. Finds ahead of Twanu there with the CZ, but that's all that Na'Vi take away from this round. It's a harsh lesson and a harsh reality for them, falling 9 rounds behind the 13th place team in the ESL Pro League.
This is just, I'm going to harp back to what I said on Overpass in a way. This feels like 2 very different teams and 2 very different mentalities. I would like to say that, you know, this is LDLC purely doing this all by, you know, you could repeat this. I don't think you could repeat this matchup that many times and seeing it go out this way if the different teams are in the different mentality. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you could repeat this depending on situation.
Can I tease that out a bit? You're saying that Na'Vi are not in a good mindset here?
No.
Do you feel like...
I think they know that they're secure in this, and maybe they don't care as much about the seeding position as they should do at this point. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are being completely outdone and completely outgamed here by LDLC, because LDLC are playing a great game, but you wouldn't... maybe not.
Maniac on the lurk.
All right, cool.
Now, what does he do with that? He doesn't really do anything. They've evened up the numbers, but I think Maniac's position actually in that earlier frag, he got onto what simple, drew 2 Na'Vi players in through connector. Fortunately, Flamey's here to try and play a bit of lights out CS. It'll be about time, but he's going to be pressured heavily. Twanu takes a big tag. That was a nice position from Seized. He was ready for that one. Twanu goes down, and that's Na'Vi making their third now, heading into the last round of the half. It's a huge deficit, of course, as I've harped on about a little bit more, but Na'Vi can buy some guns in here. LDLC can as well, to a degree. All the money going to be spent here now as teams make sure they give themselves the best chance of winning the round before all that money goes away.
Oh, and what a half. This is pistol round dependent now, almost. It's just not what you want to be seeing between these two. I knew this would be a one-sided game. I thought it was going to be the other way one-sided, though. So, there we go. That's an angle. Look at that from Twanu, just up on the cart on the other side. He's having a little bit of a peek on that one. He's backed off from it now. But in case someone tried to peek above the smoke, he'd have had an even further angle than they'd expect, so they'd have to adjust, whereas he'd have the shot lined up.
Very cocky position there.
Yeah.
Prouder than a honeymooner's wang hanging out of a window, Lauren. Real proud. Edward now waiting by connector. There's smoke there, and Alex has jumped through. Well-timed flash, and he's got no chance.
That's so nice.
Now he's macabre decorations on the walls of cobblestone, so there's nothing that can be done about it. Guardian, though, quickly makes his response. And now, Na'Vi starting to move in numbers here as well. They actually at least get back in towards the connector area. We've seen Guardian play from this position before. LDLC are being gunned down 1 by 1 here. Good response. I mean, Flamey coming back in with 2. And now Mistu's on his own.
Yeah, Mistu sadly, his position was just a little bit too late to the party overall. He might be able to catch our Guardian depending on timing. Ooh, he didn't have timing, he just had aim. And now down to the 1v2. 2 kills already, but no utility. Bombs left in Na'Vi's den over by A. So he's got quite the way to go, 30 seconds to do it. Final round of the first half, so you might as well do as much as you can. Flamey is the first port of call. He's playing quite close here, not maybe an angle you'd expect, and he doesn't. It does mean that there's a small window of opportunity for Na'Vi now. Merely 4 rounds, though, is simply not enough of a buffer. If you're looking at them overall in this, you'd expect way more, even if it's Cobble. But LDLC brought a great game.
Yeah, 7 rounds to the good for the Wolves now. We'll go to half-time, and when we return, we'll see the switch up. LDLC will go to the CT side. Na'Vi have their chance to make the T side rounds count, and everyone will. LDLC are 5 rounds away from taking this game and taking it 2-0 in this series. Who would have thought it? But we'll see if it goes that way after the break. And Lauren, I almost feel like I'm back home with how upside down things have been so far tonight, at least. As LDLC are looking very, very sharp and primed to take this series away 2-0. And of course, 11-4 at half-time is a very good score. And you said it's almost pistol dependent. I mean, it is. LDLC with the pistol here, they're going to get out to a huge lead and start putting a Na'Vi in positions where they have to force every subsequent round, which is not the position you want to be in. But the buffer is slowly dwindling away for the CIS team.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what to make of this day. It just feels odd, to say the very least. It's, you know, it's. I want to hype it up, right? I wanna hype it up, but I just feel that Na'Vi aren't playing a good game to the standard I'd hoped they would. And Overpass was one thing. Cobble, I guess, is more predictable, that you could kind of imagine this happening to a degree, that there could be trouble afoot.
Okay.
But I don't know, it's just frustrating to watch them like
well,
this.
Well, that's perfectly academic for me, Lauren. I don't mind that we make this inference at all. It'd be interesting to see what the desks take on as well, because there's a lot of sort of complimentary language towards LDLC so far in this series. I definitely think they deserve it, but one does have to ask exactly what's going on in the Na'Vi engine room. But time to find out now into the pistol. Na'Vi on the T side. Yeah,
Na'Vi have to come out all guns blazing, need to start with the pistol and finish with almost every round back to back. And
get wrecked.
Spicy meatball of a shot, Simple. Not feeling so good after that one. Emistu looks for more again. Na'Vi looking a little disjointed at the moment, but do make the hits start to come together. Seized, sneaking his way in towards the corner. Oh! He's a gamer. What is that?
It's like our community plays all over again, Lauren. What is going on? Okay. Jeez, and that's just going to kill your morale as well. You feel like you can't do anything in those situations.
I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Guardian, all right, run into it. Just give him something else to work with, why not? Guardian down to 40, and it will be Twanu to close it. Not Misty that time, but what an absolute hit a couple of shots from him.
Yeah, really nice.
And that might just kind of put Na'Vi right out of this game. As much as I hate to say it, only having 4 rounds kind of puts you in a real predicament when it comes to pistols. They did manage to... Did they go on the force last time? I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure they turned one of the rounds at some point. Hold on.
Second round pistol forces have been few and far between for Na'Vi. But in the first half, no, they didn't. After they lost the pistol, and mind you, how many pistols have Na'Vi won in this series? Pretty much none. Okay, Existence plays out quite deep, and Na'Vi are going to go together here as well. Just run and gun kind of counter-strike here. But Maniac's there to receive. My God, that was a bit of an interesting start to the map. We'll get back to our point later on, I think, Lauren, here, as Na'Vi are going to get gunned down to a degree. Oh, down to 2, but it's 2 on the side of LDLC. Edward and Simple making those tech knives dance in their hands. Misty's going to be surrounded out on this one, and this is where it may be happening. Na'Vi trying to come back. Alex has the equipment to deal the killing blow here. Can't bring his guns to bear.
That was a strange start. I think you summarized it well. And Na'Vi do turn that second round. So back into this one.
Existence is 24 frags. Is that a sick game?
And that
was not what you want to see.
No, that wasn't all that pretty. They're going to force right back though. They knew that Na'Vi, I guess, down to 2 players, and why not? I guess why the hell not? Mistu, Maniac, Alex, Existence, all got armor. A little bit of utility on 2 of them. Then Twanu not going to go for the armor, just the pistol. He does eventually probably want an AWP to his hand, so that's probably as to why.
I don't even know if we saw Guardian with that. I think we did a couple rounds on the CT side, but not many. Maniac's going to be pressured here. He knows it. They'll check this corner, but he actually gets the first kill. Nicely done. The swing out with the 5-7 yields results. And look how low Simple is after that trade. It's an opening. LDLC now going to look for more, but Na'Vi now starting to switch into Na'Vi mode. Expect this aggression. Receive it now and deal with it accordingly, but still, it's a 3v3.
But look at Mistu's position as well. It's so well placed. I'm not sure if he's going to get timed on this. No, he's going to be in such a good spot. If he just ignores that player and waits for the other 2, this could be sick. Guardian goes down, and it's a one-shot and Simple. He's 2 HP. Mistu's played this so well. Now he can get the rotate in from his team, backs away from it, resets the fight, makes Na'Vi work for this kill.
The issue is he wasn't able to get any weapons back in those trades. Mistu was forced to essentially get out of there as soon as he made those kills. So there is an advantage here, but it's important to note that Alex and Existence are very low. Now, Season Simple, Simple's low himself, but they've got rifles. All that these LDLC players need on Simple is just 1 shot.
But Mistu rotated here pretty smartly. He predicted it so well. He went all the way through, dropped straight towards A, and Simple's left being completely irrelevant to at least how this round should play out in the end. 25 seconds. I don't even know if he's got enough time to get the bomb without receiving a challenge from Mistu. He'll have to risk an angle. That's the problem with this. Simple either 180s round and goes full on spin bot, or Mistu's got it, and he has. Outstanding round from that man. Again, the start of the pistol he had, the 2 shots back to back, then this. brilliant positioning, brilliant awareness, reading Na'Vi like a book, and then just shutting it in their faces.
Really coming into his own as a player this season as well. I mean, we have a couple of players in this particular team like Twanu, Mistu, and Alex who maybe haven't really had their time in the sun as top professional players, but this has been an excellent game from Mistu. Really nice. And look, credit to him for the discipline, not only the trigger discipline when he was playing in the middle, in the halls earlier on, but also to hold a passive angle on that bomb and not peek, because it still could have gone wrong. It's a player of Simple's caliber. You don't take those risks, and he didn't. 13-5. Na'Vi playing slow to open up with. There's a P90 for Edward. Last time we saw that one, it was Taz, and he got very little with it. So we'll see what the plan is. Can you tell me if there is a plan? Or do you know, can you see a plan here, Lauren?
Isn't that the question? Edward's got a P90. Mitch, I get very distracted when I see that.
Don't. Let's not go here again. You broke me
know what
last
happens
night.
to me?
No.
I love female esports, Mitch.
Okay, all right.
Any key will do.
All right.
Edward, let's go. Nice little play on the flash there. And to be fair, the thing's going to drop. It's actually fine to use. You can just spray into it. Like, as much as I am taking the mickey, it's not a terrible investment. They've split up LDLC, so it could actually work quite well. Existence is very, very integral in this.
It's vulnerable too.
We'll see how this goes. You can't really back away from the spot. That's the thing. Once you're here, you're here. So it's not necessarily one and done, but it's hard to utilize an Edward. Sadly, the P90 doesn't get off the ground. And Maniac trying to tap away with the UMP works just as well.
Great. Yeah, very controlled there. Sees, though, this is chaos now. Na'Vi is so split over the map that LDLC can't really anticipate what angle they could come from, and you can see that by Twanu pushing himself into a crossfire. Not that he knew it. But Na'Vi are bringing back the most bizarre rounds. But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter at this stage. They're winning them out at least. And they've actually got a little bit of money to work with, Lauren. So them sort of being on a, I guess, a peak in terms of, you know, their economy from saving weapons and all the rest coincides with them winning a round. So now, all rifles for them. I know they'll see a very little again, but I mean, Mistu this time has a UMP. Maniac did very good work from this position last time. I mean, the first frag and then a bit of extra damage was admirable from him. More than you expect.
Someone actually did the Photoshop by the pool. Thank you very much. Falcon.
That's brilliant.
I like it. I like it a lot. Is it PG? No.
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 Still
but
great,
I like
though.
it.
It doesn't diminish my love of it whatsoever.
It's getting the odd retweet. But Photoshop aside, the scoreline is legit. It is not fake news. It is 13-6. Na'Vi, however, had a little bit of resurgence of life here, so they could bring this one back a little bit closer.
Maniac, his position, should he choose to retain it, will likely be a one and done, as we have named it. Positions where you can get a frag, and if you're lucky too, but you're probably eventually going to go down as you are committed to the fight. Maniac will hear all this, sees the smoke being thrown across, and now LDLC starting to creep up. Will they be quick enough here? No, Maniac. It is a pre-aim towards that corner there. The crosshair was nicely located by Edward, and LDLC have been gutted before the fight's really been out to start.
Bomb down, 5 alive. This is good stuff from Na'Vi, building back into this one, keeping money up. Maybe there is a comeback afoot.
We're slowing it down nicely as well.
Why not? I want to see if LDLC can actually, you know, weather the entire storm, or if it's just, you know, that little bit of a nice moment. You know, everything seems to be working well. A couple of players feeling it. Clearly, you know, prepared for this matchup. And money-wise, they could do with a couple of guns there. Christ, Pat. Keep it together.
It's so funny how we lose the plot consistently as the season goes.
Oh, you should see the start of the season till now. Like, Alex looks very different. He's lost all his hair, very stressed.
Congenital condition,
paler.
can't do anything about it, don't bring it up.
No, very sad times. Just given up, haven't we, really?
It's been a slow decay, you know. And also, I guess, as well, we look at our friends over the Atlantic with some fantastic weather in a mansion to do CS in Lauren. Yep. And I'm surrounded by Leaf Arando bags, so...
It's a dream that we live, Mitch.
Well, I hope it's more of a simulation at this point, but it's going to be Na'Vi now to set up here. Again, bringing these rifles in, you can see a lot of that utility sort of has already been ejected early on. LDLC have really very little of their own. They've actually been really well behaved this round and not bought at all, except the P250, I think, for Maniac. I think Mistu in Existence outlasted the previous round. So LDLC being forced to, you know, make a transaction with a little bit of this buffer in rounds, just so they can buy properly and play some more lights out CS and get this one done. Na'Vi really hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, and this is so far, I think you've got to also highlight that Twanu's been very off this game, at least with the AWP, should I say. Not had much impact with what he can do. He is quite the up-and-comer. He's still pretty new to this, so it's not exactly a big deal. But to begin this one off finally, with 50 seconds remaining, it is simple to find existence. But there is a lot more players on this side, but they're clearing it well. They're being very, very, you know, thorough and diligent about going through this one. Not going to leave any stone unturned. So, buy time for LDLC. There is an AWP for Twanu, but no armor to supplement it. Now, that's maybe something that could be an issue down the line, but for now, he should be just fine. But it's been quiet for him, so hopefully we get to see a bit more action.
5 rounds in it now. Na'Vi bringing it back a little bit here as LDLC were sort of poised to run away with it after opening with a pistol round win. And they've been stopped in their tracks now, forced to play a little bit more honestly. Although it seems like they've been doing that from day dot. They've been very well drilled. And Maniac not pushing nearly as deep up into the corner this time around. Edward kind of hoping that he was. He'll still check. Maniac's having to, you know, throw some variation of positioning here. You know, we played Wood a couple of rounds ago. He has played up a little bit closer. Sometimes he's played back towards the site, gave a bit of room up. Existence wants a crossfire with him, but needs to still cast his eyes over towards underpass.
I'm not sure if Na'Vi can actually commit to this, so I'm hoping the boost comes out, Existence then frees himself up to get over towards B, because that's where the hit's coming in. The pressure does begin in drop now. The mollies come out, Seas takes a little bit of a lick of the damage, but he just blasts his way through. What is that? Mr. just gets so overwhelmed. Seized. Big kill, trying to split the sights up, but Alex bangs him out through the door, and Twanu finally gets into this one. Yeah. Opening up on Plateau, that's what you need to be seeing.
This might be Na'Vi getting stopped in their tracks after such a strong early round presence. Flamey gets through here, but there's no immediate target. Now, if Existence casts his eyes back towards Connector, he'll have him. But I don't feel like he's going to do that anytime soon.
Simple's just allowing time for Flamey to do something, maybe, but the problem is that Twanu's watching Simple's exit, so maybe not.
Flamey, I don't think Flamey can do much. Existence pushing the drop room now as well.
But they don't expect this. No one knows he's here. No one knows it's a possibility because Maniac has this under control. I don't know. You're going to start second guessing yourself as to why Simple hasn't hit or they haven't done anything and Maniac's on the rotate. So this is now the big problem. Flamey is in a very unique position, but he gets spotted. Now the game plan is known, but Simple has broken through by platform. 2 kills come in for him, but it's Existence on the long flank as well. Excuse me, Maniac on the long flank as well, keeping this one safe. And Existence already found his teammate. So it's Flamey now left in the 1v2. Bomb goes in. 5 seconds though. It's going to have to be the full plant or he's going to stand there and let the time run out. No. Flamey gets the bomb down and Existence is the first to go in. Goes in on his own,
Why one at a time? Why? Not sure why you would go for that, and Flamey finds the head of Maniac, punishes LDLC for that kind of approach. They had 2 players to work with. Ostensibly, Lauren, that's the advantage. But Flamey, just some precision work here with that M4, and Existence chose very early to push out on his own. That's another one for Sponge to explain for us, I think. Not quite sure what that's about, and LDLC throw away their chance to actually put this one under wraps.
God, that's awkward, isn't it? That's not the round you want to be seeing at all. And now LDLC, I don't know. That's strange to play it like that. I don't think it was an intention at all.
Could be communication as well. Maybe Existence thinks that his teammate is closer to the situation than he otherwise was.
Maybe.
Or he wants to push around the statue enough that it forces a crossfire, because otherwise you can just actually split the 2 up with the statue.
Yeah, could be. Na'Vi this round should be fine. They've got so much utility to clear out corners. They shouldn't be caught out by too much being put down. Maniac again going on the flank, but Na'Vi turning tail towards him. Now he's going to hear a couple of those steps coming through. Edward bunny hopping around. He's not too far off. They're aware that there's been a flank coming in quite consistently, so that's probably why they're keeping tabs on this, even if they're going to go for that slower B hit towards the end. They just have to be careful that there's a possibility that there's someone doing this. Now, the shoulder peek. That's so well handled by Edward. No idea that he was there fully, but read the situation well enough. Now, I'm going to fake out that something's going on here, but the hit's coming in.
Alex, only want to find a kill in this round, and it's probably not going to do too much to stop the momentum of Na'Vi here. Trying to play it safe and relatively collected here, but Na'Vi's starting to bring things back. Perhaps a bit of sweat starting to form on the forehead of LDLC. Threw away a golden opportunity, and this is going to be the pause to come in. Likely from LDLC, I'd say they have a chance to buy up a little bit more. Na'Vi has a lot of money. Flamey's got 13K to work with, and that's, really does speak volumes about the last 5 rounds in a row that Na'Vi have won, and not really suffered too much amongst those. There's, a couple of rounds they sort of only lost 1 or 2 players. That's really allowed them to build this bank up nicely across the team.
Well, all in all, Na'Vi will know that LDLC should be able to buy coming into this round, so that's why you know, it's not too much of a spoiler what money they have. They're well aware. They don't know exactly how much, but there will be a buy nonetheless. So it's more how do LDLC handle what Na'Vi are doing. They're not exactly known for their cobble game. It's not exactly been anything phenomenally special. There's been a lot of clutches coming out. There's been a lot of individual prowess showing in this matchup towards the end. A couple of those moments on the statue, we just saw that existence moment really just rings in my mind that I probably won't be able to forget. But 13-10, Na'Vi have brought the game back to their doorstep. This is far more competitive than what we saw on Overpass, for example, which is just strange to even say those words. Now, LDLC, you know, it's money that becomes an issue down the line here as well. If they keep getting punished by Na'Vi like this is going to be very, very problematic. I'm not sure what their next go-to is. It's very hard to change things up on this map. You know, they can't get that aggressive CT side like they had, or any of the aggression they had on Overpass at all here. It's a lot harder to pull in.
So LDLC on the previous map, which was Overpass, they had a very well-disciplined CT side. Na'Vi actually had a lot of, you know, difficulties getting to grips with them in the first place. In fact, LDLC's biggest performances earlier on was the CT side, and now it's been the Teak side on Cobblestone. It's very interesting now. Again, there's a lot of, it's tough to play CT side on this map. It's been said so many times before. It's a point that we really like to drill home. For those who don't know it, it's that it's hard to get good information on the CT side without having to invest potentially a life, if not more, in the act of getting it. And that's just too big a price to pay for many teams who often just want to try and sit back and play passively. Maybe use a loose player, a lurker, or someone who plays the small sides to go forward and play safe, shoulder peeks, look for anything. Try and get as much as they can by paying as little as they can for it. But the pause is done. There's an AWP coming back in for LDLC, and they're all bought up and ready to go. Again, Maniac will start the round here. We've seen this play out many times, this Edward versus Maniac battle of the Titans here to try and control the A side.
Yeah, deep smoke comes through. Maniac now has limited information feeding through towards A, so hard to call in when he wants maybe help there from Existence to be a little bit more attentive. Bit of presence shown there just to deny any sort of counter boost coming in towards drop. But actually, it's mostly Alex and Swanu towards platform, so those two are there. And actually, I like this. There's that CT side aggression that's hard to utilize, but we've seen it becoming more commonplace as of late. You can push up Plateau a little easier, kind of get into the face a little bit, push them back with a deep smoke. And it's kind of forced Na'Vi to play out through drop, so hopefully LDLC are aware that that's a natural response to this. But Na'Vi haven't committed to either side just yet.
Not sure if that grenade was really going where Seized intended it to. I think he hoped that it would land in Mistu's vicinity. But he comes out essentially unscathed after that one, took a bit of damage early on. So LDLC giving ground where they have to here, are not taking too much damage in the process. That bodes well for the later stages of the round. Guardian duking it out there with Twanu on B platform, doesn't find anything, and now it's Na'Vi switching. Rotate. Existence is back in behind.
Yeah, but Maniac and Mistu walked away from A, so that's another problem that could be having to be handled, because Simple and Edward are very close up, but Existence cutting off the support system that's coming in from Na'Vi. So you've got Edward on one side, Guardian on the other. Where's your attention be drawn? Well, it's got to be towards Guardian now. There's 3 players in his way. First to get out. Oh my god, Alex gets completely decked. And now it's a 1v2. Guardian, you've got the bomb just in front of you. He's fighting for this one, but Twanu took the timing. He's going to take him before he could even get close to it. And I don't know, that was a very, very strange round again.
Well, the fact that Guardian gets to switch weapons and then, you know, manage to line him up with the pistol doesn't really bode well, but thanks for that. Get us some terrorist booty up in here, that's fine. But 4 rounds to the good for LDLC. They keep themselves in this one. Na'Vi can still buy up that. It's not really an issue. The AWP is, I guess, auspiciously absent for Na'Vi here. Just AKs to coming in with, and here's these early smokes. It's
a different lineup. Nice, I like it.
Give him the screen for an early plant, perhaps, or just a good, nice little bit of contact play. But Alex is there to receive. It's traded out now. Twanu, nice flick on towards C's. The bomb goes loose over on the platform, and Flamey's already committed to the side. He can't go back and collect it. Mistu and Twanu, beautiful shutdown. 4 men still alive for LDLC. They're going to take this to match point, and Na'Vi still have the money to go, but they're going to have to share some money around.
Yeah, Flamey's going to have to be the bank that they fall back on here, dropping out plenty of weapons, and it looked like Twanu's been playing his the old Lego map, you know what I mean? He's been warming up on that bad boy. Had some endless joy on that recently.
So Existence has had a quieter half here, but Mistu's really stepped up actually in a big way.
But you look at the kills he did get, the 2 as that he
last round,
the rotate. Yeah, it's super important anyway. I don't really mind if he's quieter as long as he's still finding important frags. Now, Maniac could be in a little bit of a pickle here. I'm assuming that they're going to smoke it out or do something to this. I'm surprised it wasn't a molly, which could have been more of a problem, but now they're going to hit the site. Now, if he can find the timing on the lurk right, it's great. But Existence has taken so much damage, it now becomes a problem. The A side is quite weak here. Unless Maniac can really just tip the odds somehow. They hadn't checked danger, now they do. Edward is found so swiftly in the follow-up. That's big. Maniac, huge impact. A third! And almost a fourth. Guardian gonna deny it before it begins, but it's a 4v2, and these two players, position duly noted, maybe seized, could still be a surprise.
Regardless, a moment of individual brilliance for Maniac really lessens the tension on LDLC a little bit more in this round, and, well, I think you can see how important it is now. I think Mystery's been spotted out here. Look at this trigger discipline. Caesar seeing two players. Oh no! It all goes wrong. Existence spots him. And as a sigh of relief breathed by Mystery when Existences, well, they realise that they could have been all undone from that position. Too much trigger discipline perhaps for Na'Vi, but that's the way it goes. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. Now, we see the barrel of Twanu peeking around the corner. Guardian has to ace this round if he wants to keep his team alive in it. 39 points of health. He's pushed on towards the side, but no! It's going to be LDLC. They tie it up. It's 2-0. 13th place, or at least they were before this match, against first. And Na'Vi suffer a catastrophic capitulation here that will push them away from the top of the ladder as the rest of the teams circle like sharks.
Now, I know we normally throw this pretty quick, but I do want to see how much of a difference that's going to make to the standings. If we can ensure we look at that once we go back to the desk, because I don't think anyone expected LDLC to pick up 2 games from this. So this is massively different. I'm wondering if that actually jumps them up out of a very precarious position they were in.
Indeed, it's been quite the showing here from LDLC. Improvement across the entire season, and they're not done quite yet. Let's go over the desk, though, and get their thoughts on this one. Another upset for the Wolves.
Impressive stuff from LDLC on these 2 maps. That second one, a huge lead, and it looked like they almost were going to let it slip away, but they hold on for a 2-0 victory.
Another stellar Existence performance. Another thing, he was just about a 30 bomb there.
He's
29.
Back. He's back.
Apparently so. That
rolling back the years, literally.
Well, maybe so. That's your catchphrase. I don't want to steal it from you.
Yeah,
you know?
Please don't do that.
But yeah, more of the same from Na'Vi, as we explained. That 11-4 in the first half. Bit of a blunder for them, wasn't it? Couldn't really get going on the CT side as predicted, Chad.
A lot of blunders.
I don't understand. Look, so they did the 3rd round bye on the CT side with UMPs and, like, I think there was like 3 UMPs and a FAMAS and maybe something else thrown in there just for good luck. And they won that round.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That's great. You pulled off the meta-breaking strategy that we're currently seeing be dabbled with. That was good. That was good to see. They instantly reset, and then the same thing. You know, they went and for more force buys as well on that CT side. It's not really what you want. You need utility to be able to stop all the choke points.
Sure.
Then eventually we saw them with the guns up. They got another round, reset, and
here we are.
And here we are talking about this, and no one really knows what quite to say. Let's do this. Let's pull up the standing. Let's see exactly how far they might have slipped yet. Because I mean, obviously in that 1 seed, this only brought them down to 2nd. But I mean, now they have the potential. That's a matchup where you think maybe they could have gotten to 15 wins.
LDLC though, that might have just got them out of relegation. They were actually like 13th before 8. So
they got 6 matches left, right? There's 26 matches in a season. Am I correct? I think I am.
Ish.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So if there's 14 teams, you play 13 opponents twice.
Nicely done.
Thank you. So they still have 6 matches left. So with 6 matches left, a lot can change in there. Everyone's still kind of close. But for them, yeah, it is definitely what they needed. It's one of the biggest scalps. And if they got a 1-1, I would have been impressed. A 2-0 is huge for these guys. Yeah,
that's amazing. 2-0 versus Virtus Pro, now 2-0 versus Na'Vi. Who would have thought? LDLC, the Giant Slayers.
And you have to... It's been working on that one.
Good one,
all through that game. It's really throwing around a lot of ideas.
Got the notebook says, plenty more gold to come.
And you have to think, that's what Existence is talking about with some of their up and down performances. But either way, beautiful stuff from LDLC. 2 great wins for them, big upsets. When we return, we're going to have the second match of the evening, which is, Chad, remind me.
It is Kinguin taking on North.
Yes, it is.
Great host.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
it's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0 against Kinguin, beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, with LDLC's win against Na'Vi, Kinguin will remain at the bottom of the standings. This is a precarious position and will likely remain unchanged come May the 11th. However, by winning the Mountain Dew League, Swedish team Godsend have secured their position to replace our bottom team from the ESL Pro League. And if you'd like to know how the Mountain Dew League is giving amateurs a direct path into the ESL Pro League, head over to esea.net/MDL for all your info. And the next major Counter-Strike event coming up for us here at least is IEM Sydney. And in honour of that, we've dug through our archives to find some of the greatest plays of Intel Extreme Masters history. This is FNX playing against Fnatic at the Grand Finals of Katowice 2016.
They are grouping up right now in the mid, looking to see if they can just rush forward as a unit. Taco making sure that there's no flank coming in from long. And this is all on Luminosity now. Can they continue to hit the shots?
Good trade to start off with. JW going down for Cold Zero, and now LG, they need to move faster, otherwise their rotation is going to come in from Fnatic. There's a good push going in. FNX picking up one, all over the refrag. But FNX now a triple, and he's alone in this 1-on-2. He's finally got the bomb. Now they must have heard him, and they're going to make the rotation. But the problem is now when he plants, he can't make it out, and he's stuck in here. Just getting the bomb down. He's going to have to take the fight. There's the one shot. FNX shot. Oh, no! That's an ace in the round! In the grand finals! Unreal.
You have no idea how long it took ESL to dig through the archives all the way back to 2016. That was an intense project. Intense project.
The archives are very deep, you know, so
yeah.
The fact they started with 2016 kind of makes sense.
starting chronologically backwards.
Yeah.
I like it. Yeah. So we'll go back to 2015 next year. Either way, cool stuff from FNX. This was all well and good fun. Yeah, I mean, IEM's always had a lot of good memories going back a long way. I mean, that just kind of merely scratches the surface. Sydney now coming up, Chad. And what is the most Australian thing you're going to do when you get back to the home country?
Maybe it's something. Vegemite on toast.
Okay.
I can do that here.
You can do that here.
Is it different though? Like I always feel like if I have a cup of tea in England, it tastes different from a cup of tea in Germany.
It's the same tea?
Well, it's the same tea bags, but I think sometimes the milk is a bit different, or maybe the water is a bit different. Like
those German cows just not producing the same kind of milk.
That's what I
it's like the same part of the world here. You know, like we can fit all of you in Australia.
Okay.
So you don't really have
different
size, cows or different. Everything's kind of the same. The most Australian thing, I don't know.
It
I
is
don't
when
think
you
there
have a
is
big
one.
country.
There isn't really anything super Australian that I will be doing.
No, like wallabies or anything like that. No kangaroo boxing.
No, nothing like that. No, that's a dark part of my history.
Don't want to talk about it so much.
We don't worry about the kangaroo fighting anymore.
Well, what we do have coming up is a little bit of a fight. It's going to be Kinguin Penguins taking on North.
Did we decide if it's a lion or a wolf?
I'm pretty sure it's a lion. It's got a mane.
It's a lion.
It's got to be a
lion.
lion.
But they're from the north. I don't know if there are any lions in the north.
I know, that's the confusing part of it. Maybe it's just like a graphical
roar, you know,
effect.
like hear the roar.
Hear the roar.
Is you'd associate.
That's a good point.
Yeah, good one, Lauren.
Wolf would be a howl. It'd be hear the howl. They don't do that.
Detective Lauren.
Thanks, Chad.
Yeah, that's nice. Anyways, these two teams. Why don't we just kick it off right off the bat? If we have this clip ready, it is Cobble to start with.
Yeah, let's.
And you have a clip.
Let's go deep on this one.
Yeah, let's go real deep.
So I prepared. I think this match got cancelled, but anyway, this is an aggressive long take by Kinguin. We talk about how it's very difficult to have CT aggression on this map. They do it quite uniquely here. They use this nice smoke to cut off long in half, and then they're going to use a lot of utility to basically flush the close player out. Madger's going to go boom. He's going to explode. And they're going to use some more utility to smoke off the deep part of long and then cover the whole thing off. There's a nice Molotov, I believe they throw as well. And that basically gives them really early map presence. And this is something cool to do on the first gun round, right? Because normally you have SMGs, like we can see here, we can see an MP9, we can see a UMP. It's good to take a risk on the first go around as well because it sets you up for the rest of the half. It shows that you're willing to take these aggressive risks. The Ts have to keep that in the back of their mind. And these lower teams like Kinguin, LDLC, like we saw before, they also have a move on this map where we didn't see them do it in the game today, but there's one that they have in their arsenal where they push people through the mid doors with the smoke, and they take risks, and it's cool to see that innovation. And for these guys to break out as a top team, these gimmicks or these plays are fantastic to see. It's just the more solid style of Counter-Strike, the more just being able to hold your positions, the mid-round decisions, all that kind of stuff that they need to get better at. The strategies or the innovation is something all these guys have.
But yeah, I think that North, I guess, then is one of the teams who've kind of bridged that gap. They went from a team who was kind of quirky when they were, I guess, like more Dignitas before they had all the additions and kind of switched things around and became more solidified. They had those kind of very quirky plays. They had that very strategic element. You had a very strong in-game leader who seemed to have a good impact with his team. And then it kind of seemed to have transferred throughout to having actual stability in it. And then the addition of a couple of players down the line seemed to have kind of smoothed it further into real kind of, sustainability.
I mean, we had the conversation during the last series is, a little bit of what we're seeing out of the top teams is you have to be able to play a little bit of a looser play style, let your players make the plays they want, let them make their own decisions. You can't really micromanage. We saw it phenomenally out of LDLC in those previous two maps. Kinguin, they have a lot of individually skilled players, so you'd think you could do something along those same lines.
But you've also got to apply that to North as well, because you've got Magisk, and I think you used to highlight it on Overpass, how aggressive he could be. On occasion, he'd push up past party, you go past fountain into the playground almost. So now I know that that's actually not something they script in. It's not like something that MSL will be like, okay, this is around you, you're doing it. It's when Magisk feels it, to my understanding. KGB then helps him with it, and sometimes it can be a hindrance, sometimes it can be a help. It may not always be MSL's plan that that's going to happen, but if he feels like, no, this is what I think will work for it, then they run it. So I think it's an interesting factor that North do have that, and then Kinguin also have that explosive potential as well within their players.
We have discussed in the past about what North need to do to bridge that gap between they're a top 10 team, but to be a top 3 team, and the consistency in the way they approach the game is one of those things, right? Having that aggression from Magic's boy, Config, everybody able to contribute from time to time, have massive games. The issue is the consistency of that, and maybe they need a learning curve. They need to put players, because these players are very new to the game, right? Config and Magic, they haven't been playing Counter-Strike. Well, Magic definitely, I know for a fact, hasn't been playing Counter-Strike for a very long period of time. He could be really helped, I guess, by being put in different CT positions, maybe trying out different roles on the T side. Get these players to be more well-rounded now, sacrifice some time in this part of the year, and then maybe by the end of it, you can make a run for that top 3, right? Nobody really wants to do that, so you're just going to be very stubborn on the way that you want to approach the game.
It's hard to sacrifice the short-term
kind of
schedule that we have.
And even outside of, if we look at the specifics, just seeing these two teams on this map is actually quite fun, because in theory, I guess it's the most it's the one that they'll often go toward for both sides. It's almost their favored one. It may not always warrant the best results, depending on what tier you want to look at or any of that sort of favorability. But both of them actually really do like this map. So again, this is two teams in two very different positions, though. North just trying to stay within that kind of top 6, keep themselves relevant, get a couple of points would be great for them, solidify themselves within there and feel safe to a degree. And then, of course, on the other side, they need to just get off that bottom place.
What is that Australian saying that we had up there? It was Bloody Oath?
Bloody Oath, Cobber.
Bloody Oath, yeah. I mean, it's so weird seeing all those different teams done. I mean, Kinguin, Envy, and then I think it's Virtus Pro and NIP.
So,
here's a cool
if Kinguin win theirs, would this mean that VP go into a slot where they could actually have to play for relegations?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, I guess. I mean, we still have so many games left, and it seems like, I mean, now we've at least got some separation in terms of the teams that are fighting for playoff spots and the teams that are fighting to avoid relegation. But in those two groups, there's a lot of movement possible still. So still much more to go. On a map like Cobble, I mean, this is a map that you have to think North, even when they were Dignitas, we've seen great performances out of them. You think back to the Major when they had Virtus Pro essentially beat after one half at 13-2. They lose that, but I mean, obviously being able to do that against VP on this map just shows a level of proficiency.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things which I see a lot with the way that North approach the map is they love the cookie cutter B execute, just that standard B execute style, right? Get everybody in position, throw your set smokes, throw the flashes and molotovs, and then go in and just trade out onto that site. What I would like to see from them is a little bit more diversity, and I think we have been seeing that in more recent time in the way that they approach the map, going over to that A bomb site more. One of the things which I think is very powerful is these new jump smokes. I don't know how new they are now, but the new jump smokes to cover off the A-long near stables and the doors and just funneling your players up mid-ramp. I think that's a really good way to isolate teams like Virtus Pro who play snacks on the A-long corridor on a constant basis. Let him sit there, let him stew. He can't do anything behind those smokes, and then deal with him after you've got that bomb down and you've got the map control. Another one is we've got Kinguin, who are one of these teams who are known for the fast B executes with the jump smokes from T-spawn. So it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with these set strats.
And for me, it's eyes on Kinguin as well. We've seen that they are really, really quite creative. You see it throughout mostly the custom maps as well, especially as you're highlighting the smokes they like to do. And I'm hoping that we see maybe them even bringing out more bits, because, you know, it's back to the wall time. They actually need everything now. It's not like they can hold anything back. If they've got anything up their sleeve, if they're prepared for this, this is where you get to see it. So it's going to be, in theory, the best you're going to see from Kinguin against someone who's also very good at this map. So I think even just looking at this on paper, it's a really nice matchup, and I'm hoping we get to see the very best of what Kinguin can bring.
Well, I have good news. We get to see it right now. No more wasting time. We're going to send it over to Sadicus and Henry G.
That actually is usually what I do, is waste time. But it's going to be North and Kinguin.
It is.
A lion versus a penguin.
Yeah, not a fair fight, some would say.
The penguin would absolutely slaughter the lion.
That's what I'm thinking. Eats a lot of fish, a lot of protein there, very strong. Not bad.
Typically in Arctic temperatures where the lion is not king.
Yeah, it depends what they fight, right?
Yeah,
that's
a good point.
Yeah, in the Arctic Circle, they got to struggle.
I'm sure you know this. This one's an obvious one, but the lions, the females do the hunting.
Indeed.
Yeah.
People don't know that.
I don't know how they don't know that. It's because the mane gives them away.
Yeah, it looks like very prestigious, doesn't it? Like it's the king.
So apparently,
facts coming through.
Yeah, the producer says the men also kill the children. So there you go.
Well, it's Kinguin who are
humans aren't the only ones.
Bottom of the league right now. But still, I respect this team. I always have. I think they're like a very skilled unit. Obviously, the likes of Mihu and Furlan, for example, actually very good players indeed. Radon's not bad either. We saw they can be a very tactical team as well. Chad pointed out some of their intricate strategies on the CT side of Cobble, and I think they can take a map away here. I think that's possible against North, who've been a bit ropey recently. They've been saying their CT sides aren't up to scratch. But let's have a look. They'll be starting the T side this time. It's North versus Kinguin. North will be by 4 sets of armor, and MSL has the smoke and flashbang. That smoke's normally used towards a connector position, depending which side they go to, of course. If you go B side, it's going to be on the connector doors on the B side, and then if you're going for a fast A split, obviously on the other side as well. So here we go. 3 players towards long 8. It's like a North staple, really. They love to get control of this area, and then maybe go back towards B. They don't always commit.
Exactly. Wrap right around here. It might stick a little longer, but yeah, I wouldn't have been surprised. You are right. They've done that many times in the past. Config certainly wants to go longer. He's going to go not alone, but not with the bomb. They'll send that back over toward the B side. They'll try and split this up. Force rotations get kills, but kills require accuracy. They have one shot that is from far. Takes Mihu down to 13, but he's much better. He's found 2 kills, headshots in both cases towards Stables. Bomb arriving at B now, though, has Mazzino low, 3 HP, yet he still finds a kill, and Mouse gets not only 1, Roland finds 2.
Well, there it is. They did wrap all the way back towards B with the bomb after Mihu hit some sensational shots over the silence USP, especially that one with 13 HP on the bomb side, goes to the broken wall position, lands another headshot, and at that point, it's quite obvious. There's no bomb there, there's only 2 players on the A side. The fake didn't really work out for them at all. And North go back in towards B, and they get mowed down once again. No plant coming in, so we'll be a force buy here in the second round. We've got 4 sets of body armor, AZ with the head armor, PT-50s, and a Tech 9 as well. So they're heading towards B. All 5 players on that side of the map. In terms of the CT buy, 2 rifles. I always like this kind of buy set of 5 SMGs. I'm not a fan of that, I have to say. And 3 UMPs to go with it. Radon, a little bit more aggressive, could get something here.
Could. One's already gone through the smoke, but Config arm shows nearly flashed off Roland by his team before he gets the shot. Still flashed off, he's going to miss Magisk dropping in. Surely they know he's there. They had to have known where his Config went down. Good headshot on MSL, last bullet. Magic bullet theory, Henry. Just might get 1 kill, can't quite do it. Both gone low, Roland and Mouse, but it's all Kinguin and 2-0. 5 staying alive as well with SMGs.
I'm surprised Roland stayed alive for so long. He gets that first kill from that position. They didn't even check it. They did not have communication that he was there, or assumed he fell back, I guess.
Do you know in PUBG?
Yeah.
The update today was phenomenal. I actually really like the UMP in that game too.
I read people saying it sucks.
I like bursting it. Up close, it's actually quite good. I like it.
It's good in all games.
Played that game for about, what, 10 hours today?
Just 10.
Yeah, I had to get to the double digits.
Yeah.
Be a modest double digits, though. There you go. Look at the UMP go. Down goes Magisk. Roland backs off. They don't have any investment at all. No bomb plants, so can't afford to invest much.
Yeah, this is just Glocks up against the SMGs, farming a lot of cash at this point, and we'll see whether they can find a single kill here. It's unlikely, I have to say, but we'll get into it. It's going to be the 3-0. The first buy coming for North. They didn't fully commit in terms of the force buy in their second round. They had just body armor and PT-50, so they have a bit more leftover cash here. They're going to have smokes and maybe a couple of Molotovs checking the mix. Actually, no. No Molotovs, but they do have 5 smokes, and they're known to be a solid cobble team in terms of the execution, especially towards that B site. You know, the SMGs are there. Maybe that's a call, but like we said, North very good at dissecting this map as a whole. They're good at getting the long A control, pushing CTs back, denying vision, wasting smokes on the CT side as well. We'll see whether they can get anything rolling here. Going aggressive towards the drop-down area, they get denied by the incendiary that blocks their path. They'll be holding up for now. 3 players outside long A. Like I said, that's their kind of classic default. Try and find a pick there, splitting between middle as well. And AZ will be going in first, but smoked out for now. That's going to buy Kinguin a little bit of time here.
Config as well is going to work with Magisk. The AKs. Back off smoke down deep. This smoke is the deep one we saw thrown at the end part of what Chad highlighted to us for setup at the start of this game. I didn't catch if they did the mid smoke or not at long that time, but keep an eye on that. I think they're very cool with the Kinguin smokes that Chad pointed out.
Yeah,
such an aggressive way to use utility though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool to see. Like, it actually gives you some options at the CT side. But look at Spiro. He's actually getting a ton of information, but they are behind him. He's going to find one. That's AZ. He had no idea he was there. It's a 5-on-4. This is the full buy. And the bonus round coming in from Kinguin here. They saved SMGs. Spiro with another good nade. He should be taken down at this point. There it is. MSL does drop, but Ryland straight away, he gets the reply frag, and they keep the advantage for now. 2 players towards B. Make it 3 now, as we do have Cajun B rotating in as well. Flashbang's decent, and Cajun B finds another frag.
Wants to try and go back up to spot, get further damage, but they're down from drop, so he's got to be very careful on which way he goes. Quick taps to bait them in. Try and find an angle as they rush toward him, but he goes down. Just will immediately scoop up the bomb, and this could be the first round for North. They get it down in time, 8 seconds when the plant came through. So Rollin, 1 versus 2, no kit. Smoke does exist in his hands, though, and I think there's a kit down either right here or further back toward the position corner. I'm not sure. I think there's one toward the side. Either way, Cajun's going to get in behind him.
Well, they get the first frag there, but Cajun B, he steps up, and he got the entry towards B, which opened up the bomb to there. It's always going to be a rough round for the CTs. It's the bonus round. The idea is if you win that one and keeping your lesser weaponry, it's fantastic for you. You set yourself up for an amazing CT half overall, but if you lose it, it's not a big deal. You're just trying to damage the terrorist economy as much as you possibly can, and you're concentrating on this round here. We have full rifles and an AWP as well. It'll be a harsh reset if you got kills in the previous round, which is exactly what they got. It came down to the 2 versus 1 in the end. So here we go then. Spiro, AWP. He'll be heading towards long A, actually, focusing on danger. Another default for North here. They know the guns will be available for Team Kinguin, so they'll probably be a little more methodical here and start using the smoke towards the end of long A, flash in, try and, like I said, dissect the map. You're just going to take it piece by piece until you get full control.
Easy. The piece that he wants out toward long corner is going to push Mihu back with Spiro. He's not gone all the way inside of the site, though, at least not yet. He's still playing and flirting with the idea of getting an off shot into the corner. There goes the tracer from Mihu. Getting closer now on the M4. Spiro actually did rotate all the way to top mid, so excuse me on that. But either way, Henry, he's still on the A side.
He is. Well, you can see North objective has been completed so far. They have long A control, push the CTs back to the side there. Spiro with the AWP. In the vent room, watching middle. His teammate, presumably at APC, that's Mihu, just got the incendiary out. He's just watching his teammates back and making sure he doesn't get taken down or sneaked upon. So he'll just be making sure that's under control. This will be some sort of A execution now from North. They have 2 smokes remaining, but using those towards balcony connector. They start to come in right now, and the final play comes in. Mihu tries to flash him off. Can he find a frag here?
Oh, might do, but has to be careful. Good timing to back away and realize mid was likely contested. He's going to try and look for an opening down toward mid yet once more. Spiro inside of the arch still has to pop out. What a play from Config around the corner. Quick transfer. Both go down. And just like that, they've got the advantage. They know where Spiro is as well. Molotov onto him. He's got to back away and go to Romeo or Juliet. Whichever one stands above and the hopeless romantic yells at her. I forget. Yeah. Rollin gets toward top mid half wall. He and the M4 has to be the aggressor. He has the kit this time. Back turns. They're easily going to spot him up. Boost inside of the site. Down he goes, and Spiro should back off with the op if he can. I think he, yeah, there you go. Through the vent and get out.
That was looking so good for the CT side until Config arrived. He ruins the fun. He comes to that APC position, sprays 2 of them down, and all of a sudden, the table's turn is going to be North picking up another round here. Spiro saving the AWP. Like we said, that's a big chance for Kinguin to actually reset the economy of North and potentially find 2 more rounds in a row, but not going to be the case this time. Config says no and finds 3 kills in that round. MSL joined it as well. So like we said, North going for that long in control to start, setting themselves up. They're kind of suggesting they might be going back towards B this time, actually fully committing to the A site. 2 smokes remaining, smoke to balcony, smoke towards connector, and Config just let him off the leash and see how many frags he can find as he runs into the side. Did a very good job indeed. Still some money available for Kinguin after they save the AWP, of course. They will be forcing around this. Doesn't look like the strongest, but I can see Mouse. Okay, he's been dropped a weapon. There's just one player who's a little bit shorter than the others. He's going to be Furlan. He's got the UMP. So 3 M4s in total. AWP for Spirit. We'll see if he decides to go aggressive. He is going to be facing from danger towards top and middle. And MSL might just walk into his crosshair. Ooh, good night.
MSL did walk into his crosshair. His crosshair was misplaced, and it's the MAC 10 to get the kill. Miles will go in and back out. Swaps to the AK in doing so. It's Cajun that's locked into close corner. So even though they get that first kill onto Spiro, Kinguin still sits a man to the good. I'm surprised Cajun... X-Ray's missing. I thought his arm might have showed when he backed into that smoke, so I'm surprised he didn't get fired at, but I guess obviously, as he wasn't, it suggests Miles couldn't see him.
Well, it's all come to a standstill at the moment. 3 players on the B side of the map for North. Have got the smokes remaining, but Mouse is very aggressive. He'll be dropping a Molotov of his own, just denying the entrance at this stage, and that's giving their position away as well. So he gets into the hobbit hole here. Easy with the smoke. It's going to be up to him to try and find a frag here.
Easy flash down. Molotov bounced to stairs, but hobbit hole held off. Good play from AZ. Just look for it, though. And the push back in from Mouse this time from the hobbit hole. It's going to leave the bomb on the deck, but just window. Good shot from Mihu. And it becomes a 1 versus 1 quickly as Mihu tries to get in position. Smoke not bloom, can't find the flick to get Cajun B as he rotates in with the bomb. He's going to plant safely inside of the smoke, left side of statue. Mihu's got to go hunting, and Cajun seems to be set and ready. But the op, is it fast enough? Nearly was, but Cajun gets the shot.
Yeah, just when they get in amazing positions, Kinguin had the man advantage there, and they got overwhelmed by AZ. He gets the opening frag there, and then the team swarm the B-bomb site, trading as they go. Comes down to the 1v1. Cajun, nice smoke placement as well. Guarantees himself the bomb. He knows it up against the AWP, and reads it very nicely indeed. He knows he's denied the vision on the left-hand side. Wait for him to edge around the right, and you can see Mihu couldn't really pre-scope that. Didn't want to make the noise that he was doing that, so comes in, tries to look towards upper, but Cajun B's ready and waiting. That's 3 in a row for North now, and it will be a full eco at this point for Kinguin. Radan's got the Zeus, and there's a few PT-50s and 5.7s. B-Rush comes in though. Config, hungry for frags, has made his boy to strike first.
Down he goes. I'll continue to wrap in through connector. The Zeus was close, Henry.
It tried.
Mihu will get AZ down at least after the aggression. 3 kills for him on the SMG, and Mihu sitting with a deagle wants 1 more. Won't get it.
Bad news is for Kinguin. They were bottom of the table with LDLC, and it was between those two who's looking likely to be who's going to get relegated. Now LDLC picked up a 2-0 against Na'Vi, against all the teams in the league who are top of the table, and that makes things very difficult for Kinguin now. It's looking likely they will get relegated. This is at least needing a split in terms of that. They need at least a map here, I would say, to stand a chance of surviving into next season. We'll see, though. So get into round number 8 here. Mac 10, of course. Maybe there's another B-Rush. Config just running through the smoke there, trying to see if he can challenge. There are 3 CTs waiting for them and a boosting towards drop down as well. That's Rallen. They've got so little to work with there. Can Mouse find anything? Oh, Rallen behind them.
Perfect position, big play. Quick boost up, and he's already on the case. They still don't know. Now they certainly do, but can they get hidden in time? Doesn't matter, they'll get the kill instead. It leaves Majisk low. Furlan tagged up. Does MSL try and pounce upon it, hearing the tag directly in front? He's got great position. He's going to try and wait it to see if he get further information. Confirm, yes, they are indeed going to go for it. Well, that's confirmed. He walks directly into where MSL is playing, and that should spell the end of this attempt for the CTs.
This was a difficult round for Kinguin. They had little in terms of the money to work with there, and you see players are head armor, Mac 10 rushing into the side as well. It's a perfect core. You know they haven't got incendiaries to really hold you off, so sticking together, pound for pound, North always going to be a stronger team in terms of the firepower. Now to the Spirit and Mihu saving their AWP and then 4A4. Looks like they will do that successfully. Spiro wasn't really sure that was worth trying to get that kill, but he gets away with it. And now he's got another difficult situation. It's saving an M4 and an AWP, so they'll be forcing around this. You might as well at this point. You've lost 5 in a row. You've got the AWP in hand. Let's give it a go. Maximum loss bonus to work with here. Look at the frag charts. Rylan, 10 to 5. Hasn't really done much since the gun rounds began. There's that smoke once again. Pretty beautiful smoke. Gives you a lot of options, so you push up to the box if you want to. Get a bit aggressive there on the CT side. But for now, Spiro with the AWP, he'll be in towards danger, and Mouse trying to get something going towards the B side of the map on the upper platform, but it takes a brave man to try and face that against it all, especially one like Cajun B.
So wants to get a smoke out toward long. It's Mihu that's going to be inside of that smoke, inside of the hay bales. They'll swap back and forth, and bad time to do it because the flash comes through. Spiro blinded, will be taken down by AZ, but config found by Rollin as he pushes up at long B. And just like that, it's Kinguin back into it. Having lost the first pick, they pull one back immediately after.
Yeah, good work by Rollin. 4 on 4 now. They've got a couple of kids to work with, but Major's boy, he's trying to at least show some presence toward drop down. We're falling back and finding his teammates on the A side of the map where they've got mid control and danger as well. So the CTs know they're going to struggle to hold this one off. The AWP has gone down at this point as well. So they have an incendiary in hand of Mihu. That's just going to buy them a little bit more time towards long A. Flashbang's good as well. He's just trying to bait in his teammate there in that tight corner. And the shot's coming in from middle now. They know it's going to be an A side attack.
Shot through. MSL taken down, but he's left in the open. Furlan doesn't act fast enough. That's a problem because AZ gets both. It opens up the site.
Yeah, so Furlan's hiding in that corner, but he doesn't realize his teammate's so exposed from long A actually throws him to the wolves at that point. It's going to be now a 3-on-2. Mouse and Rylan, no nades, and M4's in hand, and occasionally of the AWP as well, who's just watching Connector.
And another save, potentially. Or are they going to go this time?
Might as well go for their eco next round.
They'll try it. They'll get nowhere. Magisk clotheslines them on the entry. Gives him 2 kills in the round. AZ with 3. 2 big ones on the long entry. And it's 6-3 for North.
So yeah, they still keep getting that $3,400, but they haven't posted a single gun round yet. 6 in a row. So a partial buy here. Kinguin can afford to take themselves down to about the 2K mark. CZ's Deagle's body armor as well. They have got a smoke and a flashbang to work with there. That's in the hands of Rylan. Hasn't thrown it from CD spawn this time. We're just using it for the upper platform by the looks of things. But North, they'll notice be an eco this time, or a partial buy like we described. So basically because they were weak that round and you took all 5 down. And with $3,400, that's not really enough to do much with on the CT side. At least $4,300 at a decent buy. You can buy with less of UMPs, for example, but not ideal, especially up against a full buy of North. We've got a ton of money now.
Tons indeed. But back away, Spiro. Tagged to 15. They continue to approach. He's going to try and get a deagle shot into him. MSL gets a few of them, to be fair. None of them on the head, though. Double Molotov down. Not only anyone pushing through the vents, but anyone on top of the stairs has to back all the way out of the HUD. And just go catch off Rollin offside. Back over toward B. And that's the end of this round as well, Henry. So adding up now for North.
Indeed, this partial buy didn't really equate to too much for Kinguin, but they might as well save the armor. If you keep yourself at 100 armor, you can buy a pet out next round, but it's not really a big deal against the AKs overall. But it's worth something. It's not worth just running in and trying to get kills. You're not going to damage your North economy if you find 1 or 2 kills at this point. Might as well just save up. Hopefully they go hunting, and maybe you can have interesting positions like Mouse has got here and try and get a headshot, maybe upgrade to an AK-47. Major's boy certainly thinking about it. He's got 100 HP. Can the CZ find him now? Apparently not.
It just okay.
Gets it. Does he get it up? Well, I didn't get the weapon.
Didn't get the weapon, no. We got the kill.
Something.
Yeah.
7 in a row now. So that was a partial buy from Kinguin. Like we said, you get a bit more money saving your body armor to the next rounds. It's worth the save. And Spiro back on the AWP this time. It's a full buy for Kinguin. They managed to get the smokes. Incendiary's a couple of kits as well. We'll see whether the AWP can step up here. It's going towards middle this time. He's been focusing towards that danger position. He drops the smoke towards the mid doors. You can go aggressive with that if you want to and look towards middle, but it's obviously a bit of a risk. A lot of teams know that's a possibility. Another B rush by the looks of things. All 5 players coming in. This is their set piece execution. The smokes will be coming in momentarily. Rylan, good night, my friend. Config takes down 2.
Furlan flash in the sky. Gonna try and push up. Get behind the statue as they enter. They're in fact already near him. both sides. AZ already toward KFC is going to watch over the teammate's shoulder as the bomb gets planted by Magisk. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Okay, it did get down in time as they push through. Cajun gets the shot to return favor. It means that they're still trying to fight for ground into the retake. There's no kits on either Spiro or Mihu.
Should be on the ground now.
I think there's one near the site where they line happened, but it doesn't matter. They won't get there. AZ and MSL get the kills instead.
North are so good on Cobble. When they get in the zone and they have money and they're up against opponents like this, like I said, they beat on paper in terms of firepower and strategy. They're going to run away with this game. It was a good start by Kinguin, of course. They got the 3-0 after a very nice pistol round from Mihu, but they just don't seem to be arriving here. Now they're having to force buy into almost every single round. There's another one here. No kits, one player on a shotgun as well. They don't have the AWP anymore. And we go into round number 12. This is looking pretty bleak for them. And now North have full control. Just when MSL really comes into his own, when he starts getting momentum in his favor, he's got a lot of money, the tactics are working, his players are finding frags, he can start chucking in more cavalier strategies, like just full-on rush A instead of the classic rush B or set pieces that way, or even the default they're normally doing. That's something he has in his playbook just when he wants to kind of change the pace a little bit. Just rush down middle, all 5 people, and smoke connector, and just as they're kind of getting comfortable with the B executions, that's when you throw it in. So expect that momentarily. That's when things really get interesting for them. But for now, like we said, a bit of presence towards middle. This is the default. This will be the full execution towards B. I'm almost certain of it. So if smoke comes in, takes away the vision of the CTs, means they can't see the terrorists setting up with all of the smokes. Config just wants to go for the straight up frag here. Not going to get it this time. Mouse gets ahead of him. It's going to be a 5-on-4. So the first time in a long time, I have to say. Here come the smokes, though. Can they hold it off?
Mouse pushing. Shots in. Down goes Magisk.
Knock it out.
Yeah, it's perfect, isn't it? Rollins got nowhere to go. AZ knows to watch the wide side, which is commonly pushed, so even if Rollins wants to move, AZ's set and ready. Bomb planted already. Yeah, I don't think Kinguin's going to be able to do much about this other than stacking toward long. I'd love to see their mid-smoke come in now. Throw that mid down B, get the Molotovs out, slow them down. Even then, is that enough? Ooh. This might work, though. Miyu goes through and gets 2 on the bomb, and it doesn't even matter if they don't have a kit.
Yeah, that's actually a nice retake. It's so difficult to hold those rounds off. That set piece, like I said, North can normally run that every single round and get the bomb down like they did, even though they lost that first encounter. Config, he tries to sneak through the smoke. If Mouse doesn't take him down, it's a 5-on-4 in North's favor. It's almost certainly get a win. That's the key frag right there. It means you can actually afford to slow things down, wait for the smoke to dissipate slightly, and then come in as a team, check the key positions, and you can see good flashes coming from Kinguin, managing to pick up their first round in quite a while. But this is the problem now. Like I said, a ton of money available for North. That's only 1 round on the board since the 3-0 for Kinguin. They do not want to get reset at this point. They've got some AKs. Means they can hold angles a little bit more aggressively. And like I said, Matt, here we go. The mix-up. The fast pushing towards middle. It's going to work. Major Boy gets that first frag. This is the tactic I was describing. As soon as you want to change the pace, as soon as they're getting comfortable with B, they shut it down once. You throw this in, and you actually completely change the momentum of the game. But Furlan's fighting back here, and so is Spiro.
So Spiro, indeed. AZ. Position is not too bad in this. Molotov's going to go... Ooh. Where did that bounce back up? I need to see a replay of how that went.
That timing.
Good shot from Mouse, though. Catches up Config. AZ's going to go up, though. Catch off Spiro. Knows they're still back toward the bomb, but needs to find the opening in a 1 versus 3. It started off as a 1 versus 4. He's got the line up toward the second. Furlan, he was low. Sprays in. He's got Roland. Don't face, but Mouse does. Gets the kill, thankfully.
Good lord, they made that close. They've got the bomb down there. They had 2 players in that position. One tries to edge out the smoke there, and as soon as he goes down, his teammate's facing. It's almost like they're trying to give him an opportunity at that point. But still, they managed to get to 2 rounds in a row. Still comes down to the 1v1. So AZ doesn't win the round. There's a negative on the floor. It is banned in this league, don't worry. It was a misbuy. Not the best time to do it, considering you're the CT side and you've just thrown away $2,000.
Well, and they're struggling to claw back into this.
Exactly.
They've done well to pick up that round. It would have been more detrimental to them if they had not. This will be round 14, so I think there's money for another buy after this?
No, not for the CT side.
Not quite? Okay. So yeah, there you go. $2,000 gone that could have been good next round. Potentially, we'll see.
That's if they lose this.
Exactly. Just gets 1 through the door. May get another. Doesn't. Furlan is there. Config has to re-smoke out toward long. He's going to go for the one-way. Molotov's going to go to stairs. Mouse is in perfect position as a result of this. He's not quite in the arch, though. He wants to fight on! And it's damage on a Cajun, but not a kill. Patience may have paid off. The second Molotov did land. But Roll on a tree could capitalize on all the damage done by his teammate. Down goes the bomb. He's looked inside of the site, perhaps too soon, as Cajun B was still walking in from the platform. He now has the bomb. And he's the difference in this. That 3 HP he has is more than what they've got left over on the Kinguin side, plus Miyu. He's the only one left to try and pull this back, and he's caught out by Cajun with the AWP. 9 rounds for North. That $2,000, Henry.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem now. It's the 15th round, and that really would have helped them out here. It's going to be a mishmash buy of pistols and an SMG by looks thing as well. Is there a chance shotgun in the mix at all? I don't think so. So a rough round, and we're looking very likely to be 10-5 here for North. After losing the pistols 1, the 3-0, that's a very good comeback by them. Looked dominant throughout most of the gun rounds there. Kinguin picked up a couple towards the end. But if they manage to find this, I'll be very impressed.
I'll throw the bomb over and let Cajun try and peek out in the open without revealing exactly where that is on the map. Come on up, Mouse. A couple more steps to your right. They're not gonna go just yet though. Furlan backs off. He's got pressure applied at the drop position. They've checked it all. Now the question is, does Mouse go to the arch after the Molotov extinguishes? Try and be clever about it. Meanwhile, bomb's going back over toward A. Shapiro's pushed up.
He is indeed, but only got that 5-7. He's by himself on the A side of the map, up against the fragging power of AZ. And Major's boy coming in from danger as well. He's got his work cut out for him. They will be focusing on middle as well. No one towards long A at all. I think Config will just watch the flanks. I was going to say, that could be a bit of a blunder. They leave that position completely open. Just walking up, contact play towards A now. They've got pistols here. They'll probably trade one frag maybe. There's one, not even that. And both of them go down. Ryland finds that, but the round should be tied up here. Spirit is fighting back, but he's only got 19 HP to try and salvage this round. Well, that's him in a 3-on-1.
Down. Yep. 10-5 for North, not bad. The wall of smokes worked very well aside from one very good retake. We didn't see as much cleverness from Kinguin as we might have expected.
Let's take a little break, shall we, Matthew? And we'll be back soon with the second half.
Well, it's been a back and forth affair. I won't quite say that, but in some ways there's been some tugging and pulling from either direction on the rope. Yeah. Started off well for Kinguin, 3-0 with it. It was all North to strike back until such time that they had a very good retake. You mentioned it inside of the B site. This was it. Mihu walking in and finding 2. They got the other toward the alleyway. And although they did pick up the next round after that, this is when things went all North after that. 2 more rounds to close it out. They go 10-5 in the half.
Yeah, North looked very comfortable throughout that first half. Yeah, they gave away 5 rounds, we have to remember. Pistol's always going to be a bit of a struggle if you lose that and get the 3-0 as well. I don't like to take too much away from teams by saying, oh, they just want a pistol there. Obviously, winning a pistol against North is not going to be an easy affair. I think we say that a bit too much as commentators overall. The fact we say, oh, yeah, they got a pistol. You still have to win it. You still have to hit the shots against guys who got pistols as well. So, you know what I mean? No?
No, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, bro, I get you.
So, second half begins. 5 sets of armor for North, no kits available there. It suggests they might get a little bit more aggro here, maybe towards long A and middle. And we have got 2 smokes for Kinguin. They have been known for their tactical executions as well on this map, so we'll see whether they can bring anything interesting to the table. Normally it's just 1 smoke on the T side on the pistol, but here we go. These flashbangs as well. They are edging towards middle here. Spiro just watching long A. His teammates will be going towards those mid doors. He's just protecting them. The Guardian, if you like. Not that one.
Shot up. 11 HP. Tagged, but Easy fights on anyway. Finds 2 and tries to go back for more. It's Mouse that will put him down. Not hard considering the damage he's sustained. Better still, though. They wrap onto Config. 1 HP, and MSL's going to keep him alive, but he can't find the next ensuing shot. And immediately thereafter, Spiro will try and do what he can with
camouflage on the floor.
Yeah, not bad. They're hard to pick up in Battlegrounds. It lags a bit, right? It's the same thing here?
I think so, yeah.
Just press tab and drag it over to your inventory. It's a little quicker that way. Lauren told me that. Spiro. Waiting and trying to do what he can in this, but 10 HP, no bomb, no hope. North gets a pistol. The second pistol goes their way after being up 10-5, looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is looking great. No bomb planted for Kinguin either, so there's no chance of that third round force buy. They could go with that Na'Vi approach we saw yesterday, where you get a bomb down the first 2 rounds, you buy up in the third with Galils and armor. That's quite a cool idea. I like that a lot. But they will be forcing here in the second. Tech 9s, P250s, and 2 smokes and a couple of flashbangs here. So probably the idea, objective, get the bomb down towards B, smoke the bomb site, get some fast players in towards drop down. Actually, make that 4 of them. And here we go. Can they get anything going here? MSL finds 1, but that's all he gets. This could get interesting now. Mage's Boy can't find anything at all. They're still winning 3-on-3.
Shots through from Cajun. Easy will take down Rollin. Not much for me to say in that one, Henry. Very straightforward, I think.
It got a bit interesting in terms of the initial kills when Kinguin towards drop down. Difficult position to hold as a CT, especially against armor players with Tech 9s. They're not going to stop at any point, and you've only got the UMP in hand. But still, Cajun B stepping up in chicken coop. He had the rifle, and he guns them down. It has to be a full eco at this point, and looking very likely to be 13-5. It's not a good start to the second half here for Kinguin. We've got PT-50s here, no nades, and some Glocks. There's a headshot, though. AZ, he'll be running away with his tail between his legs.
Spiro starts to push back in through danger. It's Config that's going to wrap around. Oh, he doesn't realize he's that close, though. He was silent to get in there and therefore caught it off. He's now got a UMP. No damage taken.
This could happen.
Yeah, something to work with. Oh, spotted, though, by AZ, who takes him down over top by jumping on top of the hut. Just barely able to see the top of his head. The dome of his head shining brightly. Like someone we know. Furlan starts to walk in, MSL gets the kill. AZ does the same toward long, it's traded back, but then that's the end of it. MSL collects the remaining kills.
So, they get something there. A dink at the start and a Glock kill, but ultimately quite comfortable for North. 13-5, and an AWP for Cajun as well. There will be a buy available for Kinguin here, but it's certainly no sniper rifle for them. It's going to be 5 AKs and 5 smokes as well. One Molotov. Molotov's very important on Cobble, I have to say, especially towards that upper platform position. We'll just follow that flash. He gets rid of that probably for an incendiary. But here we go. Round number 4. This is probably a must-win round for Kinguin at this stage. 14-5 and no money into the next one. That's if they get no plant. Could be GG. So, Config. Double AWP set up on the CT side, and it's Ryland to open things up. He finds MSL as well. That's towards the drop-down room. That's the second time now they've found opening kills towards that position. They're going to be striking towards A as well, so just forcing a rotation potentially as well. I think there's only one player towards the A side of the map. That's AZ. He's in long A. Config is in the connector, but he's not really watching towards A at all because his teammate, went down in drop-down. So, here we go.
Furlan. Decent damage on AZ. Good response from Rollin to push down middle, actually. Make sure that he catches him off before he gets back in toward the danger position. That gives them A comfortably, and this one's definitely theirs. But just Glass alive, 1 versus 5. Over toward B. Bomb already planted. Save the M4. Not a full investment coming out from MSL. Remember, he had 3 kills in the last round on the SMG, but the rest of his team did buy in considerably, so there won't be a ton of cash. Majestica's going to need this M4. And then MSL will be able to drop 1 as with him, and they'll be able to have 4 guns at least. Should be a UMP as the 5th. Yeah, easier Cajun.
Yeah, if Major saves this, they're fine. They've got a relatively good buy coming in. They'll be some compromises here or there, but we'll see how they manage it. Major's boy is in towards the B side. Doesn't look to be hunted down here, but a success round from Kinguin. The double orb set up. And lose North. Couldn't get anything rolling there at all. The opening kill comes in towards drop down. That's a problem. As I said, it means Config can't really focus its attention towards A anymore, and that's where Kinguin decide to go. Very nice round from them. Nice on-the-fly calls. Over on that A-bomb site, AZ couldn't really do much about it. And we get into round number 5, 13-6. So there's the compromise. AZ's down to the shotgun now, and a UMP for MSL. Cajun still has his orb though, so pressure's on his shoulders whether he can actually maybe get aggressive towards the B platform or try and find an opening frag of any sort. Looks like it'd be more conservative towards the chicken coop.
Well, put a smoke out toward AZ. Stack up toward long as well. Config and AZ getting ready for Mihu to push around the corner. Flash going in toward the bottom of the mid-ramp. Config will back away. Config, Cajun, they're all the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
Rollin gets down in toward drop. Confirmation. Cajun gets Rollin, though. He's going to sit still to watch that long B position. AZ's in a reasonably good spot. Doesn't like the white man on the green sign, though, so he throws a rock at him.
That's a nice little flashbang to retreat, at least. He's got the shotgun. Wants to change his position up, and he's just going to be holding a tight angle away. He's just wants one kill. They've got the advantage right now. He's got a shotgun. If he just gets one frag, even at this stage now, it'd be amazing. Config still doing amazing work towards middle. That's the bomb going down. AZ should do well here. Does some damage, but not quite enough. Config finds his third. Fantastic round from him, and that should tie things up, and he wants a bit more by the looks of things as well. Not going down just yet, but he's got other ideas. 2-on-1 now. He was 6 HP, 20 seconds remaining. Has got the orb. Still has a chance of winning this one, but he's still got to get that bomb down.
He's desperate to try and find this next pick. He needs it. But Magiska's looking the right way. I thought the model was looking toward top mid when we saw him, and the op would have had the jump, but it wasn't. So, and now is North on 14 rounds. 2 to go. Kinguin, a bye here, but that's going to be it, Henry. Have an op at least. It's on the ground in case you don't see it.
I can see it now. Spiro, he'll be the one to pick that up. Here we go. Last chance saloon for Kinguin. It's going to be a double upsetter once again for North. Didn't work out for them last time, but they did lose that first frag towards drop down. I'm sure MSL will be changing things up here. Config with the flex shot towards middle there. Doesn't quite land it. And it gives Mihu a window of opportunity to maybe find something here. Yeah, that's perfect. Config thought he had all the time in the world to rotate in, change his position and challenge again, but Mihu had already slipped in. 5-on-4 once more.
Magisk boy with a nade going through will catch off Magisk. Rollin will wait.
Oh dear.
No, that's a missed thrown flash. His teammate immediately identifies that, throws another one out, but it's too late. Magisk capitalizes, so too does MSL. And Mihu's caught the reload of MSL. I thought was about to get caught out as MSL turned around, but it was actually to do so safely. They had no idea that he walked up from the bottom of middle. AZ was not able to spot it, and that means he's got problems. He's locked into this corner. Timeout for AZ.
Yeah, and he's got players from middle as well. Comes down to the small timings here. It's going to be Mouse coming from danger. If he finds his frag, they probably get the round, and AZ isn't watching it. He's trying to focus his attention between both, and a nice reaction shot there to bring them the advantage.
Shapiro's made it up toward top middle. He'll bring the bomb to the site. AZ will wait to try and go for the retake with his teammates. Cajun B, he's already made it through the B tunnels. And the rotation now confirmed as the bomb goes down on A, as Magisk will leave the B site. Cajun's going to start it with the AWP. And they'll boost toward Romeo to Juliet. It works because Magisk is not expecting that at all as he tries to shoulder peek his way in toward the stairwell. Shot Mihu. They're going to make this work as well. It could in fact be, and he gets all 5 down. He goes. AZ gone. Well played. Very well played to sneak up mid.
Yeah, he's always been such a great talent, Mihu. And
second in the 1v1 last year to Shox.
That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, he's always been fantastic in terms of mechanical skill. Displays what he can do in that round. Sneaks through middle, finds Config at the start, then finds 4 more as well. I think you're all headshots there. Very good stuff from Mihu. Keeps Kinguin in this game at least for a few more rounds. 14-7. North now down to an eco. No need to force buy really considering the scoreline. So let's be taking some Deagle CZs here. Major's boy gets armor with the P250 and he'll be in drop down. Has a chance, but can't find that initial shot.
Can't find the shot indeed. There's Rollin. trying to clear and continue to clear the drop room. Easy goes back out with the deagle toward long. He's going to be greeted rather unfavorably, surely, by the AK. Is Mihu ready indeed for that? Takes him down. Rollin will follow that up with MSL. North, although they sit back slightly with weapons in this one, they're not going to be in a good position in the next either. So this game goes a little bit longer. Kinguin winning a very crucial round in the last one to give themselves a fighting chance, I think. But it surely is a fight. No question about that. Still have 7 more rounds on top of the 7 they have just to tie this.
Yeah, this is, like you said, almost double eco territory for North as well. So they will get 14-8 and maybe even 14-9. The money coming in next round will be 1,900 on top of the 1,500 North have right now. I'm talking over this situation. There's not really too much is going to happen there. To be occasion getting dropped by Mouse. And this Mage's boy now who upgrades to a Deagle. He's got armor already. Might as well save the armor because they're going to be eco next round regardless. So might as well see what he can do into the next one. This round didn't really work out for them. Config finds the only frag to get a UMP, but that got mowed down pretty quickly here. So another round for Kinguin. 14-8 does indeed come in. And they keep 4 players alive as well, so relatively healthy round for them. Money's starting to swell. Still have a chance here. You always have a chance till it says 16 at the top. Like I said, no real chance of buying into this one. North, maybe there's some more pistols here. HE grenades could be an interesting idea. We talk about that airstrike sort of setup you can do at the B site, wait for them to come in and drop 5 grenades on them, but it's quite rare that ever works out. A lot of teams try it. And in terms of the buys, no one getting armor, just going to be focusing on the bigger picture here. So Mage's boy, the only one of significant investment, Deagle and armor. Flashbang's going in, looks like a fast B execution from Kinguin. This could be a problem for them. They have no idea if they're walking to a stack there. Not this time, to be fair. And here comes the final.
Deagle not there. Rollin gets Magisk. Spiro Mihu. We said the double eco. Good shot by Config.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But it's AZ with it all to do. 1 versus 4. The terrorists win, according to the game, Henry.
Well, they are accurate.
In my world, the terrorists never win. I'm a freedom fighter to the end, Henry.
Fighting terrorists?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, Fours comes in at this point. Kinguin probably calling this just to work out how they're going to make these next 6 rounds work out for them. North need 1 for match points, and there is another buy available for them at this stage. Not the best. You can see KGB, well, you can't see, I can see. They've got the AWP out, only body armor for him though. He hasn't really got much in terms of utility. I'll look at the frag charts while we're here as well. So MSL, he's actually leading the charge with AZ as well. They're both on 18 kills, and beneath them is going to be Mage's boy at the bottom, right to say that. On the other side, it's going to be Ralin, who's got 20, and Mihu, after getting that 8, he's made his way up to 14. He's actually kept in quite a quiet game before that, but I guess he made up for it with that stellar performance. Ralin's on a Mac 10. I don't like this at all. The fact is, it's 49, right? Yes, the Mac 10 is great to save that and keep some money up and try and see what you can do, but at this stage, your money doesn't really matter that much. He's got 5k in the bank and a Mac 10 in hand. I think let's get rid of that, get the AK out, and let's look at winning the game, trying to farm some cash in a game you could lose because of that particular weapon. But good news is, I guess, 2 players don't have head armor, so the Mac 10 could be kind of viable, but it's occasion B. It's not going to let you get close to him to actually use that weapon, but we'll see whether it works out for them. Ralin will indeed stick on the Mac 10. Round number 9. 1 kit for Config.
One kid indeed. AZ waits, forward stance, very forward stance from North. They want to end this. No peek out toward B as a result of it. They have to stay more passive on that side of the map. If they were going B and they could get that information obtained early enough, they could try and flank it out, but this would thwart it. The fact that Kinguin has 2 still toward long evaluating and trying to control the situation. MSL with the small gap toward, but doesn't. Mihu gets down Config. This could be problematic, although they've overestimated, or rather underestimated, I should say, the fact that there's going to be another out toward long, and AZ's aware of it, spots both. 1 gets down toward mid, 1 gets in the sight. AZ's plans are gone, but he still manages 1 kill. Those were the other 2 are, has to be quick. It all slipped away in a matter of seconds. Had he taken the first shot, he may have done a little bit better, but it's always hard to tell.
Yeah, he just wanted to try and guarantee the round victory. That gets very unlucky in terms of the timings. I think when you get 2 players on your screen, you should probably take it at that point and try and wait for your teammates to come in. But another round coming for Kinguin here. It has to be a save occasion. He's in the B sites with Mage's Boy trying to hold on to their weapons. Kinguin with a fast attack towards the A site. Managing to find the initial kills there. You can see that setup in danger. The North have shown us a few times here. It's one player tight in the corner watching towards middle, and the other player on the other side watching the long A position. It normally works out quite well for them, but losing the first frag. As soon as one player goes down, it gets very chaotic in that position because you've got to watch both sides and you're getting pincered. Unless you're hitting all your shots, it kind of get a bit messy for them. So double digits now for Kinguin. It's not the stomping I was expecting after losing the pistol here in the second half. They managed to string 4 rounds in a row now, so certainly making a case to win this map. It's not over just yet. North do manage to save the orb, and oof, I thought that was going to hit. It doesn't. But 4th save loss bonus, that's $2,900. So we'll see what they can do here. Another tactical pause. This will be for North this time. So they saved the orb, they saved the M4. They can drop UMPs to their teammates. And I think at this point it might be worth it because you've got the orb up and the M4 as well. One player could buy a FAMAS as well. So I think they'll probably do this and see whether they can end it. Well, at least get match point right now. That's what they'll be discussing at this point. But Kinguin, they'll be aware of the financial situation, working it out themselves. Maybe they chuck into something very fast this time and try and shut down what the orb might be. It looks like we're actually going for a more conservative approach from North here. They're only going to go for the PT50s and body armor, a deagle for MSL as well. They still have the better round to work with it, so no desperation forces required, it seems. Occasion, though, with the long spawn towards long A. I guess we'll follow him just for now and see whether he can get anything going at all. It's a real difficult angle to face, especially if you're up against another AWPer. There is someone waiting for him, but that's Mihu this time. The jump across from his teammate to bed out a shot. And now he's got a bit of intel, but doesn't get much for that push.
Just will back away. Well, and down, so a good start. This is what North need to do. Stabilize the round. They can't push it toward long. Mihu's still waiting over there with the bomb as well.
Yeah, boosted Mage's Boy up towards drop down, occasional long A. Those are 2 weapons, trying to find frags actively at the start. Mage's Boy takes a lot, excuse me, takes a lot of damage there. So he gives his weapon over towards Config, which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. 5 and 4. Now use Mage's to bait and allow Config to get some frags here. MSL's been boosted up in the tree as well. Bomb still down at the top of middle. Time ticking away. And it's up to Spiro, it seems, the AWP to try and find a frag for Kinguin. Just patiently looking towards Chicken Coop. Throws that Molotov in just to try and flush anyone out in that position. At least he gets intel now that no one's going to be there. He'll fall back. And it looks like they're switching up towards A potentially, as with the bomb still down.
Bomb still down. Mihu goes back to grab it. Things stabilized. 28 seconds they have to go on B. 2 players inside of the site to hold them off. Burlay dropping in. Gets the first on the gist. Job done, but it's MSL up close with pistol. It's going to get one more in Config. That'll slow them down. Good shot, Spiro bomb. It's not yet in the site. The AWP has to stand in charge, and it's a USP to win the duel. Mihu getting the kill back with 8 seconds. He's going to tap to fake and try and pull out the player from drop. But little does he know, it's not drop. It's in the site and dropping down. Mihu's heard it. He's thought it better than that, AZ. He's gone completely around behind, but he's missed the shots, and the AK nearly prevails. Not quite. Map point, AZ. Just barely getting there.
Just about. I thought he was going to always certainly take the duel at that point. At least check if he's off the bomb and somehow comes out on top. With a PG-50 and no armor, he wins the duel there against a full HP remaining terrorist. That's going to be match point obtained by North. It's the AWP and M4 combo. As Mage's Boy towards drop down, open things up. Gives the M4 to Config. He finds 2 more frags. And they get round number 15 on an eco. And they manage to scavenge an AWP as well. So there it is. Now Kinguin, the pressure is firmly applied towards their side. It's going to be 5 in a row required. North just need 1 round to take the first map, which is Cobble. And a double AWP setup is the way they're going to try and finish things off here. Here we go. Kinguin will have a full buy available for them. Similar smoke thrown by AZ, almost the exact same smoke as Kinguin would have been throwing. Down towards B this time, and a nice frag coming from Mihu. He actually gets towards long A, catches AZ with a flashbang in his hand, so that's going to work out very nicely indeed. And they have got the man advantage. So Cajun, up to him to try and get the frag back in return. He's going to smoke out towards the entrance of the B platform there, and hope he can find maybe the player at the boost, or Spiro, who's just beneath it.
Good shot, Spiro. North struggling to close this still, as they have 2 players left in this round. Config's in an all right position, though, because they think to come back to A. Good first shot. Now they know he's there. But Jisk has to win it drop. Has to. No other option. Round's done, I'm afraid, at that point.
Yeah, if he gets 1 kill there, maybe they've got a real chance of that. A 3-on-2 that would have become. But not going to be the case. Config, they know exactly where he is. They won't be letting him out of long A or even retreating back towards middle here. They've got middle on lockdown, and it's going to be Config just trying to stay alive at this point. That was a big previous round for them, but in terms of the reinvestment, they have gone down to 0. 3 players, that is, and Config takes a tick of damage. That gives away his position. Mouse knows it, and they'll be getting this kill almost certainly there. 15-11, and this has to be an eco for North. So a chance of overtime here for the Polish side. Certainly helps their campaign here, and with Cajun B on 5k, they probably won't force into this one. They'll probably be a little bit patient here. Oh, okay, maybe not, Matt. They're going all in. So this could be the window of opportunity we've been looking for Kinguin. They win this round. Certainly going to be an eco into the next. We'll see whether Cajun B and his M4A4 can make anything happen here.
Jump up, AZ into the hay. Kinguin are making a real case for this game, I have to say. Indecision. Goes from a pistol to the rifle. Gets the shot off in time, no less. They get the opening pick. Molotovs are gone inside a drop, and MSL with a deagle. Aiming low, body shots. And we flashed and pushed back off of it. Config's already rotated around. He's just trying to contain them with the deagle. Cajun again is the one with the rifle. He's gonna, oh, all right. Take back aiming low. He's gonna hold off the window. MSL gets Furlan. Hesitation starting to cost Kinguin, as they need to continue trying to get progress on the map. 53 seconds, no need to rush it, but they have no map control. And the bomb goes back over toward A. A is AZ's territory. Hasn't been perfect on this side of the map, I think it's fair to say. Particularly the round where Mihu was able to slip up and ended up getting the ace, but he knows now they are coming in. It's gonna bring Cajun back over with the M4. Gets another and a third as he turns back out toward long. That leaves just 1 remaining. It's Spiro, and down he goes. Cajun with the rifle, 4 kills.
Well, lovely work there from Cajun, absolutely. To finish it off on a force buy as well, that's going to be a sigh of relief coming in from North. It's a bit of a gamble there. They lose that round, potential double eco coming in after that one. So they win at 16-11. Probably not as convincing as it should have been. They had a huge advantage coming into the second half. But Kinguin, they did a good job of fighting back on their T side, looking pretty decent. Some nice executions coming in. And great play from Mihu, especially on his massive clutch round as well. But Matthew, that leaves us with one thing to do. We'll take a quick break and we'll throw it over to Jason to see what he thought of the game.
Thought it was pretty cool. We obviously saw some things that North referenced in their tweets, saying their CT sides aren't as good as they'd like them to be. It seemed at a moment like they were going to crack and crumble a little bit. A lot of C's going on in that phrase. Need to be careful with that.
Dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Another C on the desk. Chad, we'll take it from here.
You could have gone very differently with that.
I thought you were going to go in a completely different direction, and you still would have been correct. Exactly.
Thanks, Jason.
God bless him. Why do you have to do that? But either way, a pretty cool game out of Kinguin. We said they've got some power. We said they got some strength, and they showed some tenacity here.
On the T side, I'd say. CT side, they won the pistol and then did almost nothing else.
Well, what did they get? They got 5, right?
Yep.
So yeah,
Won the pistol,
you take out the pistol round, you take out the 2 eco rounds, and yeah, as Lauren's saying, 2 gun rounds, not impressive.
That's the golden number for Na'Vi, though.
Where
means absolutely nothing in this context, does it?
But I like it. Sweeping statements, Jason.
It's very difficult to try and break down, you know, how relentless the B execute can be from North, right? The very first gun round, I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, that they did an A strategy and they were able to win the round there. But then from that point, they were mainly attacking the B bomb site. And the reason this becomes very difficult to deal with is once they've done the execute once, you make the adjustment. All right, do we hold on to our utility for a little bit longer? Then when the execute comes in, we have stuff to stop it with. Do we make a mid-round flash pick and try and stop them from being able to use their utility? And then as you make these adjustments, North are already one step ahead. It's like, okay, so if they're going to flash peak, we'll just set Cajun up with the AWP. They can flash peak. It's okay. He's going to take them down. And you just slowly transition through like all the natural progression steps and stay one step ahead. And that's how the B execute can be so strong. And eventually, when they did break, they went A, and they were a bit unfortunate not to win that next round. But they were playing everything correctly and basically making Kinguin chase them and chase MSL's logic. So that's kind of the progress you want to have as an in-game leader, and that's the reason you have set strategies. You do certain timings on things. It's so that you can make the CT side keep guessing.
Yeah. And I still like the CT side aggression as well. We saw a little bit every now and then. Cajun B playing up on the platform, put himself up, deep smoke himself out, flash into it, and he plays up and pushes people back. It wasn't like as highly successful as we saw some other teams doing it, but I still just like the concept that teams are still trying to find new ways to find some sort of CT side play on Cobblestone, because it still feels like one of those maps where it's very, very limited and it's hard to kind of come up with new ideas. There's almost no way you can build new things towards. So it's still nice to see another couple of teams, picking it up and adding it to the arsenal.
What did we notice anything? Just a quick thought. Did we notice anything about the CT side of North that might be cause for worry? Like why they may be struggling? Is there any like fundamental or thing that's going on in their defense that you noticed? You could say no if the answer is no.
Not particularly.
Okay.
I think it's maybe more of like a deep-seated or issue, maybe just a mentality thing for them, because they have the skilled players who should be really good at being able to just hold positions and shoot heads, which is mainly what you're looking for on the CT side. Maybe because they like the aggression. Cobble, like Lauren mentioned, isn't a map where they can seek that
limited
out.
Options.
So on this one specifically, maybe that's why you see like a Magix or a Config not being as effective as what they would be on another map where they can get a lot more aggressive plays happening. So that could be one reason. And aggression on the CT side does become predictable in a sense, because they will eventually make a mistake, and you can eventually capitalize on a T unless they're just having one of those godlike games. So I can't really see anything from that match. Maybe in the next one we can look a little bit deeper into that one, Jason.
Yeah, I would like that very
Jason.
much. Yes, we're just going to slur our way through these ending segments. It's been a long day. Yes, the next map, there might be some potential for some of that aggression. A little bit more forgiving of a map is Inferno, but the first map goes to North. We'll see if Kinguin can respond when we return.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello and welcome back. One last map for the evening for Pro League, and indeed the whole week. It's been a long one. We're going to have North taking on Kinguin. That's going to be on Inferno. We saw North take map 1. It wasn't super convincing. I mean, they did have a pretty solid win, but Kinguin showed some good things. And now Inferno.
A win's a win, Jason. You should know that.
A win is a win. A W is a W.
Doesn't matter how you get it.
That's all I did in my career.
All I do is win, win, win. Yeah. Cool. So, Inferno being the second map, Lauren, it's my favorite map, other than Cobble. So I get both my favorite maps.
That is such a weird,
you have Cobble
weird
as your favorite
thing.
map?
Yeah. We've spoken. We don't need to go into this.
We did speak on. We have spoken at length about Chad and his.
If you want to check it out, I did a podcast with Jason and Duncan Thorne Shields
about Cobble being your favorite map.
No,
that sounds like a thriller.
We wanted to know why exactly. We explored the reasoning behind it.
Did he give you a good enough reason? Were you satisfied?
I thought I did.
I didn't personally agree with it, but it was a good explanation.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I do hate Cobble. It's actually my least favorite map, oddly enough. So.
Fair play. No, I'm looking forward to North on this map. I've got to say, though, I haven't seen much of Kinguin here.
No, I haven't seen any of well, maybe I have, and making a statement like that is the worst decision you can do as an analyst. But I don't remember if I've seen Kinguin on this map.
So just insulting.
To myself?
If you had seen him, you just don't remember it.
Oh, they're very So let's just go with the very underwhelming.
That's a yellow card. You're going to have to keep the gloves up.
Why?
Insulting.
Who am I insulting?
Poor Kinguin.
Kinguin.
Yeah, but I can do that.
Let's move along.
Lauren, you take this one. I'm with,
No. You tell us. It's your second favorite map after Cobble.
All right. Well, what I want to bring up here is just some statistics for the team.
Hit me.
On the map, and let's see how much they've played it.
What do you reckon?
It looks like they've played it quite a bit.
Yeah.
This is the old stuff. This is the old stuff. We don't want to.
Don't worry, the old stuff.
They played it in Pro League the other day versus Navi and lost 16-5. So if that's anything to go off of,
a bit rough.
We did see.
It's a bit rough.
If I do say so myself.
Yeah, but they beat Envy on it, 16-13.
Oh boy.
Wait, was that when Envy just got back together? Was that one of the first games?
They got the band back together.
The reunion tour.
Yeah. Yeah. Was that around then, Chad? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember when exactly
I don't remember
that.
But North, though, on the other side.
What do you mean just got back together? What are you talking about?
I don't even know anymore. You know what I mean?
They were together since the start of the season, Lauren.
Yeah, but was it in the early part of the season that they played then? Do you remember when they weren't doing particularly well? So would that win have been kind of out of conjecture of what you would have thought? So what do you reckon of that?
No, it wasn't.
No, it doesn't matter then.
Very
there you go.
recent.
Tried to find a point in that. Not going to find one. But North, though, Chad, are they any better in your opinion?
Much
this
better.
One? Yeah.
They're T-sides.
Good stuff.
What was it, 11-4? We saw them have, was it a Star Series? It was against Astralis. I'm pretty sure they beat Astralis on
Inferno.
They
did. Yep.
And they had a really strong, they had super good banana control. Now I'm getting a point.
Now it's coming.
They had really good banana control.
It took us a while.
Yeah. We got there in the end. They had really good banana control as the T-side. Right. We saw the development, well, we're seeing this development, this map develop. Every single day it's played, basically. It started off with the CT nades being very powerful on Banana, you know, absolutely crushing any Ts that wanted to get in there. Then they started throwing their own grenades back, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And then it kind of swung. And now that's, you know, then there was the late round takes from the CTs, and now it's the late round takes from the Ts. And then once you execute onto that B site, I'd love to see the percentage of the stats here, but I reckon you get in that site, get the bomb down at least 70% of the time.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
There is no way.
Yeah. You've heard it here first.
That is not a broad sweeping statement, Chad. You're not supposed to do these things.
You didn't put percentages in.
I almost put my own percentage on it, but there is no way that 70% of the time T's make it into the bomb
that
site.
The T's go when they go B.
70% of time, Chad.
70% of the time on a gun round.
Are you okay, Chad? What's happened?
You don't think so? A lot of the Inferno we watch.
For you to make a joke.
I'm going to count it this whole time.
I'm waiting for you to make a joke and be like 70% of the time they make it in 100% of the time or something ridiculous like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, the one thing I do hope we see is on the CT-sided aggression, though, that we know that North like to utilize. I know we have seen teams actually used quite nicely on this map, whether it be the deeper play down Banana, which we know they already like to do with the double mollies going down there, really nicely done on B. And then we're seeing now Orpers as well, feeling way more free to actually push down mid. A couple of riflers trying it too. So I'm hoping we get to see a bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen like some aggressive operas on this map be really, really successful. You know what I'm actually confused about? One of the old tactics on the older Inferno before the remake was that they went, a lot of teams took over those A-halls. And I feel like we don't see teams doing that as much now. It's usually like just one player, maybe. I think maybe a lot of teams are intimidated because of the spam, but it doesn't quite matter at the moment. Boys over at the casting desk, Chad reckons that teams make it into the B bomb site 70% of the time. Tell me what you think of that percentage.
I think it's a little low. I think it's 72.4% of the time, only when there's 4 AKs, and if there's a UMP, they actually make it 81%.
Make it into the bomb site then? There's so many different...
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
What do you mean make it in? Like, they just get in and die?
When you get in,
they kill everyone?
Look, put it this way. It's much like DDK in that when they go in, they go in.
That's true.
So I'm still wondering what that means. A-halls, Astralis seem to put a lot of pressure there still. Most teams may be a little bit shy of it. Jason could be onto something with that.
Yeah, Astralis certainly do that as part of their default. But to be fair, I haven't seen much of Kinguin on Inferno either, so I can't really comment on that. But I have watched a lot of North. They actually took down Astralis on this map, and the group stages of Starladder, and that actually was one of the opening games. That was a bit of an upset to kick things off. It's always going to be an interesting that Danish derby. The Danish team's actually very good on this map as a whole, and North have their own particular playstyle, very passive on the CT side, and very, very good on the T side that they are on most maps. Very good at taking map control, especially towards mid, and pushing the CTs back, and then finishing things off with the fakes and maybe the full set pieces towards there as well. Kinguin, after the performance of Cobble, was promising towards the end, but they did get run over on the first half. We'll see whether they can bounce back here. Those starting on the T side. And we'll have a look at the buys coming in momentarily. The match is now live. 3 sets of armor for them, and as usual, they get 2 smokes as well. Before, we saw North with 5 sets of armor. They've actually gone for 3 this time, and Majors now make it 4. Majors boy with the smoke, flashbang, and HE grenade. No kits available, so we'll see where they send 3 players to be at the start. Doesn't seem to be the case. Majors and MSO adding to that side of the map, and Config and AZ getting a little bit aggro here towards second mid.
Yeah, why not try and see if he can get a shot over toward the alternate mid position. Second mid, as you call it.
Second mid.
You trying to spot out what's going on in toward the hills, where Jason said no one likes to contest in the gun rounds. Shapiro, though, does get the first kill on MSL, and that's over toward B. That'll force a rotation, naturally, from the CTs, but not a commitment, not an overcommitment. Not uncommon to see 3 players on the CT side playing pistols inside of B, so they won't rush in right away.
Biding their time. They still have their smokes available and the flashbangs as well. They have got the B side control as well. One player will be holding Boiler Room. He'll just be sitting there, even when they fully commit, just listening out for footsteps, trying to find the rotation frag. And as we get into this one, 55 seconds remaining. They could fully execute towards the B side with smoke towards coils and CT spawn. There it is. Config has to rotate now. He's not going to have much to work with, apart from jumping up on the coffins himself. And Majors Boy from New Box, he needs to step up here. Can't do it.
No, can't. Furlan shot. Config gets one before he fades away inside of the smoke, and he's done reasonable damage onto Rollin as well, but he'll still get a bomb down. Cajun, meanwhile, inside of middle, takes down Mihu, and this will allow for the rotation to start up Banana. But it also draws the attention of Shapiro. Cajun gets lucky to get the reloaded in time. Seeing an aid bounce off the wall, he'll be able to call it there's 2 toward Banana, because that quite clearly didn't come from the original duel by which he was taking. 3 still up. New box, Mouse peeks. Down goes Config, and it's 1-0 for Team Kinguin.
It is indeed. They won the pistol on Cobble. They do the same thing here on Inferno. A player drops out of the server, so we'll be waiting for a little bit just to get him back in. This is one of the little problems we have with online CS. You've got 10 different players, so many variables can go on. PC's crashing, internet going down, who knows? But
it's true, actually, you know?
Yeah.
It's funny how that works.
But for now, North do have the option to force into this round. They're one of the teams that don't really do that, though. They don't always force into the CT round after losing the pistol. They like to be a bit more conservative and look at the bigger picture. They know they're the better team overall. They don't necessarily have to limit their money into that first gun round. Seems to seem. But Kinguin for now, Mac 10 for Mouse. As we wait for Mihu to reconnect. He's the player that's dropped out.
Mihu, do you think he'll be back at the 2v2 this year, not 1v1?
I think he's got to the final before. I suggest possibly, yeah.
Who would he take as his duo? Rollin?
It'd have to be one of these boys, yeah.
Rollin.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or is it for LAN?
I saw Simple and Seized were a duo coming into it.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was kind of hoping it was going to be Simple and Guardian. I'm sorry, Seized. But that'll still be good. Seized was there last year with Flamey. That wasn't so good.
No, but Kenny S and Shoxy, that's quite a scary team.
It's true, actually. You're right. That is scary. You've got an Opera, you've got incredible rifling. Kenny's good on both. Shox is good on both.
And both sick with pistols as well.
That's, yeah, Kenny especially as of late.
So that's going to be deadly.
Yeah, you're right. That could just, let's just, you know what, there's no point in having the tournament. Let's just declare it now.
Unless you and Moses enter. But Moses isn't there, so it doesn't work, does it?
That doesn't
work on any level.
You and Chad could enter.
He's going to be there. Yeah, that's something.
You and Chad.
Why isn't Jason coming? God damn it.
Well, you'd have to ask.
I'll ask him now.
Yeah.
I'll text him. So yeah, we're just waiting for him to get back into the server. It's Inferno. If you are just joining us, we opened up with Cobble. It was a comfortable victory for North. Maybe it doesn't look...
It didn't close out very well.
No, exactly. So they looked like they stopped the first half of losing the pistol 3-0 as well. They got the 10-5, then with the pistol. They were 13-5 at one point. It closed out as like 16-11, I think. So it looked like a close game, but ultimately North were always going to win that, in my opinion. It came down to that huge play from me, Hugh to find the ace, and then North did close it out with a pistol round, to be fair, but I would say they looked quite comfortable for hours. But here we go. They have lost the pistol on Inferno. I do favour them heavily going into this one. If you're just wondering what the narrative of Pro League is at the moment, we're coming to like the closing stages in terms of the standings. Kinguin are right down there at the bottom, and it was LDC just above them as well, and they just took Na'Vi 2-0.
You left an L out.
What's that?
You said LDC. It's LDLC.
LDLC. And they managed to pick up 2 massive wins there against Na'Vi.
Na'Vi, yeah, that's big. That is really big. That, as they said on the desk, could be enough where it's a surprising, almost upset that, why is the sky so rippled? It's like there's no water down there. They're just in another world that has a shield to the upper world. Point I was going to make is those are big upset wins, which are almost unexpected, and therefore could be enough that LDLC get those where other teams don't, and therefore it keeps them out of relegation. It's quite significant in many ways.
Well, the force bite does come in from the Danish side here. CZs, 3 of those. A PT-15 and 5-7. They've got 5 smokes, so they are in it to win it this time. Using the smokes to hold off Kinguin as long as possible, make them uncomfortable. A lot of utility used here at the start of the round towards B to get that control. Not taking any risk there. Molotov the corner and the sandbags as well. So, they have got that B control. Don't have to commit. You can see the bomb still down at T steps here. They'll leave 1 player in that position. That's Furlan. As they go for some mid control now as well. So they've got the B control. They want to get some mid control and just kind of eradicate risks and push CTs right back to the bomb site.
Trying to flush one from the right to the left, catch them out as they walk back to the site. Does so. It's config down. AZ dead next. MSL, Cajun B, and Magisk. All there is. You ever been north of the wall, Henry?
I don't know what that means.
Ah, I forgot. You don't watch Game of Thrones. You've never been to Mexico. That's a good one. That's from producer Matt. Yeah, it would actually mean you've never been from Mexico into the USA. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
But you wouldn't have to go north of the wall to go north of the wall. You'd go south of the wall because they'll just dig underneath of it. You could go north. You could get a plane.
Yeah.
Catapult.
I'm lost.
Human catapult. I think everyone's lost, Henry.
It's going to be a full eco here for North. We're going to send 3 players. Make it 4 now towards the B site. And also common strategy was like send 2 down at the rush and you bait everyone on the site. So the idea is you rush 2 down, they'll die, and it suggests, oh, that's the 2 B players down, let's rush into the site. Then you have a little stack going on. That's not going to be the case this time, but it's something we used to do. So for now, full eco, not really much they can do here, but they might find a kill. Furlan just the CZ, mowing them down.
Okay. Tapping it finds a 3rd.
It's not bad.
With a CZ, I mean, he's up against pistols in itself, but that's a risk to try and run that gun there, and he makes it work so well. Should be the round. They've still found 2 kills. Back the other way. Furlan eventually had to go down in that position, but he's built up a ton of cash as we head into the first gun round, and naturally, I would expect. I don't know if I do with these guys, with Kinguin, if they go to a T side at AWP. I don't think we actually will see one much from them. Spiro could consider it the next round if this one doesn't go well, but it's a risk.
Sure, they wouldn't do this one. He hasn't died yet, right? He wants to keep hold of his AK. It's going well so far. They got the 3-0, 4 spy from the CT in the second round as well. Suggests they almost certainly won't have an AWP. AZ maybe getting a little bit aggressive here towards second middle. We're not sure just yet. Doesn't look like he fully commits. He actually rotates back towards the apartments and makes his way towards the pit. And finally a quad. Banana control trying to be obtained once again, but MSL will be challenging this time. Aggressive flashbang. Does do some damage there, but now he's in a bit of trouble. I think he'll be falling back. Got the protection of the smoke, but takes a lot of damage as he retreats from the aggressive Molotov there at the terrorist side towards the corner. But damage inflicted towards Mouse and Furlan. Both teams coming out pretty equal there. You see MSL and Major Sport getting similar treatment. They've actually baited out a lot of CT grenades there. You can see that on the screen. Only 2 smokes remaining. That boost towards new box. If you just jump on that player quickly, you can see that's actually going to be a real beneficial spot for him because he don't get flashed by anything there. And if a Molotov lands at his feet or beneath him in that new box position, T's won't necessarily check it. They'll think, okay, that position Molotov, don't have to worry about it. He doesn't get affected by that and can get maybe 1 or 2 kills and set MSL up for the slam dunk as he baits him in.
Slam dunk. It's like you play basketball, Henry.
I love it.
With all of the... Don't lie to me.
I love basketball.
Okay, well, Henry's a liar. The only reason you like it is because you love big, strapping, tall men.
How did you know? Why am I stuck with you then?
Well, it's true. I'm not exactly the tallest.
Standing
up. If I'm lying down, I'm pretty tall, though. Magisk gets Furlan. Magisk will back off on a new box, and that gives him the headshot position onto Mouse. As they jump over the smoke, MSL's a bit lost. Lost and never found. Downed, but so too is the bomb. Good find from Cajun B, and Rollin may find him in return, but he's all that remains. 1 versus 2. Time indeed to plant before they arrive on the scene of rotation. It's AZ and Config. That'll be the first to get there. Obviously, the only 2 to get there, but AZ, the first is where I was going with that. He's going to get Rollin. That makes it now 3-1.
Well, Kinguin, it was a round. They had a huge advantage in terms of the weaponry and the grenades as well. Here's a little replay, that's CZ. Eco spray down, or tap down, I should say. They go towards the B site. Full execution comes in, as you said, that boost, finds 1 kill, baits MSL in for a couple as well. And Cajun B doing a great job on the retake there. Still was a bit dicey towards the end, but he stepped up, denied the plant, and left the remaining terrorists with a chance to get the bomb down, but ultimately AZ knew that's where the plant would be coming in and finishes the job off. So we go into round number 5 here. Still a huge amount of danger in terms of a reset here for North. This is a must-win round for them, or is a double eco going forward on the CT side. That's a bit of a problem. Flashman's going towards Banana, and once again, Polish side will be trying to get control, but that's a decent grenade towards Mihu. Takes him down to 62. Mage's Boy might challenge here with the flashbang. Certainly going for it. Oh, nice work by MSL and Mage's Boy working in tandem there to do a lot of damage and find a couple of kills. Job done. Should be round over as they can fall back. They haven't really taken too much for that. Still want a bit more by the looks of things. Down towards T-steps, buys them a bit more time.
Just go with the boost and all the information. We'll send them certainly back toward the AWP from Spiro. He's going to continue to take that AWP a lot closer as well. Boost up. They want to try and see deeper inside of the pit. The back tire of the bicycle. A bicycle that's more functional than Moses. They've also boosted Spiro to get an angle toward Graveyard, and this double balcony. Don't have to jump to the second one. Little strafe on fall as you crouch onto it. Clear the angles, get to the site. Easy spots them though, and Rolling goes down. A little bit overstepped as he wanted to get the smoke inside of the site to allow the plant. The plant that will not happen now because Mouse, he's gone down without the bomb. Spiro's on 1 versus 5 with the AWP, T side.
5-on-1. Never a fun situation, but he might find a kill here. Spiro, that's what they'll get. Orb does go down, and that's going to be the second round picked up for North at this point. They managed to win a must-win, and as I said, the fact is they would have been fully reset if they didn't pick that round up, and actually win it quite convincingly. So it's going to be Kinguin's economy going down the drain at this stage. So this is very similar scene to what we saw on Cobblestone. Kinguin got 3-0, and then they think they lost 8 in a row after that. But we'll see whether they can bounce back here with the Tech 9. It's always possible in Inferno. A few smokes going down, run through them. A couple of kills on the B side of the map. Maybe they can get something rolling. But aggressive play. They wanted to do it at least at the start. It's Config that finds the AWP pick, so don't really have to work too much harder than that. They know it's an eco at this stage. And MSL, slowly but surely, hunting for a kill at the bottom of Banana.
He's going to get one here eventually. He's going to close them off at least. Back the direction of the AK. Careful. Takes a shoulder shot, we'll call it. Why not? Goes down to 80. Just because they're there, though, to help out. Both AKs will spray back through the smoke that's deep. Bomb goes back toward Mona Lisa. No one knows what that is. Mona Lisa, Henry?
I know what the Mona Lisa is.
Paintings in the wall and the apartment's backside tee. It's fine. You don't have to know. Cajun knows. Gets the bomb down.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry. That's the point. That was exactly the point.
Right.
Is that no one knew.
Is the Mona Lisa on this map?
No, it's not.
Oh.
It's. I'm gonna stop right there.
Yeah, we'll curb that one for now. But
curb your enthusiasm.
Indeed. 3-3 for now. We do have another buy available for Kinguin. 4 AKs and Spiro Glass Cannon Orb. You were speculating whether he'd actually pick that weapon up. He's going for it. Has a chance at a shot there. Doesn't pull the trigger quite fast enough. Occasions. And he's went second mid, and he's going to get taken down there. They try to mix things up with the aggressive round, but actually get punished for it. But shut down the second mid and in the bedroom. So Config has to work a bit harder here, try and get a frag in return. I think he's going to be done for. Unless he nails that shot. Very difficult one. Rylan takes him down. 5-on-2. Round should be done at this point.
Should be. That'll definitely cement the fact that it is, because MSL's chances of any antics inside of the A site, dancing around perhaps, are gone. go. Chance to find Magisk. Take a 4-3 lead after going up 3-0, winning the pistol. Oh, careful, Spiro. He's close to it. Fire it again, fire it again. He's certainly got an anticipation that he's there. He's trying to learn the headshot lineup. He's very close to it. He's gonna sit, try and hold this. I hope it happens. He's given up. He seems content that he's not in that position at this point in time. Waits it out, he peeks, down goes Magisk.
Kinguin take the lead once again. The aggressive kind of change of pace for North there to try and find picks in second middle. They've had quite a default setup so far on the CT side. Working aggression at Banana this time. They try and push a player in second middle. That's Cajun B. He got shut down. His teammate AZ as well in the bedroom. He went down very quickly indeed. 4-3. A difficult buy now for North. No Orb coming in. Major's boy down to just that UMP, but 3 players towards Banana this time. Deep smoke just to allow them to maybe push down if they want to. That normally suggests Cajun falls back. He's waiting to stay for the initial rush. Look at all the fire down there. Not a fun time for the terrorists to run through, but they will be playing a little bit more patient this time, and some significant damage done to the AWPer there. That's MSL spraying through the smoke. I think he must have dinked him through the wall. That's taking him down to 32.
Waiting. That small gap. Who was it we saw the other day shoot through that with the AWP? Was that Kenny? No, it was... I can't remember. Maybe it was, I think it was Device.
Oh,
and then
I know what you mean.
nailed the shot through the edges. Was it Forrest?
I think, was it? No.
Draken, maybe. See, it's one of those oppers that plays in this league that we casted this week. It was on Tuesday of this week. The shot from Arch through the door, up into the gap, and then back to way to the Arch. I can't remember who it was either for the life of me right now.
I think it was Draken.
It might have been Draken. Furlan rounding the corner already. Easy. Not to be found. Spotted, but not taken down. It's Config that's there with him as well, which means 2 in the sight, 1 in the pit, as you once said, Henry G, famously. And it's going to be Cajun that's going to spot them going in through the smoke. Flash off, has to look away. Rollins tagged very low. In fact, they all are on the Kinguin side, and Cajun might take advantage of that. Takes 1 already. Spotted the second in the lane, but was flashed off, leaving the bomb down 17 seconds. They'll run and head for the hills with the AWP, and the AK Magisk could catch them.
Back and forth game so far. After winning 3 in a row, Kinguin 4 back, but they're going to be facing financial difficulties. But Major's boy spotted Spiro. You can see that gun barrel, easy kill, execution inside of the head, and that's the AWP going down. Spiro probably just wanted to fall back there. He's obviously looking for some exit frags, but he's exposed from Vietnam. I guess he didn't really take that as a possibility. We're going to go into round number 9 here. 4-4. And in terms of the buy available, I said it'd be a rough buy. They do manage to scrape something together. Spiro will be getting an AK-47, and Mouse with almost no utility. There's still a decent buy overall. Config's on the AWP this time. They're trying to maybe get a little bit aggressive here. They're throwing grenades down towards T-steps. Config to take a shot, but doesn't land just yet. Furlan will get some position towards the underpass there. Config back towards apartments, nails a shot. Good timing.
A couple of people in chat are saying it was Device. Everyone's saying Device.
Oh, is that right?
I think it was
That
Device.
makes sense as well. To be fair, we had no idea. We were just throwing out AWPing's names at that point.
No, Device did actually ring a bell, because I seem to remember Zippix was involved in the play in some capacity immediately after. So, yeah.
Yeah, all Counter-Strike blurs into one these days for me. Just every day.
It was Device onto Forest or Freiburg, someone
there we
said.
go.
So there's why you had the name. Right? See?
Got a name.
See, if we mention all of the names, Henry, we have to get them eventually.
Well, for now, North have got 1 of them, and that's a big miss by Conflict, but I think his teammate is there to back him up, this MSL, indeed he does. The problem is now we only have 1 player towards the B side of the map, Major's boy, and he's got 3 terrorists heading his direction. It's going to be 45 seconds remaining, looks like they're committing as well. Good flashbang, they're running in backwards. Major's boy getting backed up by MSL, just trying to buy some time here.
He just needs to peek correctly from in behind new box. MSL getting a kill gives him all the room in the world to do so.
Yeah, a bit of a clumsy round overall from the Polish side there. After finding a pick, they try to force a win towards B, but they missed a Molotov on new box and allow him to reposition. They didn't have a smoke for CT spawn either, so couldn't really do much with that one. 5-4, North take the lead once again. It looks like a partial buy here for Kinguin. They've got second stage loss bonus, can't really invest too much into it. It's going to be 3 Glocks, 1 PT-50 and a Tech 9, 1 flashbang. I think you just maybe rush apartments, try and flash over, hope for the best. Maybe rush B as well. Not really much you can do here. And I think we're well aware this is an eco. Now middle, trying to open up the kill. It's Config with the MP9, of course. He doesn't get the frag, but Cajun B has there was one.
Cajun will swap it off, and AZ will start to go back up in toward Boiler. Cajun getting swapped into that position also brings a rifle back out toward middle, so gives them some range to sit back, hold off, and cover that position, make sure they're not going to be pushed down, but they will relinquish it slightly and go back toward the crossfires and arch and the lane instead. Peek back. Config still wants more on the MP9. Why not? Did that MP9 have sponge sticker on it? Couldn't have. No way.
Where did he die? I'll go find out.
Right at the top of middle on the arch side. Bomb gets dropped just with the kill. Config sticker. For some reason, when it died and it was in the air sideways, I thought it saw sponge. I was like, there's no way he would have a sponge sticker on there.
No way.
Who would ever put a sponge sticker on their gun?
Round number 11. And we do have a buy available for Kinguin once again. 3 in a row against them. 6-4-0 scoreline. 5 AKs, and there's a chicken.
Someone said Safari Mesh AK. I happen to think it's the ugly duckling.
Yeah.
And it's going to bloom into something beautiful someday. For nostalgia's sake.
Evolve.
Yeah, I think it's a nice looking gun, personally.
I think it's just the most common.
Turn your digital vibrance up, and it looks lime green.
There you go.
It's quite beautiful.
Well, for now.
There it is.
There it is. You're right. Smoke's down towards these steps. That just denies banana control completely from the terrorists. They have to hold up and wait for those smokes to go down. The problem is, though, it's a kind of double-edged sword in that respect. The fact is, once those smokes go down, they can retake banana, and then you have nothing to hold them off once you actually have the bomb side. So you're looking for frags here.
I actually want a full Safari Mesh collection. I want every gun Safari Mesh.
Safari Mesh gloves?
Yeah, I think it's the least expensive, right? So I could probably, what, $10 and get it all?
Yeah, probably.
I might do that, you know. That's not a bad idea.
It's an idea, yeah.
It's a great idea. That's what I think you meant to say, Henry. It's a good thing I'm here to correct your words so commonly. So they're going to fall back away from this. This could be more banana-focused. Look at the position of MSL. Baited in. Double Safari Mesh. Both picked up from Mihu. Both used against him. As Magisk sprays back down, Malzahn rolling the latest victims, and Mihu, with his own, is now the last alive.
Yeah, not really much he can do here. He's in a 4 versus 1. Has got a smoke and a Molotov, but he's got no real chance making his way to the bomb side. The city split up. 2 on B, 2 on A, and it's just up to Mihu to walk in. He did get an ace clutch. Well, not even a clutch. It was an ace round before with some fantastic aim. Swing towards city spawning, gives his position away. Hope for the best. That's almost certainly. Occasion B from Coffins, major support and new boxes as well, managing to find the kill, and that should be another eco at this point for Kinguin. They've only picked up 1 gun round so far. They had the 3-0 at the start of the game. So
similar to what was happening at Cobble.
Very similar, yeah. This is looking like a 10-5 scoreline all day long. But we'll see what happens. AWP for Config this time. He seems to be the main AWPer for them on this map especially. I think he does it a bit on... What's the other one he main AWPs as well? It might be Nuke. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, they mix up the roles in a couple of maps. It's obviously Cajun the main AWPer and Config normally second, but Config's the flashier of the two, I think. He goes with the more aggressive stuff, so maybe that's why Inferno suits his playstyle. Cajun's like the kind of solid player. He holds the angles and finds the shots and can be very, very good with the AWP, but I don't know. Config seems to be more comfortable here.
To some level, I don't think that Config's comfortable being aggressive because Config knows no risk. He knows no negative reinforcement, if you will. As he takes back one again, aggressively peeks back out of Fun Shapiro as well. We saw Cajun inside of the site get 2. It's simple-esque, I think.
Yeah.
Not quite as flashy in terms of raw skill. He's definitely possesses a ton of skill. There's no question about that. Had a birthday the other day, by the way. I think he's 19 years old now.
That's so young, isn't
it?
I'm going to be 29 this year.
You're an old man.
That's insane.
I just turned 28, so... But no, it's not quite as much as the simple skill level, but it's aggressive nonetheless, and it does sometimes cost them in similar ways as Simple used to cost teams. A certain knife comes to mind as well.
Yeah, indeed. Major qualifier.
Yep. Well, all of that said, it's going to be a Molotov to push AZ out of position. He's on to 74. And the hit looks like it wants to go toward A. They haven't wrapped all the way around top yet because the AWP was getting back in position, and Cajun, or excuse me, Config this time will go down. He held it last round, he's held it this one as well. As MSL gets a shot on Mihu, that brings AZ back in on the lane side, missing a shot though, overstepping slightly, and Furlan able to capitalize. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3 as well. Good shot. MSL back turned, waiting for a counter flash. It's not going to be. It's going to be Mal's just marching in to take him down.
In the 2-on-2 now, we've got Maydis Boy and T-Steps and Cajun on the side himself. A lot of players using this box to point actually. Good for dodging flashbangs just like that. And if Cajun finishes things off right here, right now, that'd be great. Try and stay alive as long as possible, but he finishes it in style. Good headshot there with the AK-47. The reason I said that box is very common, you can see how Cajun is using it. That pillar in front of you. So any nades come in or smokes, one thing you can actually look above the smoke and look towards balcony, and you can dodge flashbangs as well. Great position to fall back onto when you're spotting one, get a kill, hide behind the pillar. It's very, very cool to use that. So good work by Cajun B. Didn't make it an awkward 1v1, as Major's Boy is quite far removed from that situation. And it's another round in favor of North. I think that's 6 in a row now. It is indeed. Maximum loss bonus for Kinguin with no bomb going down. Means there's a buy available, but not much of one. No real nades to work with here. We'll be able to put down control once again. They've been getting consistently mowed down here. Good nades once again. MSL fancies it, gets one, but that's all he gets. Oh, that's lovely play from Major's Boy. Great tap to get that. This is a brawl of a round.
It's absolute chaos. Pandemonium. Rollins going to go back, flash down toward Banana. Try and distract as long as it can. Bomb is in that direction, so good luck. I would swap to the Safari Mesh at this point. Try and go full camo. Good headshot on a Cajun, mind you. That's going to open up a lot of space, potentially give him something to work with. And back toward the bomb, he shall go. They don't know that he doesn't have it because they've grouped. Majestica's given up B in doing so, and I'm betting this leads to a plant.
Well, yeah, at the same time, Rallan doesn't know the B-side's open, but yep, certainly could be a possibility. He's got a smoke to work with as well, and he actually heads towards middle. He's making a little bit of noise. I won't hear him at this point, but now he's going silently. 40 seconds remaining. He will get a plant down here. I like this approach from North. Make it one single 2 versus 1 situation to do two one-on-ones. Bomb goes down, that'll give his position away, and now they start to come in. They know he has a plant at that 4-second timer, and he's going to be boosting up to apartments. He's going to be spotted. Major's Boy spotted him, and now that should be it. Rallan's going to do very well to try and win this round. They've got an incendiary as well, but he gets the first shot in.
First shot, second shot, both go down. They both push in. Rollin does very well to pull that back. It starts as well with the kill at Graveyard before he was able to get back and get the bomb.
Yeah, looks like a North round for days at that stage, but Rallan did a very good job there. Bomb down, managing to get to the apartments as well. Like I said, he was spotted. They had utility to work with. Didn't have to take separate duels. So that was a bit of a blunder on their point. They could have just incendiary towards the apartments after spotting him, but went for the challenges. Got punished for it. Last round.
Good news.
Go on.
We could get another 10-5.
I said, didn't I? This is looking like a very 10-5 game, as I can see.
Wow, it's looking that way now. You're just nearly getting the headshot down toward the logs. The nades will instead. The double nades, similar to Astralis, similar to what we saw them do. Katowice was the first time we would have seen it, or Vegas?
Vegas was the first.
I think Vegas
tournament.
Yeah, I think it was Vegas. We saw those double Molotovs. Viva Las Vegas. Everyone hates the way I say it. I'm sorry.
The way I say it.
Listen, I drag my vowels. It's an upstate New York / maritime thing.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that. That's how I say Olaf as well. Everyone hates it. Olaf. All right, come on. MSL takes Mihu. Rollin continues to work his way down through the lane side. Decent damage done, but that's not enough, especially when there's 4 left alive. It is 10-5, Henry.
The exact same scoreline we had in the first half on Cobble. Very similar storyline as well. It's Kinguin to pick up the pistol, get the 3-0, then only finding 2 gun rounds. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. We'll take a quick break and find out whether they can do it in the second half.
Well, you said it, Henry. It looks the same. The same as Cobblestone. Pistol goes the way of Team Kinguin. They win 5 rounds in the half. That gives 10 to North. Impressive plays from Cajun inside of the site to stay alive. You mentioned this spot being powerful as well. I have to agree with you. I concur.
Absolutely. And sets North up for a promising half, especially get the pistol once again. That could potentially be 13-5 before they really get into it. So Kinguin have got their work cut out for them here. CT pistol though, as long as you start hitting those ones up to the USBs like they did before in that first map as well, maybe we can have a similar show. We'll get into this one momentarily. North certainly looking like the stronger team tonight, and unfortunately for Kinguin, it was LDLC that had all the upsets against Na'Vi. I'm not sure Kinguin are going to pull off the same miraculous feat after already going a map down here. All they can do now at this point is tie the series, and that's going to be an uphill battle. We'll get into this one now. The match is live. 3 sets of armor for North. They get MSL as a utility player as well. Smoke and 2 flashbangs for him. Config yet to buy. And he gets armor as well. So that suggests they go towards the A side of the map. Maybe using that smoke towards library. Like, 1 smoke's fine for B site, but it's obviously a risk. Your coffin exposed as well. And 4 players from the CTs towards B at the start. This is a strange one. And they're actually going to find the first frag as well.
Indeed, is Config once more. Look at that! God. Right and then the left. Down goes Miyu, and bye-bye to the chances of winning this pistol round for Kinguin as they bust onto the A side as well. Rollins going to chase. Good luck. AZ's already waiting.
Ooh, close.
I think that's why AZ was waiting, to guard the bomb.
Well, they had 4 players towards the B site. Config kills 3 of them, and then the remaining CT on the A side goes down at the same time, and that should be round over unless Rylan pulls off something absolutely miraculous here. He does dink 1 player. That's Config down to 22 HP. The hero of this round so far, but he's finding damage himself, and that should be it. We know exactly where he is, and AZ to finish things off. Great round by Config. They say he's a bit of a wild card for the team, but when he delivers headshots like that, you can really see how good he is. There's the first kill. Second one. The third was the best. I thought the second was, but actually that was amazing. So 11-5 here. Force buy looking likely for Kinguin. They're going to be going with CZs and body armor, keeping about $500 per player. Actually, only 1 player with the body armor, so this is the more conservative approach I was saying that North normally subscribe to, but it looks like Kinguin will be trying to keep money for that first gun round here. Still a chance with the CZs, PD50s and Deagles, but without the armor and utility, it's difficult to believe they're going to get anything done into this one. Bit of wallbang damage coming in. It was with the UMP though, so it just takes 1 player down to 95 HP, and that's Rylan.
This all starts off to get Mouse. Minute and 26, so a fast attack this time onto B. Bye-bye, Mihu. Thank you for playing the game today. We appreciate you joining us. Always a pleasure.
Good night. God bless.
See you in the morning.
I'll see you in the morning.
I hope I die in my sleep.
Wow.
Matt's offering to make you breakfast.
What kind of sleepover are we having tonight?
Slumber party.
Okay.
Pink PJs only.
5 players
Big
remaining
Teletubby
for
slippers.
North, please. We're going way too far down the rabbit hole with that one. Rylan, the last player remaining, and he might find a kill here. That's nice work to take that Mages boy. It will be 12-5, then I did say the 13-5. A horrible situation here for Kinguin. That's looking very likely. They have to take a full eco here. Or I guess they could go all in and force, but I really would not recommend at this point. It's always the worst way to win a CS game if you find yourself force buying and constantly chasing a dream instead of actually getting the guns out and actually losing with your tactics and your strategies out and everything like that and your setups. But here we go. 3 P250s and all 5 players towards B this time. 1 flash, just flash down to the bottom, hope for the best, I guess, and we'll see whether they can maybe find a couple of frags here. This will be one of those rounds where they wait for some footsteps and a sound cue when the terrorists get to the top. 1 flash over, and just up everything you've got towards the banana. But the Molotov is down, so that's going to be unlikely. Still work out.
Careful, tripping over each other doesn't start well. Flashing out as well. Config. I need to stop doing that. I have to stop doing that, Henry. Gets 2 there. I didn't think he would. So better than perhaps expected. The boost, or rather the stack, will go back over toward the A site instead. Bomb still down toward T stairs, and Cajun and AZ will work out to solve exactly what's going on inside of this B site. It's a curious little site, that.
Oh, 1 player towards the end of the halls. Mages boy doesn't commit it just yet, so he hasn't given the all clear, so they have to be slightly tentative with their approach towards top and middle. You can see Spiro, to say, taken down. He's actually still alive. He actually helped out in the execution of his teammate. 3-on-2 now, just PT50s, and that's a nice shot.
Flash out. Spiro sees it, doesn't matter. Walks in and just gets clotheslined once more. Red Rover, I'll send a bullet right over. Magisk takes down Mihu, and it's 13 now for North.
20 kills obtained by Mage's Boy after that round. It's not looking too bad for him. 13-5, though. A lot of work to do from Kinguin, yet to post a round in the second half. But Spiro's got the AWP. 4-on-4s around him, no kits. And if the stat lives up to Chad's expectations of getting to that B side 70% of the time, they're going to need a defuse kit to stop that bomb going down, you know? See what happens. 3 players towards B at the start. Will they go as aggressive as North was? I'm not so sure. But the grenades do come in. They've got a bit of control at the top there. It's going to be moused by the sandbags. Not a whole lot of presence at the A site for now. But the AWP is there.
It's the main thing, that it's there.
These 2 frags. Doesn't get it.
We're all in. Gets absolutely obliterated.
He's being like relentless right now. So brutal with his aim.
Well, that said, it's 3 versus 3, but bomb down favors North. Especially with such a strong entry as we just saw. I'm not sure Cajun would have spotted him in that smoke. I doubt it with that jump, but he's in the corner waiting. They have the double set toward the site, 1 inside of pit, so not the double stack in pit, which we used to see commonly. On Inferno, the Molotov designed to do exactly that, push Magisk to the right, and yet he still finds the shot on Mihu, sorry. I've gone back to the old saying, and Mouse will have to run.
Yeah, pretty open shot case, that one. Initial frag comes in, and Team Kinguin do fight back slightly. The config, like I said, just unbelievable in this game. How many frags he got? He's done 21 kills, up there with Mage's Boy as well. They're actually leading the charge quite dramatically, as you can see right now. That's kind of summarizing it quite nicely, and no one really stepping up for Kinguin here. Top frag is at 10, 3 of those, and third on right at the bottom was 6. So they have to buy into this. They don't really have a choice, Matt. It's going to be 3 UMPs, a Famous, and 1 lonely M4. That's in the hands of Mouse. So round number 5 coming in. At this point, North is such a lead, and they know the money's going to be low. Just a little bit looser this time. Just flash in, stick together, and they are going to find that M4, though. So that's a bit of a problem. They might want a Molotov here, but flashbang's still good. He might find a second frag here, but can't do it. And it's going to be a double kill for North, and the B bomb site completely open. And the player rotating in's got a Famous. So good luck, Spiro.
Listen, he doesn't need your luck. He doesn't need your pity or your sympathy. He doesn't want it. He just wants to die. And Cajun, or other, God, that's, how?
It's not that hard.
How? It's not, you're right. It doesn't even look the same. Config.
Like we'll once a game, maybe, but not 5 times.
Listen, all right, I'm ADD. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
What's that got to do?
It has nothing to do with it. What's love got to do with it? Yeah, just made all of production sing that song.
It's a good tune.
Not bad. It's going to leave Rollin and Furlan remaining, and they're going to try and save this. Bomb ticking as it is. They may not even get that far. Cajun's already on it. This time it is Cajun. I looked to confirm. Already on the case, Furlan spotted out, smokes himself off smartly because a Molotov comes immediately after a getaway with the UMP, but that's all they're going to have. This is 15-5, and this is North's game to lose.
Yeah, at this point, I would say that's a fair statement. It's looking like it'll be over very shortly. This is a game Kinguin haven't really arrived to. They won 2 gun rounds in the first half, and then lost the pistol in the second. We said that was a pretty much must-win scenario for them from what we've seen so far. It's not going to be the case. They save a couple of weapons, and I think that's maximum loss win as well. It is indeed. So they get enough to buy at least, but another B rush, why not? Just keep challenging, you're hitting all the shots, you're beating all the jewels. They haven't really got enough to actually hold you off, and once again, Kate can be opening it up, so that's going to be it. Unless Spiro goes God's here with the Famous, he's doing it.
And a nade. Oh, I thought the low HP player was close. If Cajun were nearby, that could have been disastrous. So too is that spray through from Furlan. Nearly catches them. Flash goes in instead. And the bomb will be planted safely. It's not, oh, it is toward Coffin, my mistake. It looked like it was back toward Emo instead. But they'll leave it for the default, gives Config a chance to hold from Banana. He's going to have that to his leisure as well because the rotation goes through CT. It's a little bit late. Rollin just getting in position. Good flashbang out from AZ. And that could be the beginning of the end as Config takes Spiro. Rollin does arrive, but it's too little too late. A 1 versus 3. AZ will close it 16-5. North beat
Kinguin. There you go. Yeah, overall, tactically, and in terms of aim as well, there's like a much better team. Kinguin completely outclassed there, especially for the likes of Config, AZ, and not really much to report in the second half, I'm afraid. They lost the pistol, went down 3-0, had limited money in that first gun round, and it's got overwhelmed. Very basic strategies from North to finish things off. They're sticking as a 5-man unit, rushing towards B, rushing middle, hitting absolutely everything, no fear, and looking very confident. So that's a nice 2-0 from them. Jason, how are you feeling about it?
I am feeling phenomenal about that. 16-5 to close out the night. North with a big win on Inferno. Kinguin just couldn't match up to it. I mentioned they lost this map. Who was it? They lost 5-16 to... Was that?
Na'Vi.
Na'Vi. So, a repeat performance here against North.
Yeah.
There was no connection there.
No, relegation looming for Kinguin.
Yeah, that's not, and it's the automatic relegation. It's like the hard punishment, isn't it? It's,
yeah, that's unfortunate.
It's the powder bottoming, or the bottom powdering.
Yeah, this is probably the wrong platform for this, but I think if you're the worst team in Pro League, it doesn't necessarily mean that the best team in Premier is better than you. Logic.
I can't do it.
You with me? You following?
Wait, say it again. I was expecting something a little bit more edgy.
Just because you're the worst team in Pro League,
correct,
does not mean that the best team in Premier is better than you.
Okay, I got you. I think it's just a way to ensure turnover to get new faces in there.
I don't think we should give auto relegation.
So
I think all bottom 3 teams and all top 3 teams should have to play the relegation matches.
I think it's a bad example this season, but I think the ones prior, that's applicable. Because we got 2 new incredible contenders coming in, well, 2. 1 new incredible contender coming into this season of Pro League. You look statistically at the last seasons prior, the round difference that was insurmountable in comparison to these guys. You know, if you look at LDLC, who were down at the bottom, if you look towards Kinguin, who are now down at the bottom, of course, as well, in comparison to, I think, like Penta before, and I'm trying to think of who the other team was who was down in the bottom echelons, and I can't remember. I think it was Flipside. And they were the farming team every single time. This time, at least, these guys put up competitive games.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, to get a little bit more map specific, to go away from the tangent here, I mean, this was just dominating from North. I mean, they had pretty much anything they could have won. Yeah, the CT side, they're going to be happy with that one, obviously. Good defense. That's an area they want to work on. But the T side was just suffocating. And yeah, that's you.
I know there's a lot of question when you see teams doing the aggressive CT anti-eco where they push down middle and they go for the fight. I can get behind that from time to time. I don't think you should always be doing it, but when you think the other team may potentially be bringing out a force buy, it's a really good way to punish them and stop them from being able to do an execute against you, especially in the first 6 rounds of the game, because at that point your economy could still be pretty rocky as well. So when people see that and they go, oh, why are they being aggressive? Why are they pushing? Why are they being cocky? It's not because of that. It's because you want to stop the impending attack that could come through holes or the banana. So that was good by them. I like the way they approached the game. You know, they had config with the AWP at A. They had 3 leaning B from time to time. I thought they had a good bit of diversity.
Mixing things up, keeping them on their toes, making sure they can never see what's coming. And that's exactly what we're going to do, except in the past. We're going to see what happened tonight. Nice. Yeah, that was good. Really, really good.
Back to the future.
LDLC taking 2 games off of Na'Vi. That was the surprise. Pretty solid wins as well, 16-8, 16-10. And then North just kind of had their way with the Penguins. We always knew the Lion would win that kind of a fight. And then these are going to be the new schedule, or I mean the new standings after the evening. North has jumped up to that first spot. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge slip for Na'Vi. It's cool for North, I guess. But it's more Na'Vi messing up in this one. There's no way you should lose 2 maps to LDLC. Perfect for LDLC, though. Look at the pack they're now in. They could actually, in theory, if they somehow manage the last games, they could actually push someone out of being able to get into that top 6. Now, it's unlikely. Incredibly unlikely.
Anything's possible here at Pro League.
Mathematically, it's possible now.
Yeah,
and VP could almost get relegated.
Ooh, that would be... They barely won the relegation match to stay in Pro League, so that's not good. And if they play anything like we saw last night, they would probably get relegated. Here's the North American schedule. This is probably the most exciting match that NA has had all week, is CLG taking on Renegades. Ricky coming back to his boys to give him a what for.
And Nexa is in the country. The Serbian will be joining them as far as Justilo's Twitter was telling me.
That's a beautiful.
But the most important game for me to potentially overtake Lauren in the Fantasy League is Misfits versus NRG. Shazam, sick, do your thing, get some frags.
This is the schedule for next week. This is not just because this is the last day of Pro League this week. G2 Astralis, VP FaZe. Those are two awesome masters.
They're all pretty good games.
VP's going to be showing up. Yeah, good games on paper, right? And a lot of playoff implications in pretty much each one of these matches.
I like the way we know Overpass is definitely on Thursday there. no other maps up in, but
that
we
is,
know Overpass.
Yeah, what? Wow, okay.
That might just be a leftover, because it wasn't the first map tonight,
Probably,
Overpass.
I can, it
Yes,
was.
it was.
Yeah, probably is.
That's how you do things. Either way, end of the week. Thank you guys for tuning in all week long. Thank you guys for tuning in this evening. It's been great. It's been a pleasure, and we will see you guys on Tuesday.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport. It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.